Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 651: The Image of a Celebrity. Knock, 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 cut. Ronald called a halt to filming. Tomita, come here for a second. He reached out and called over the female lead, Tomita Tanling, who was wearing a white shirt and overalls and looked bewildered after being stopped. Since the direct conflict with Ralph Macchio's manager, the two up-and-coming stars had been throwing their weight around and demanding various treatments less often. Ronald's filming schedule had gradually picked up. However, he encountered a significant obstacle in today's scene where Tomita Tanling, playing Kumiko, teaches Daniel a traditional Japanese dance. What kind of person do you think Kumiko is? Ronald knew that this girl had no experience in filmmaking and might not even realize where his problem lay, so he had to guide her gently. I think she's a typical Ryukyu girl, very ambitious, wanting to go to America to pursue ballet studies. Tomita Tanling was a little embarrassed. This was the third time her dance had been stopped. Her voice also became much softer. You understand very well, but I think Kumiko might not be a typical Ryukyu girl. A typical Ryukyu girl wouldn't dream of pursuing ballet, right? Director, you're right, I didn't think of that. Actually, you and Kumiko have similar backgrounds. You came to America from Ryukyu and then pursued acting. If you hadn't been influenced by American culture, you wouldn't be so independent and free to bravely pursue your dreams, am I right? Ronald felt that Tomita's understanding of acting was somewhat misguided, so he had to teach her slowly. He wasn't an acting coach, he couldn't teach the deeper aspects, and he hadn't learned them himself. Fortunately, as an observer, Ronald saw through Tomita's problem. It was a common mistake a beginner made. When acting, you need to pay attention to your co-stars' reactions. Your focus shouldn't be fixed on your own mind, thinking about how to play this role well. Instead, you need to become one with the character, paying attention to the expressions, thoughts, and lines of your co-star, just like in our daily lives, where our attention is also focused on the external world. Director, you're absolutely right, I understand what you mean. Tomita Tanling was very perceptive. She realized she had been overthinking things. Express more of your own qualities, rather than trying to play Kumiko. Less of the conservatism of a Japanese girl, more of the independence and freedom of an American girl. Kumiko is you, and you are Kumiko, understand? Action. Upon reshooting, Tomita Tanling's performance was indeed much more natural. With the pressure gone, she was very relaxed, and in some scenes, she even overshadowed Ralph Macchio, who played Daniel. Ralph Macchio also sensed this, and he also strived to exert more energy in his performance. This virtuous cycle led to continuous improvement in the quality of their scenes together. Thump thump, thump, thump thump, thump. Kumiko danced to the rhythm. This Japanese dance, with its body turning left and right and hands making various clapping gestures at the sides, had a unique charm. Ronald watched from behind the camera. It was rare that the screenwriters Weintraub had found could connect Daniel San's special move from the second movie with this kind of dance. Using waist rotation to strike and counterattack, the subtlety of this move could be understood by ordinary viewers. Cut. The crew moved to a street on Oahu. One they had already found an electronics store. People on both sides of the street had stopped cars, and the crowd on the street were all extras. Action. I'll show you my dream. Kumiko pulled Daniel to the entrance of the electronics store. Do you want to be a sales clerk? No, I'll show you my dream. The sales clerk in the electronics store said a few words in Japanese to Kumiko, and then put the videotape of fame into the machine. Is this your dream? To be a dancer? Yes. The camera panned between the two leads, their backs to the television set in the shop window, gradually zooming in. Antonio Franceschi's dance moves were magnified until they filled the entire frame. Ronald looked out from behind the camera, overwhelmed by memories of his youth. Ronald, cinematographer James Crabb called softly, but the director didn't respond. The shot was already finished. Were they going to do any more improvisation? Crabb stroked his chin, thinking that many directors would deliberately not call cut, letting the actors continue improvising. Sometimes, the lines forced out in this way were more authentic. "Where did you study ballet? There are no ballet schools on Ryukyu Island." "Oh, that's terrible." Ralph Macchio and Tomita Tenrei, knowing the director hadn't called cut, didn't dare turn around to see what was going on, so they continued to make up lines. However, their dialogue was quite interesting, fully expressing the thoughts of a Ryukyu girl. "Huh? Cut." Ronald suddenly realized he'd been lost in thought and forgotten to call cut. Luckily, their impromptu lines were pretty good. Filming continued for several days, and the two new stars remained relatively obedient. Although they couldn't be as dedicated as they were in the first film, filming every rehearsal and then analyzing each segment, their images were already household names in America after the first movie. Moreover, they had been playing these two characters both in their personal lives and in real life for the past year. So, while Ronald wasn't entirely satisfied, he felt their performances were about 80–90% satisfactory. These two stars were, of course, different from the actors who debuted back then. Stars weren't thinking about the drama or the overall effect, but rather about deepening their image in the audience's mind. Ronald knew this was a necessary compromise. Sometimes, when the filming wasn't perfect and he wanted to reshoot, he would silently chant to himself, "It's a sequel anyway, it's a sequel anyway, as long as we make money, as long as we make money 80 points is enough, 80 points is enough." That day, they filmed the scene of Daniel's arrival in Okinawa. The film's main villain, a karate expert named Shazan, was sent by Sato, Miyagi's childhood senior, to disguise himself as a taxi driver and pick them up, also to test the master and apprentice. "Welcome to Okinawa," said Aoki Akimoto, the Japanese-American actor playing Shazan. He extended his hand, grasped Ralph Macchio's hand, and squeezed it firmly. "I hope your journey in Okinawa is a pleasant one." In close-up, Aoki Akimoto's arm muscles were very well defined, showing he had been training regularly. Cut. Ronald saw Ralph Macchio shaking his hand. He had been squeezed quite hard. "Ronald, I want to talk to you alone," Ralph Macchio said seriously. "Okay. Come with me." Ronald was discussing the upcoming close-up with cinematographer Crab when he saw Macchio's serious face and knew he had something important to discuss. The two went to his trailer to talk. "I have to reshoot this take. It doesn't suit Daniel's image," Ralph Macchio immediately pointed out his dissatisfaction after Ronald closed the door. "What do you mean?" Ronald was a little annoyed. Why was Macchio starting to try and direct his filming? "I'm referring to Daniel's character. In the first movie, he was a kid who defied the odds, practicing karate under Master Miyagi. It's impossible for him to still be a rookie who can't even handle a handshake in the second movie, especially since he's already the champion of the entire Valley Karate Tournament. But have you thought about it? The tournament is actually just a group of high school students in America having fun. On Ryukyu Island, Changshin is a true karate master who fights to the death in the ring. The core of the drama in Dragon Might Kid is Daniel's underdog story. If he doesn't face opponents stronger than himself, how can he learn the ultimate technique and defeat his enemy in one move?" The two discussed Daniel's character for a long time but couldn't reach a consensus. "Ronald," Ralph Macchio lowered his head. "I've always been very grateful for your support. This is the first film that made me famous." Then he raised his head firmly again. "I can't film scenes where Daniel is tortured too badly, Ronald. My entire career is built on this role. My agent found me a new film where the character is also an electric guitar enthusiast who learns and eventually defeats the industry's top electric guitarists. For my image, for my future, for the chance to get more similar roles, I can't film scenes of Daniel's miserable defeat. He can fail, but not like this, being pinched hard by Changshin and unable to bear the pain. I hope you can understand an actor's dilemma. If you insist on filming, if I insist on filming, what will you do?" Ronald looked at Ralph Macchio, wanting to see what he would say. "I will have my manager object to the production team and use my contract terms to remove the scene from the final cut." Ralph Macchio still said those words, then looked away, as if he couldn't bear to meet Ronald's gaze. "You're a seasoned star now," Ronald sighed inwardly. He knew there was nothing he could do if the other party disagreed. Recasting the role was out of the question for American audiences. Daniel Radcliffe and Miyagi had such great chemistry. Without them, no one would watch the sequel. "Really? You agreed?" Ralph Macchio breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of going against a director who had made him famous was immense. I'm not trying to be difficult, Ronald, but I have my own issues to deal with, he quickly explained. It's alright, I understand. Ronald patted Mazzio on the shoulder, put his arm around his shoulder, and stepped out of the trailer, maintaining a united image in front of the crew. We'll handle this shot like this. I'll mainly film close-ups of Changshan's forearm, and you only film his hands. That way, the audience won't compare your strength in close-ups. I'll also add a shot of your surprised reaction. That's great. But Daniel's image shouldn't be too weak. Don't worry, tomorrow will be your time to shine. The next day, the crew arrived at a bar converted from a warehouse. Daniel made a bet with the people in the bar. Teacher Miyagi, wanting to help Daniel win back his tuition, taught him a trick: focus. Finally, under Teacher Miyagi's guidance, Daniel smashed 3 stacked ice blocks with one blow, winning $1,800. Action. Ouch, ouch. Ralph Marzio spun around and cleaved 3 ice blocks in 2. Cut. Great. Props department, go get a few more ice blocks. Let's do it again. Add more cracks to the ice. Don't expose the gaps you've prepared beforehand. Ronald, can I have a chat with you? This time, it was Morita Noriyuki, who plays Miyagi, who came to see Ronald. My scenes mostly showcase Master Miyagi's humorous side, but the mysterious, powerful, and philosophical performance, like in the first film, is a bit lacking in the sequel. How come you also? Ronald sighed. Never mind, I'll give you more mysterious, powerful, and philosophical scenes tomorrow. Daniel-san, this is our Miyagi family shrine. Look at this. Master Miyagi took out a rattle drum. When I was little, my father used this to teach me karate. This is the secret to the Miyagi family's powerful karate. This, Daniel fiddled with the rattle drum a couple of times, making a thumping sound. Yes, you see, only when the waist rotates, the 2 drumsticks, one is always on defense, the other on offense. Then the attacker becomes the defender, and the defender becomes the attacker. A person has 2 arms, just like this rattle drum, using the waist as a base, rotating left and right, so you can always balance defense and offense. Daniel suddenly understood, twirled the rattle drum a few more times, and then began to practice this special move on his own. Daniel-san, come and practice with me. The camera slowly pulled back. In the dark room, facing 2 open paper sliding doors, Miyagi and Daniel practiced the basic techniques of the Miyagi family's Goju-Ryu karate. However, this time the 2 incorporated the Miyagi family's secret techniques. Their attacks and defenses clearly showed they had backup plans, and they paid special attention to the rotation of their waists. Very good, Daniel-san. Well done. Ronald watched from behind the camera. White daylight streamed in through the middle of the sliding doors, backlighting the master and student practicing their basic techniques. The room's darkness was illuminated by the white light streaming in through the sliding door, instantly making the 2 seem as if they were practicing in a paradise. Oh, that's fantastic. Morita Noriyuki and Ralph Mazzio, upon seeing the printed footage the following evening, were extremely satisfied with the shot. The audience was delighted. The master and apprentice were once again on their path of enlightenment. Master Miyagi's philosophical teachings were evident as Daniel's skills improved at a visible pace during the practice. Both were pleased and began to applaud. Damn it, I hate making sequels. These 2 have too many ideas since they became stars, Ronald muttered to producer Weintraub from behind. I hate sequels too. Their salaries have increased more than tenfold, but it's still worth it. The audience will like it, and will make money, will definitely make money, will make a lot of money. Weintraub was also encouraging himself. The vice president's plane will stop over on Oahu tomorrow. You'd better hurry up, he has to go to Japan for a visit. Chapter 652 The Vice Commander's Helicopter. This is our new leading lady, Tomita Tanling. This is the new villain, Ueji Akimoto, and these 2 are. These 2 need no introduction, Miyagi-sensei and Daniel. Ha. I took my granddaughter to see the first one. Ronald accompanied Vice President George Sr., who was temporarily staying in Hawaii, and his wife Barbara on a tour of the filming location, introducing the main cast and crew. Cheese, the crew's photographer, took a group photo of the 2 leads, Ronald and Weintraub, along with the vice president and his wife. The vice president hadn't come to Hawaii specifically for this purpose. He was going to Tokyo as the president's special envoy to meet with Prime Minister Nakasone. It turned out that White House Chief of Staff James Baker and Treasury Secretary Donald Reagan had swapped positions. James Baker, who had always advocated a hardline stance against Japan, immediately did something significant upon taking office. He convened the finance ministers of the 5 major Western industrialized nations to discuss the devaluation of the dollar against other currencies, such as the yen, franc, mark, and pound. European countries were actually prepared for this agreement, with America consistently hinting at it at G5 meetings. The real source of discontent with the dollar's depreciation was Japan. As a newly industrialized nation, they have long held a significant market share in trade with the U.S. A substantial appreciation of the dollar against the yen would have a significant impact on the Japanese economy. While a stronger yen benefits Japanese consumers' overseas spending, purchases of imported goods, and foreign asset acquisitions by businesses, this would undoubtedly be a major shift for Japanese entrepreneurs who have long relied on affordable, high-quality products to dominate the American market. James Baker acted more like a politician than a finance minister requiring specialized expertise. His overly hardline stance towards Japan caused considerable backlash within the Japanese government, particularly among the Ministry of Finance, who were inclined to derail negotiations. The vice president's trip was also aimed at easing tensions and strengthening communication. As one of the few vice presidents in American history with considerable real power, George H.W. Smith possessed a high degree of autonomy. During his stay in Hawaii, he even requested a helicopter from the Marine Corps to transport them from the airport to the film set. After the vice president and his wife finished their tour, they sat down on the set and had coffee with Ronald and Weintraub. The couple were dressed casually. Without the media present, they wore ordinary clothes. Barbara wore a light-colored dress, a t-shirt, and jeans, and her bespectacled husband looked like an elderly couple running a farm. "Ronnie, I heard about the good deed you did at Camp David." Ha. Barbara, her hair completely white, laughed heartily. "I was just helping Spielberg out," Ronald said, knowing Barbara was referring to the incident at Camp David where, during the screening of Back to the Future, the First Lady Nancy's name was mentioned, causing her embarrassment and anger. "Did you see her expression?" Barbara was genuinely pleased. This young Ronald was indeed shrewd. Nancy always took pride in being a Hollywood star and supporting the president. This time, by revealing a bit of the president's scandalous affair of divorcing his wife and marrying her, he'd see how she could maintain her socialite image in the White House afterward. "Barbara," old George stopped his wife, "Ronald, I don't have much time." "How many times do you need the helicopter to circle around?" "4 circles at most." "No, 3. Ronald, seeing Weintraub's wink, immediately lowered his request for the helicopter borrowed by the vice president. "George, Ronnie just wants to shoot a few more shots. It won't delay our trip to Tokyo. Let him shoot as much as he wants." Barbara looked at Ronald with the same affection she would show her nephew. "Our wives are the ones who really give orders," old George muttered. Ha. Ronald and Weintraub quickly chimed in. The second couple had a busy schedule. After coffee and snacks, Barbara pulled Ronald aside for 2 photos with her and her husband before they turned to board the helicopter. "She's still a woman after all," Ronald muttered, watching Barbara's retreating figure. Although Barbara came from a prestigious family, was well educated, and possessed great poise and refinement, making her the most beloved of all the vice president's wives, she was, after all, a woman who had been bullied by the First Lady for years, a woman who had to swallow her anger for the sake of her husband's future. Therefore, in front of Weintraub, and especially in front of close confidants like Ronald, she completely revealed her dislike for Nancy. "Attention all departments, we only have 3 chances. Prepare." The helicopter carrying the vice president was Marine 2. The rotors began to accelerate, and the helicopter slowly took off. Action. The 2 cameras of the filming crew began filming the helicopter. Marine 2, excellent shot. "For the second lap, I need your acceleration. Fly over our heads." Ronald contacted the helicopter pilot via radio and gave him the order. Marine 2, received. Over. Boom 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 boom. The helicopter quickly flew over the film crew's heads. The director of photography gave Ronald a thumbs up. The second lap was also very well done. Marine 2, I need you to lower your altitude and circle us once. Over. Marine 2, over. On the 3rd circle, the helicopter lowered its altitude and flew around the camera not far away. Ronald, tell them to slow down, the camera can't keep up, director of photography Crab shouted. Marine 2, can you reduce the speed by half and do one more circle, Vice President? The special agents on the helicopter asked old George for his opinion. The promised 3 circles had been completed. Prime Minister Nakasone is still waiting for us in Tokyo. They've already filmed quite a bit. Old George put on his glasses and looked at the Treasury Department's briefing. George, Ronnie went to great lengths to borrow the helicopter. Let the Prime Minister wait a little longer. Do one more circle as Ronald requested. Barbara made the decision for old George. Whatever, tell them to hurry up. Boom 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 boom, the helicopter circled again at a slow speed. Very good, caught them all. Crab was excited. The helicopter pilot's skills were superb, his maneuvers were crisp and clean, very much in the style of the US military. Good. Thank you for your help. Please thank the Vice President and his wife for me, Ronald said into the radio. Then he raised both hands and gave a thumbs up to the helicopter in gratitude. Bye, Barbara waved to him from the helicopter. Tomita, the next scene we're filming is the one where you and Daniel kiss and seal the deal. Daniel is a complaining American boy, but he's not very confident. Faced with a very beautiful Kumiko, he has ideas but doesn't dare to act. So, in this scene, you're the one who understands their mindsets better. Show a little impatience at crucial moments. Hint at Daniel to act quickly. I understand. Tomita Tanling was exceptionally perceptive. She thought for a moment and knew how to act it out. It's a pity she has a Japanese-American face, Ronald thought to himself. There aren't many roles in Hollywood that suit her. This scene was between Daniel and Kumiko in a seaside cabin. Kumiko, dressed in a traditional kimono, performed a tea ceremony for Daniel using traditional methods, presenting him with a tea bowl with both hands. This gesture is traditionally performed by wives to husbands in Japan. Daniel drank the tea, his feelings for Kumiko growing stronger. However, he didn't know the customs in Ryukyu, or whether young men and women in America fell in love like in America. The camera was now behind Ralph Marzio, past his shoulder, filming a close-up of Tomita Tanrai's reaction. Daniel put down the tea bowl, and Kumiko smiled happily. This American boy wasn't as passionate as those in Hollywood movies. Tomita Tanrai's performance was spot on. She smiled happily at first, and when he put down the tea bowl, she thought a long-awaited kiss was about to happen. But Daniel just stared blankly at Kumiko, motionless, as if lost in thought. Tomita Tanling's smile gradually faded. She waited several seconds, then began blinking rapidly as a signal. The other person remained unresponsive, like a block of wood. Tomita Tanling's expression turned reproachful, her smile completely vanishing. However, seeing that Daniel wasn't uninterested in her, but rather seemed somewhat flustered, she grew impatient. She pouted, reached out a hand to gently remove the hairpin from her hair, swayed her body from side to side, and her beautiful eyes seemed to speak volumes. What are you waiting for, Daniel-san? Cut. Ronald was very satisfied. Seeing Crab's signal, he immediately instructed the assistant director, develop this take. Ralph Marzio, also inspired by Tomita Tanrai's performance, looked at Ronald. Ronald nodded in agreement. The two had excellent chemistry on camera. To be honest, Daniel's personality was more compatible with the reserved, Eastern-style girl, Kumiko, played by Tomita. There was always some personality clash between him and Elizabeth Shue's character, Ali. The camera was moved back to the two of them, filming the coconut trees and beach outside the window. Are the wind machines ready? And test the lightning bolt. After several hours of lighting and waiting, Ronald finally got a cloudy day. Ronald immediately ordered to seize the opportunity to film this turning point where the film transitions to the third act. Action. The camera focused steadily on the two lovers as they slowly rose from their kneeling positions, gradually drawing closer until they finally kissed. Their heads were slightly turned, the camera angle subtly avoiding a direct shot of the kiss. For a PG rating, scenes of teenage kissing like this required careful consideration. Ronald gave a hand signal, and the camera began to pull back. Their kissing faces were now partially obscured by a hanging oil lamp. The kiss lasted a second, then two. Ronald timed it perfectly and gave the assistant director a hand signal. The assistant director immediately tapped on the walkie-talkie. The wind machines outside began to blow at full power. Several powerful wind machines blasted air towards the coconut trees, creating a typhoon atmosphere. Whoosh, a prop fan was used to blow air towards the oil lamp, extinguishing it. The assistant director immediately tapped the code twice on the walkie-talkie. Click, a blinding flash of light illuminated the sky outside the window. Cut. Great. Ronald was very satisfied. The two actors' performances were perfectly paced, the typhoon effect created by the wind machine was spot on, and the 80,000-volt lightning bolt gave the two leads a clear signal. prompting them to feign surprise and suddenly separate. Filming was progressing smoothly, and Ronald was increasingly feeling comfortable with the romantic love scenes between the two leads in the sequel. "Isn't this a bit too subtle?" Weintraub secretly asked Ronald while watching the sample footage. American teenagers had long since stopped reading Jane Austen novels. He worried they might not grasp this subtle yet passionate feeling. "It's alright. This kind of love story is also a kind of exotic charm. Audiences will enjoy Daniel dating beauties with different personalities. Anyway, the kissing scenes and the final hero saves the damsel in distress scene are still American style." Chapter 653 Making a sequel is like using a cookie cutter. After finishing filming on Oahu, Hawaii, the crew moved back to Hollywood. Weintraub rented two large sound stages, Studios 15 and 16, from Warner Brothers in Burbank, to set up the parking lot where Daniel won the tournament in the first film, and the final ring in the temple where Daniel and Chang Sham faced off in the second film. "Jerry, I didn't know you had connections at Warner Brothers." Ronald was very satisfied with the sets. Weintraub was shrewd. He preferred to spend more money renting several sound stages at once to prepare for the crew, rather than have an expensive crew waiting for sets. "It's nothing, their quote was cheap," Weintraub said with a grin, a smug look on his face. Martin, William, Ronald was delighted to see the two villain actors from the first film again, Martin Kove, who played Chris's coach, and Johnny, who played Elie's ex-boyfriend and lost a final match against Daniel. "Director, hello. How should we block the shots? Are there any scenes we need to be careful about?" "It's very simple, not a problem for you at all. It's just that Martin has to smash the car window with one punch, and I've already had someone modify it with special effects glass." Two unknown newcomers saw their income skyrocket after filming Dragon Boys. Besides a constant stream of offers, they also landed many advertising deals based on their roles in Dragon Boys. This movie brought them a lot, so they were very respectful to Ronald, who had chosen them. Robert, Ron, Chad, Ronald high-fived the three second-generation stars who played students at the Cobra Dojo in the first film. They didn't care much about the income from the movie. What they cared about was the feeling of fame. Although their screen time was limited, their arrogant attitude made them recognizable to audiences everywhere. Sweep kick, get the body bags ready, no prisoners. No matter where the three went in Los Angeles, enthusiastic audiences would repeat their iconic lines from the first movie. "Director, we had too little screen time in the second movie. Will we have more in the third?" Chad McQueen, the leader of the second-generation stars, bluntly asked a question everyone was concerned about. William Zabka and Martin Kove also pricked up their ears to hear what Ronald had to say. "Haha, you'll have to ask producer Mr. Weintraub. He's the one who decides," Ronald chuckled, not giving a definite answer. Morita Noriyuki struck a pose, one hand on Martin Kove's chest, the other as if to hit him. Martin's face showed a complex mix of fear, regret, and other emotions. Cut. Ronald was quite satisfied with Kove's professionalism. Morita Noriyuki didn't know any martial arts, but Kove was a karate expert. In the scenes where the two were together, the audience could feel Kove's imposing muscles. This allowed Miyagi-sensei to firmly suppress his opponent, which greatly helped to create the image of Miyagi as a master karate expert. He hugged each of the actors and said goodbye. Their brief appearance in the second sequel ended there. The crew moved to a nearby studio to continue filming the final scene, Daniel and Jang Xian's final duel on the Shrines Arena. "You know what? They all tell me that sequels are like cookie cutters. You just use the first film's cutter and fit it into the sequel. It's just that the actors get paid more," Weintraub remarked with a sigh. Ronald didn't disappoint him, filming the sequel quickly as well. He also ensured high-quality production, watching the nightly rehearsals with him whenever possible. The quality was even better than the first film. Hearing about cookie cutters reminded Ronald of Aunt Karen. When she made cookies, especially heart-shaped or animal-shaped ones, she would use a set of bent metal molds. Simply fitting the mold onto the cookie was enough to quickly create the shape. "Perhaps," said Daryl Vidal, "but sequels are harder to make. They need to be bigger, more fragrant, and preferably have different flavors." "Yeah, we'll see what kind of interesting action scenes Daryl Vidal and Pat Johnson can come up with for the final fight." Weintraub was a smart man. He'd seen many sequels. Established characters and plots meant repeating the story of the first blockbuster over and over, making slight modifications here and there, hoping the audience wouldn't notice. But the audience's appetite would only grow. The crane kick from the first film certainly wouldn't satisfy their expectations. They needed a more powerful, more magical move. Daryl Vital was the only action choreographer who knew Wing Chun and Jeet Kune Do. So, just like in the first film, Ronald asked him to design and perfect the final ultimate move. In Jeet Kune Do, the concept of combining offense and defense involves rotating the upper body around the waist. One hand is used to block and neutralize the opponent's attack. Vital was teaching Ralph Macchio this common technique from Chinese martial arts. For example, if you attack me, rotating around your waist, I can redirect your straight punch to the side, using this hand to deflect and pull it aside. This will shift your center of gravity, allowing my other hand to attack your vulnerable front. Like this, Ralph Macchio mimicked Vital's movements. The trick is not to distance yourself from the opponent's straight punch attack, but to get close. This will cause the opponent to deflect again. The closer you are, the better the effect of deflecting and striking simultaneously. The apprentice of Master Miyagi that you are playing will have this technique to get close to the opponent, like this. Facing Vital's attack, Macchio did not retreat physiologically, but instead stepped forward. Just as the opponent's fist was slowly about to hit him, he spun around, deflecting the opponent's fist, and then launched a sneak attack on the opponent's undefended head. Very good. You and Yuji Yamato practice more until you're familiar with this move. Ronald entered the studio, which was decorated like a Ryukyu shrine. Ralph Macchio's practice had become increasingly proficient, and he and Yuji Yamato were demonstrating moves in a way that, unless you were a martial arts expert, you wouldn't be able to spot any major flaws. Let's do a real take. After Ronald saw that the two had finished their positioning and the lighting was in place, he called the two main characters over and had them move to the center of the ring to begin filming. Tomita Tanri, dressed in a kimono, was pushed to the ground by Nagasaki. He was extremely dissatisfied with a Ryukyu woman's relationship with the American white man. His master, Sato, had been rescued by Master Miyagi during a typhoon and had already reconciled with his childhood friend and senior brother, Miyagi. Everyone had betrayed Nagasaki, which enraged him, and he began to challenge Daniel. This wasn't like those high school students in the San Fernando Valley of Los Angeles. In Ryukyu, karate matches were meant to end when one person was on the ground and unable to get up. Daniel rushed forward angrily, blocking his girlfriend Kumiko. He began to fight with Chang Shan. Chang Shan's karate skills were clearly superior to Daniel's. Daniel was beaten black and blue. He remembered the crane kick that had helped him win the championship, glanced at Master Miyagi, and then assumed the one-legged stance again. Master Miyagi shook his head slightly. The crane kick was only invincible when used at the right time. In this situation, Chang Shan already knew the special move taught by Miyagi's father. With his preparation, he could actually break the crane kick. Sure enough, Chang Shan caught Daniel's flying kick and threw him to the ground. Cut. Ronald went over to take a look and called the makeup artist to touch up the makeup. Daniel had been beaten badly, and Chang Shan had also taken several hits from Daniel. After adding bruises to his face, forehead, chin, and other areas, they could continue filming the final move. How about it? Do you want to practice the moves one more time? Ronald asked Macchio and Yuji. No need. I feel like if I keep going with this, I'll really get hurt by Yuji's moves. Ralph Macchio wasn't a professional fighter after all, and his skill level was far below Yuji's. It was better to end this quickly. Okay, all departments, prepare, action. Daniel and Nagasaki continued their fight. Daniel was repeatedly hit and had no strength to defend himself. Kumiko wanted to come to his rescue, but was stopped by Master Miyagi's girlfriend. Miyagi and Sato exchanged a glance. Daniel was having trouble handling this kind of real fighting. They both took out a rattle drum from their waist pouches and started shaking it left and right. The drumbeats reached Daniel's ears as he was being passively attacked. He suddenly realized that on Ryukyu Island, Master Miyagi and he practiced the basics of the Miyagi family's Goju-Ryu karate every morning. The waist is key. Rotate your waist, neutralize and strike at the same time. Suddenly, the movements he had learned had a real meaning in real fighting. Daniel stopped attacking and focused on breathing and maintaining his balance, waiting for his opponent to attack first. Nagasaki launched a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, Daniel, having regained his composure, seized the opportunity. With a swift turn, his left arm swung outwards to parry Chang Shan's punch, while simultaneously using his right arm to strike Chang Shan's face. Caught off guard, Chang Shan attacked again. Daniel, seizing the chance, this time swung his right arm outwards while attacking with his left, parrying and simultaneously landing a punch on Chang Shan's head. Having been struck twice in the face, Chang Shan was consumed by rage. No longer dodging, he charged at Daniel, unleashing a barrage of punches from both sides. Hey, hey, accompanied by a rattled drum, Daniel seemed to transform into a rattled drum himself, striking left and right, parrying and striking repeatedly until he finally knocked Chang Shan to the ground. Cut. Ronald consulted the director of photography and approved the take. Touch-ups. Two makeup artists came up and touched up the fresh bruises and bloodstains on the faces of Ralph Macchio and Tomita Tanling. Last shot. Watch out for the chemistry, Ronald instructed the two to get ready. Action. The two young lovers embraced, the camera zooming in on their facial expressions. Tomita's acting was convincing, displaying a rich range of expressions even in close-ups. Finally, the two lovers, their faces bleeding, held each other tightly. Cut. The packing party is tonight, and kind Mr. Weintraub is providing the finest champagne, Ronald joked. Yay, everyone cheered. Ronald looked at the studio. At least it's bigger and prettier. The final battle of the second Dragon Boys was set on a larger scale than the first, filled with Japanese-style interior decorations, and the actors wore kimonos. The action was also more intense than the first, practically visceral. The love scenes between the male and female leads were also more prominent than in the first film. Tomita Tanling's costumes and close-ups were more numerous and sophisticated than Elizabeth Shu's. Let's see if the audience likes this style. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654 Charity Fundraising Gala. What's the latest news? Ronald asked his agent, Nisida. After filming Wrapped, Ronald would routinely take a few weeks off to completely forget his favorite shots from the shoot. This way, during editing, he wouldn't be annoyed by a shot that took many takes, or overly pleased with another shot. He could treat all shots equally and objectively evaluate their quality. Sylvester Stallone's Rocky IV just wrapped filming. I heard that director Avildsen and he had a falling out, and Stallone is currently preparing for post-production. I know about that. Weintraub is vying with Stallone to sign composer Bill Conti. Ronald nodded. Bill Conti was the composer for the first Rocky IV. He was dropped by Stallone for Rocky III, so naturally, he preferred to stay with Ronald, whom he respected and had a good working relationship with. When will Rocky IV be released? It won't clash with my two movies, will it? After all, this was the latest installment in the Rocky series, a triumphant boxing match, a film about an idol for all Americans. Don't worry, they're in a hurry. It'll be released by the end of the year. Ronald raised an eyebrow. In such a hurry, Sylvester Stallone seems to be short of money right now and desperately needs another blockbuster to fix his finances. Zack Snyder's The House That Never Dies has run into some trouble. The chemistry between the two leads is great, but Disney thinks they need a big star to boost the box office. They're currently reaching Diane Keaton to persuade her to play the lead role. Just don't interfere with Helen Slater's supporting role. Ronald listened to the latest industry developments. While I was away, did anyone contact me? Ronald asked another agent, Richard. Jim Cameron has gone to Pinewood Studios in London to film the Alien sequel. He called when you were still in Hawaii. John Hughes called and said he wrote a script based on your idea called Pink Lady, and hopes you don't mind. If you'd like to direct it, I don't have time for that, Ronald interrupted Richard. This is how I replied to him, the script is here. It's based on the core of the story you mentioned. A girl, with the help of a boy's best friend, changes her appearance to date another boy she has a crush on. After finally meeting the boy she has a crush on, she realizes she loves her best friend. Really the same? Is he still going to use his muse, Molly Linward? Ronald flipped through the synopsis. Hughes had indeed quickly turned what he'd mentioned last time into a script. The script wasn't thick. It seemed he was going to use his trump card again, letting the male and female leads improvise on set. Yes, but his male muse, Anthony Michael Hall, declined to act. Hughes' interest in Pink Lady has waned a bit. He might go back to Chicago to direct another film, so he's currently searching the world for a director replacement. It's not the era of big-budget studios anymore, It's difficult to maintain a long-term collaboration with one or two actors. Ronald had heard that John Hughes wanted to work with these two underage actors on a dozen or so films until they were no longer suitable for teen movies, but the male lead ran away after the third one. Wait, something's not right. Did Hughes make a mistake? Ronald flipped through the script, asking. What's wrong? The genders are wrong. I told him it was a boy who had a crush on a girl, and with the help of another female best friend, he won her over. After going on a date, he realized his best friend was more suitable for him. Is that okay? Richard flipped through his notebook. Hughes hadn't mentioned this issue. How could it be okay? It's very important. Our conservative American values make it hard to accept a girl choosing the loser between two boys. Conversely, it's fine if a boy chooses a girl, as long as she's pretty. Any other phone calls? Ronald looked at Richard, who was nodding repeatedly, and flipped through his phone book. He needed to talk to John Hughes about this. And Elizabeth Taylor, she invited you to a charity gala, SHH. Wait a minute, Ronald answered John Hughes' call. John, this is Ronald. I read your script. I won't be available for the rest of the year, I'll be busy with editing. I'm calling to ask if your script, Pink Lady, has the male lead's gender reversed. No, I had no intention of teaching you. Me? I don't have time to direct. That's fine too, I have no intention of having my name credited on the script. HMPH, Ronald threw the phone back onto its stand with a loud thud. Ronald, you're still the same selfless Ronald who helped him. But he's no longer the John Hughes who could humbly accept criticism, Nistida said slowly. Alright, don't blame me if it fails at the box office. This movie clearly has major flaws. The genders of the male and female leads should be reversed, that way, the audience will like the ending. Since you're so confident, why don't you write it yourself and make a version? Ronald pondered for a long time. That's possible, but I mostly hand it over to other directors. I'm not very interested in making low-budget films these days. Without dreaming about a movie, it's best to be honest. Whether his judgment can truly grasp the trends that American audiences like to watch remains to be seen. By the way, what was that Elizabeth Taylor charity gala you mentioned? It was a fundraising gala for Rock Hudson's illness. She rented a place at the Los Angeles Stadium, and all the audience members had the chance to get autographs and photos with the celebrities, but there were expensive tickets. The celebrities who attended also had to donate. They have to donate, right? How much do I have to donate? Ronald picked up the invitation and looked at it. Who's going? They're all celebrities, and quite a few of your old friends. You're a director, and a junior in the industry, so it shouldn't be too much. A few $1,000s will do. Okay, I need to work on my social skills. Thank you for inviting me, Ms. Taylor. Ronald gave Elizabeth Taylor, the initiator of the charity gala, 2 quick kisses on the cheek. Ronald, thank you for coming. Next to Elizabeth Taylor was another friend of Rock Hudson, veteran actress Doris Day. Ronald also went up and kissed her twice. Here's my check. Seeing the amount on it, Elizabeth Taylor's expression clearly improved. This fundraising campaign they launched was primarily for Rock Hudson and other unfortunate people suffering from the same condition. You're much better than old Ronald. He's been acting strange ever since he went into politics. The 2 veteran actresses were gossiping about the president. Ronald didn't dare respond and could only listen awkwardly. Since his televised address on the disease, the president had been quickly scorned by his old Hollywood friends. This wasn't just because he had forgotten his old friends and had subtly criticized Rock Hudson's sexual orientation in his speech, but also because he hadn't allowed medical experts to declare a state of emergency, allocate government funds to investigate the epidemic, or fund laboratories to develop faster testing methods and possible treatments. Since embracing evangelical churches for his campaign, the president's values had become increasingly conservative. He not only criticized Hollywood for its excessive violence and pornography, but also began to advocate for traditional marriage and relationships. This made his divorce and remarriage seem particularly ridiculous. Perhaps this was the real reason why the president was furious upon hearing his ex-wife's name. Michael, Ronald's the hottest star right now, Michael J. Fox, the male lead of Back to the Future, enter with his acting classmate Jennifer. He had just left the 2 veteran actors, discreetly departing from the scene. Fox chatted with him about the film's success after its release. Back to the Future had made him a top Hollywood star. This was all thanks to Ronald's recommendation and his idea of sleeping in his van during his commute. Otherwise, shuttling between the film and the TV series Family Ties, Sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a day wouldn't have been enough. Family Ties has great ratings. I plan to spend my summers filming movies and the rest of the time filming TV series. That's a boon for your audience." The two chatted happily, while Fox's girlfriend Jennifer smiled broadly. The more Hollywood stars she knew, the more audition opportunities she would have. Now, she even had a chance to audition for a supporting role in John Hughes' new film. For her, her career was on the fast track. We meet again. Ronald saw the star, Cher, wearing a wig at the stadium entrance. This time it was a black, explosive style. Seeing her surrounded by a group of photographers, Ronald offered her his male escort, letting her link arms with him and pushing the reporters aside to let her into the stadium. "Where's Stalls?" Ronald looked around, not seeing Cher's boyfriend, Eric Stalls. "What, you want to take his place? Now is the perfect opportunity," Cher joked with Ronald. Haha, Ronald knew at a glance that Cher had broken up with her boyfriend again, wondering who her next boyfriend would be. He only admired the much older Cher, having no intention of taking things to a romantic relationship. Thousands of spectators were present, and all ticket sales and donations would go towards charitable donations to support disease research. One by one, celebrities were invited up to say a few words. Later, the famous actor Burt Lancaster read a statement on behalf of his good friend, Rock Hudson. "It's very painful to have this disease, but if it can help the other 12,000 patients who are suffering from the same misfortune, then at least I know that my own misfortune has some positive meaning." Hearing the Hollywood star say such heartbreaking yet compassionate words, the audience below was very saddened, and some Hudson fans even cried. Several girls in formal dresses carried donation boxes and climbed up and down the seating area, urging the audience to donate more generously. "I announce that the donations from the audience and celebrities have exceeded $1 million, the host went on stage and announced loudly to the guests. Clap, clap, clap. Ronald was also clapping vigorously. This long charity gala was finally coming to an end. Thank you, thank you." Elizabeth Taylor slowly moved between the tables of guests, thanking each guest who donated. "Ronald, thank you." Elizabeth Taylor sat down next to Ronald and gently rubbed her lower back a few times. "Ms. Taylor?" Ronald asked with concern. "Just call me Elizabeth. It's nothing, my back is a bit sore, it's an old problem." "Thanks again for your generosity, Ronald. Not many stars would just hand over a check like you." "Oh," Ronald nodded, handing the veteran actress a glass of water. "Do you know anything about this disease? I think Mr. Hudson is in a bad state now." "Well, he's having trouble moving around," Elizabeth Taylor sighed. "This disease has a very severe onset, lasting only a few months." "Oh," Ronald couldn't help but worry. "I heard mosquito bites can also." "No." Locke went to the most advanced Pasteur laboratory in the country. The experts there said that for the small amount of blood a mosquito sucks to be effective for transmission, hundreds of mosquitoes would need to bite a person at once. "Oh, that puts my mind at ease," Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this was a disease that was particularly prevalent among certain sexual orientations. A few days later, Ronald was vacationing at a hotel in Palm Springs. He was having breakfast when he suddenly heard breaking news on television. Actor Rock Hudson, after battling a novel disease recently named by the Pasteur Institute and the University of Maryland Institute Medical Research in the United States, passed away yesterday at the age of 59. This morning, at his home in Beverly Hills, he was found not breathing by the nurses caring for him. So fast, Ronald was somewhat surprised. He had asked a friend to read the message a few days ago. Rock Hudson had a nearly 30-year career in Hollywood, co-starring with many actresses such as Elizabeth Taylor and Doris Day. In Hollywood history, only Cary Grant and Elizabeth Taylor have a higher combined box office record for their film appearances. Rock Hudson's will stipulated that he did not want flowers from fans. He wished all donations received to be donated to the American Disease Research Foundation. He himself donated $250,000 to the foundation. Ronald ate while reading the news. Many fans wanted to rush into Hudson's house to say a final goodbye to their idol. Afterwards, the television station reviewed Rock Hudson's life and broadcast a previous interview where the president hinted at Hudson's sexual orientation. At least in Los Angeles and Hollywood, this attack on the deceased provoked considerable backlash. For the first time, the president lost his ability to avoid taking the blame for bad news. This time, he couldn't so easily absolve himself of responsibility. He couldn't shift the blame to bureaucracy anymore. Chapter 655 The First Lady asks for advice. The president's approval rating is falling, and his disapproval rating is rising. First Lady Nancy, looking at the latest Gallup poll, began to panic. She dialed astrologer Joan Quigley's number. "Joan, is there anything wrong with the president's recent astrological chart? According to my calculations, Mercury retrograded into Virgo last week, which has greatly hampered the president's public image." Joan Quigley pulled out her notebook, starting to find excuses for not giving prior warning. "Then how can I resolve this?" Nancy asked anxiously. This also happened once in the summer, but someone compatible with the president's personality was by his side, helping him overcome the effects of Mercury retrograde. It's the same this time. As long as we can find this person and have them provide the president with a more appealing and positive message to the public, we can offset the negative impact this time. Who is this person? Nancy's heart rallied again. As long as she could help her husband, she could salvage his image in the eyes of the American people. Think about it, when you went to Camp David, did anyone bring about any changes in your life? I only remember they showed Back to the Future and mentioned my ex-wife's name. I was very unhappy. Changes can be positive or negative. This person's influence on your and your husband's horoscopes was very positive. Perhaps if he hadn't come, your fortunes would have been even worse. It's all part of a system. That makes sense. Nancy nodded repeatedly. The young director with the same name as her husband, although a little unhappy after his arrival, had indeed helped her husband recover well after watching the film praising the economic development of the past 5 years and implying a revival of the golden age of the 1950s. According to my astrological observations, that person should be a Capricorn, with a name similar to the president. And from Hollywood, the astrologer flipped to his previous rambling notes and repeated his conclusion. So, who should I look for? Quite a few people came that day, Nancy wanted to confirm. Joan Quigley rolled her eyes on the other end of the phone. How did she know? The president's current difficulties are mainly caused by his old friends, so it should be a young newcomer who can bring fresh energy. Finally confirmed, the person who could bring good luck to the White House occupant was the young Ronald. Nancy dialed the White House Chief of Staff. Please find me the Hollywood director, Ronald Lee. I have something to discuss with him. Ronald was relaxing comfortably in Palm Springs. The hot springs there were on the edge of the desert, and the resort hotel had a hot spring area where he could relax when he was tired. There were also experienced masseuses to help him relax his tired body. Nisida and Richard were also soaking nearby. They had put aside other clients and business to focus on accompanying Ronald on his 2-day vacation, and at the same time wanted to ask this important client when he would consider his next film. Mr. Ronald, your phone. A waiter pulled a telephone next to the hot spring and handed it to Ronald. Hello, Ronald Lee? This is the White House. The First Lady wants to speak with you. Huh? Ronald quickly composed himself. First Lady Nancy wants to see me, he mouthed to his 2 agents. The 2 immediately stood up from the spy and leaned close to Ronald's ear. Also wanting to know why the First Lady of the White House wanted to see him. Ronald, this is Nancy, the president's wife. Nancy told Ronald about her troubles, hoping he could think of a way to boost the president's approval rating. Ronald felt that such matters of state were not his concern. It's better to stay away from such high-ranking figures. Nancy indicated that the president naturally had his methods, but this time it was Hollywood's betrayal that had caused the president some criticism. Could she help come up with a Hollywood event to salvage the president's goodwill in Hollywood? It's not that I don't want to help, Mrs. President, it's just that Ronald felt Nisida nudging him gently from beside him. Do you have a good idea? Nancy heard Ronald's voice and thought he had a solution. Truly, the astrological signs favored the First Lady. Madam President, please wait a moment. I need to discuss it with my agent. What? What's your idea? Ronald asked Nisida. It's not my idea, it's my wife Paula's. She was talking to me last night about whether we could find an award for Tom Cruise, like your disabled breakdancing friend. Tom doesn't lack recognition within the industry, but he doesn't have any positive official recognition among teenagers. But last time, it was because the president wanted racial unity that Black and Latino people, and disabled people, were recognized. Tom is a Hollywood star, he'll have to achieve fame and success before he can get an award from the president. Ronald knew that the president had been awarding presidential medals to his old Hollywood friends every year for the past few years. To get White House recognition, it would have to be an honor like an Oscar Lifetime Achievement Award, right? Why not? Tom is disabled too. How is he disabled? Ronald looked at Nisida curiously. He has severe dyslexia. Many people in America have this disability. About 3% of the population has it to some degree. Now in America, this disability is equated with physical disability. Oh, wait a minute. Ronald picked up the phone. MRS. President, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. My agent has an idea. Could we give awards to some dyslexic people in Hollywood to recognize their remarkable achievements in fighting this condition? You know, there are quite a few people with this problem in Hollywood. You're a smart kid, Ronald. Nancy was pleased. As far as she knew, many Hollywood stars couldn't read scripts. Do you know any young actors with dyslexia who have succeeded in Hollywood? Nancy simply outsourced the recommendation to Ronald. I'll discuss it with my agent and give you a list. Great. Nancy hung up the phone. It needed to include not only Hollywood actors but also people from other industries. That way, it wouldn't seem like she was deliberately trying to curry favor with Hollywood. She asked you, besides Tom Cruise, are there any other successful Hollywood figures with dyslexia? Leave it to me, I'll call CAA right now. Nisita was overjoyed, leaping out of the hot spring bath and immediately returning to her room to make the call. I didn't expect you to have dyslexia too. Ronald saw a familiar name and called to ask. Of course I do. I can't even remember my friends' phone numbers. I can't dial the right number even when I have it in my hand. I have to ask my assistant for help, replied Cher, a singer and actress, on the other end of the phone. So you agree? I'll put your name on the list. Great. I never thought I'd get a commendation from the president for this. I always lacked confidence because of this when I was in school. Haha, your success is hard-earned. It's good you can remember the lyrics. That's not difficult, because there's a melody. I'm just afraid of reading. Someone has to read it to me. I have a friend with the same problem as you. He'll be receiving an award at the White House this time. Who is it? Tom? You're Ronald's friend. At the White House commendation ceremony, Cher saw several people receiving awards. Only Tom Cruise was from Hollywood. The others were top figures in their respective fields, such as painters, athletes, and doctors. Ronald told me. Why don't you ever return my calls, Cher? Tom Cruise got Cher's phone number after meeting her at Madonna's wedding. But several times he called, her assistant answered, and she didn't call back, making him think Cher wasn't interested. Hi, I don't know how to dial numbers. I was performing all the time and forgot, Cher replied. So it seems your dyslexia is even more severe than mine. How did you get an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actress? I have a great assistant who reads the script to me, and then I memorize it using a Walkman. That's what I do too. The two dyslexic individuals, both successful in Hollywood, chatted happily. Don't ignore my calls this time. Don't worry, little boy. Chapter 656 Cruise hosts a banquet for Ronald. Thank you, Ronald. In a luxurious French restaurant, Tom Cruise, Paula Wagner, Rick Nisita, and Ronald sat together. The portions at the upscale restaurant weren't large, but they were plentiful. Baked snails, foie gras, steak, prawns, and other delicacies were paired with Alsatian rosé wine, and the group enjoyed their meal. Tom Cruise raised his glass to Ronald. Nisita and his wife Paula also raised their glasses. Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Tom Cruise was very enthusiastic, expressing his gratitude in various ways, from mentoring him to taking him to the dentist, and for the critically acclaimed Top Gun. Paula Wagner's gratitude was the most sincere. She was no longer Ronald's manager, but had instead streamlined their relationship financially. Paula, who had wholeheartedly served Tom Cruise, was deeply grateful to Ronald for helping Cruise take the most important step towards becoming a star. Industry insiders are incredibly well informed. The finished product of Top Gun is exceptionally good, and everyone knows that Tom Cruise's career will skyrocket once his movie is released next year. Ronald's help was less significant, but still crucial. After the Hollywood Bad Boy report came out, although Paula helped Tom Cruise distance himself from the association immediately, being associated with those womanizing, opportunistic, and party-loving bad boys was still damaging to Cruise's reputation. This time, however, the First Lady's recognition unexpectedly resolved this problem entirely. Nancy's Outstanding Individual with Dyslexia award gave Tom Cruise an unexpected image of hard work and diligence, completely distancing him from Emilio and his bad boy gang. Mr. Cruise, it's you on the phone. It's Minnie calling. High-end restaurants often have celebrities dining there, and what they need is the tranquility of ordinary life. Therefore, The waiters here are all trained to never approach for autographs. Tom smiled shyly and stood up to answer the phone in the hallway. Oh, my God, Paula Wagner slammed her head heavily on the table. What's wrong? Ronald looked at her curiously. Whose call is that? Whose code name is Minnie Mouse? Paula looked up and downed her glass of rosé wine. It's Cher, huh? The two of them, Ronald suddenly realized, the two seemed to have hit it off at Madonna's wedding. I'm troubled. I can't ignore it, but I can't interfere too much, Paula Wagner said, looking distressed. His ex-girlfriend, Rebecca Demoni, was a much better match. It's a pity they didn't have much feeling for each other. As Tom Cruise's main agent, Paula began to control the situation. She absolutely couldn't let this relationship be exposed. Paula strictly ordered the two to only date in private and never be photographed by reporters. So, when they called, they used cartoon characters as code names. Paula also unexpectedly gained another task, to act as a go-between for Tom Cruise and Cher, finding opportunities for them to fly together on dates. Would going public with this relationship cause such a big problem? Ronald wasn't quite sure. It was a joint decision made after a meeting and an argument between our agents and me. Cher looks very well maintained, very stylish, and has great presence. Can't the fans accept it? No way. The age gap between them is too big. Cher is 16 years older than Tom. She's already 39 this year, and she debuted as a singer. Her age is no secret. Tom Cruise was accumulating a massive female fan base, his asset, and also his curse. Ronald understood a little about the power of stars. When a film project was first conceived, neither major studios nor independent producers could guarantee a box office hit. But if a star was willing to star in a script written by an unknown newcomer, that star would naturally attract a large audience to watch the film. This naturally created a market foundation, often turning producers from indifference into enthusiastic supporters. But this support didn't come for free. The star had to fit the audience's expectations. Like the late action star, Steve McQueen. He only needed to drive a few fast, beat up some villains, and then get together with a female lead, and audiences would love it. His other roles, however, were box office flops. Therefore, Steve McQueen had to maintain his bad boy tough guy persona. In real life, he also engaged in racing, womanizing, and smoking. What might be bad habits for others became virtues for him. Unfortunately, his excessive smoking led to his untimely death from lung cancer. Tom Cruise, on the other hand, is positive, energetic, and vibrant. Fans expected him to date and marry a gentle woman of similar age. Cher is 16 years older than Cruise, and going public with their relationship could easily cause him to lose fan support. Without fan support, Tom would no longer be a Hollywood star. However, as an agent, one cannot interfere too much in a star's private life. After all, you are just their agent. Even family members find it difficult to interfere in personal relationships in freedom-loving America. Moreover, agents are also a vulnerable group when dealing with established stars. Being fired is commonplace. So Paula Wagner oscillated between two directions, struggling to maintain a balance. Both stars' management teams were in agony over the sudden romance. Ronald, Tom Cruise returned with a smile and sat down. How long will you stay in Los Angeles? I'll be going to Chicago soon. Director Scorsese has confirmed the filming dates, and Mr. Paul Newman called me too. I'll be joining them. This is my first time acting with an Oscar winner, the four chatted for a while, then Paula paid the bill. She took Cruise to the Hilton Hotel first. Cherry wanted to see him today. Ronald and Nisita remained, continuing to drink rosé and enjoy dessert. Paula, thank you so much for Nancy's praise. It solved Tom's biggest problem, being associated with the bad boys. Being in the bad boys isn't all bad, Ronald said, taking small bites of pudding. At least teenagers idolized them. The term bad boys had gradually expanded, no longer limited to the male actors in that report, but also including several actresses they hung out with. The Boys Club, as the media generally acknowledges it, consists of actors who starred in The Breakfast Club and Street. Elmo's Fire, Demi Moore and Ali City are now considered official members of the Boys Club as well. There's something I don't understand, Ronald said, gently shaking the bowl he was holding. Why does First Lady Nancy keep coming to me? I don't actually have a particularly deep relationship with her. In fact, it's not as close as my relationship with Vice President Barbara, where I helped her son. I've already inquired about this from various sources, Nisita said, clearly valuing Ronald's relationship with the White House. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. There's a rumor in Hollywood that Nancy is a serious astrology enthusiast. Ever since the president was shot in 1981, he consults with new astrologers for every trip and personnel change. Maybe you're compatible with him? Ronald was stunned, but upon reflection, it seemed very possible. Are Barbara and Nancy's astrological signs particularly incompatible? Ronald recalled the conflict between the two women. Who knows? Anyway, you need to be careful with your relationship with Nancy, and don't do anything that's beneath your status. Ronald, you have a bright future ahead of you. Your films always exceed everyone's expectations. Hollywood will be your playground in the future, so don't get involved in the complicated affairs of Washington. I understand. Ronald thought to himself that his childhood friend Douglas had already reminded him of this. But since First Lady Nancy is making her move, I'll just obediently do as she says. Just don't try to curry favor. You've always been wise. Nisita clinked glasses with him. I never worry about you like I worry about other CAA clients. What's wrong now? Ronald sensed something was amiss in his words. It's Stallone again. Mr. Ovitz is worried about him every day. PFFT, Ronald said in a good mood. Another drink. Tell me, what happened to him this time? Our Rocky baby. Do you remember Schwarzenegger's girlfriend? The one who starred with him in On Her Majesty's Blade, named Bridget Nelson. Yes, what happened to her? Ronald had seen her at Cameron's place. She's Stallone's girlfriend now, huh? Ronald asked in surprise, his mind starting to imagine the two action stars fighting over an actress. Schwarzenegger is pursuing a Kennedy girl. But Bridget is hard to shake off once she's got her hands on him. I heard that Schwarzenegger, through his agent, secretly sent nude photos of Bridget Nelson to Stallone's agent. Really? Ronald was taken aback by such explosive gossip. If we didn't even know that, we wouldn't be CAA's agents, Nisita replied with a laugh. You know our Sly, he's as strong as a bull, but his womanizing skills are so-so. With such a beautiful woman right here, of course they quickly became inseparable. In Rocky IV, they even gave Bridget a small role as the villain's wife. Stallone is currently trying to find a script where he and Bridget can play the male and female leads together. Ha 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 ha. Ronald couldn't help but laugh after listening to Nisita's whispered account. This Italian stallion is really devoted. Chapter 657 Costner invites you to a beer. After a 2-week break, Ronald returned to the editing room to work on Dragon Squad 2. For the first time, Ronald felt a lack of creative drive while editing. In his previous films, including the first Dragon Squad, he had eagerly tried to painstakingly extract the final cut from the stock footage. Sitting in front of the editing machine, Ronald sometimes felt like an ancient Greek sculptor, watching the final product, slowly arranging and combining elements from a pile of film and sound recordings according to his mental image, ultimately creating a work of art. But this sequel, Ronald struggled to muster that creative urge. It felt like he was merely completing a task, no longer sculpting with a chisel, but more like a plaster caster, placing plaster into the mold of the first film, waiting for it to take shape, then breaking the mold to extract a statue that, while not exactly art, could still fetch a good price. Never having felt this way before, Ronald called the master editor Walter Murch, asking him to come to the set. Walter Murch had finished producing the 3D short film Captain IO and was exploring the stereo soundtrack for this new type of 3D film. Hearing Ronald's call, he immediately came to see his protege. After spending 2 hours reviewing several reels of the original film, Murch smiled and said to Ronald, "There's nothing wrong. You've made a very typical Hollywood commercial film, you're just experiencing some aesthetic fatigue." What? Ronald didn't understand Murch's meaning. When a director shoots the same type of film many times, they accumulate a lot of experience. They have a deep understanding of where to slow down the pace, where to speed up, all the narrative and camera work, and editing techniques. This way, when you edit, you don't feel the same excitement as when you faced numerous challenges the first time. There's a famous saying in our industry, directors and editors always get bored before the audience. Then what should I do? Ronald took a sip of his goji berry tea, and indeed, he felt that way. Either you try to change your genre, or you get someone else to edit your film. Murch shrugged, clearly having no good solutions. Ronald couldn't do either, so he continued spending time in the editing room making editing decisions. After viewing the film more objectively, Ronald began to criticize the actors' performances. Like him, a director experiencing aesthetic fatigue, Ralph Macchio and Noriyuki Morita's performances also tended to fall into a formulaic pattern. This wasn't intentional, It was a problem with the script. Dragon Squad 2 was essentially the same as the first film in its core, an underdog who, with the help of a master, defeats a powerful enemy and wins the heart of his sweetheart. Because it was the sequel, the audience expected more of a story. So the plot was expanded in every aspect: sharper conflicts, stronger enemies, a more romantic story, a larger budget, more novel filming locations. Both lead actors seemed to be automatically playing the roles established in the first film. Fortunately, there was newcomer Tomita Tanrahi, who was starring in the series for the first time. Therefore, Tomita's performance was full of the unique charm of a newcomer making her film debut. Judging solely from the romance, the second film is better than the original, and the chemistry between the two actors is also better. The editing continues, and one weekend, Ronald unexpectedly receives a call from an old friend inviting him to his home. Kevin. Ronald walks into a small house in the suburbs of Los Angeles. Ronald, welcome. Kevin Costner ushers him into his new home, casually taking a can of Budweiser from the refrigerator and tossing it to Ronald. Kevin Costner has also become famous, but he seems quite unfazed by fame or fortune. He called Ronald to come over, and the two simply drink beer, like two old high school classmates. Costner's role as the male lead in Comet Night was small, but it garnered some attention. However, the film's box office success only brought him some new script offers, not widespread fame. On the contrary, the recently released Battle of Silverado brought him sudden fame and the money to buy a new house. Battle of Silverado is a traditional Western, and even in today's declining Western film scene, many executives at the 7 major Hollywood studios still have a strong affinity for the genre. The film's success has rekindled these old-timers' hopes of bringing Westerns back into mainstream theaters. Congratulations, Ronald took a sip of his Budweiser, picked up a pizza and some beef jerky from the table, and started chewing. He chatted with Costner while watching a baseball game on TV. Director Kasdan still remembers what he owes me. I'm very lucky. The main reason Costner was able to play one of the 4 male leads in Battle of Silverado was because director Lawrence Kasdan wanted to repay a favor. A few years earlier, in The Great Cold, Kevin Costner played the college student who died at the beginning, but Kasdan cut all of his scenes from the final cut. Back then, at the home of Meg Tilly, who played his girlfriend, the other cast members were still mocking Costner because he didn't have the expensive cashmere scarf the crew had given him. Lawrence Kasdan remembered this incident and, after taking on the role in Battle of Silverado, specifically cast Costner as the lead to repay the favor. Battle of Silverado was a Western, and for a long time, no one wanted to make Westerns. This somewhat retro Western unexpectedly did well at the box office, and with the support of film critics and major studios, it received high praise. So, for a time, Costner became a minor star in the Western genre, earning a considerable amount of money and renting an apartment. He also remembered that Ronald had given him his first role and invited him over for beer. "How is the box office?" Ronald asked Costner. This carpenter-turned-actor had a certain quality that made people feel at ease around him. "Not bad. The producer said it'll probably stay in theaters for about 3 months, but the box office won't be too high. However, Westerns have a fixed audience. I heard the TV rights sold well, and they'll be releasing on VHS by the end of the year. How much are you planning to sell it for?" $99.99, still too expensive. Ronald shook his head, taking a sip of beer. Most movie VHS tapes now sell for close to $100. Most American families can't afford them. Their more common option is to rent one from one of the newly popular video rental stores. It costs between $1 and $3 a day. "Cindy, get us some more chicken wings," Costner said to his wife in the room. "Okay, I'll come after I put Annie to sleep." Costner and his wife Cindy were a sweet couple who had been dating since high school. They had a good relationship and had just had a daughter, Annie, last year. With Kevin Costner's role in Ronald's film Coherence Night, and a basic living allowance, Cindy became a stay-at-home mom. Soon, Cindy put on an apron and went to the kitchen to make snacks for her husband and friends. She was a beautiful dark-haired woman. "Here you go, Ronald, have a taste." Cindy had great respect for Ronald, who had brought hope and their first big sum of money to their little family. "Oh, it's delicious. Kevin is such a lucky guy." "Yes, I'm so lucky." Costner and Cindy kissed. Then they continued watching the World Series with Ronald. This year, the final two were the Louis Cardinals and the Kansas City Royals. Bang! Left fielder Lonnie Smith hit a single. "You know what? Lonnie only transferred from the Cardinals to the Royals this year. This is the first time in World Series history that a player has reached the finals like this. Oh, he's really motivated, Ronald toasted with Costner. The other man knew baseball history like the back of his hand, and with such an expert explaining things, Ronald found the game very interesting. Kevin, is there anything to eat? Ronald saw a disheveled man emerge from the study. Michael, there's still pizza on the table, you can take it. Costner pointed to Ronald and the pizza he had left. Thanks. The disheveled Michael picked up the pizza and put it in his mouth, still cold. Don't you want some hot tea or something? Ronald asked, seeing him struggling to eat. There's hot coffee in there. Costner pointed to the kitchen. Thanks, I'll be done soon. Michael finished the pizza, picked up what looked like a script, and walked out. Who is he? Ronald asked. He's a friend of mine. You know, when I was down on my luck, I had a lot of friends, screenwriters, makeup artists, actors, we all hung out together. I got out of trouble before them, and now if any of these friends are in trouble, I let them stay at my house. Kevin Costner was very good to his old friends. You should tell Michael not to leave food everywhere, it attracts cockroaches. Cindy cleared out a pile of snacks and packaged cakes from the study. I'll talk to him. Michael used to be very good to me, he just lacks opportunities. Costner talked to his wife about it, but in the end, Michael was allowed to continue living at their home. Is his script really that good? Ronald asked. No, but I can't kick him out either. Costner smiled and shook his head. This friend always wrote some far-fetched stuff, and the pacing was off. He could only provide him with a place to stay. After a few months, if he felt hopeless, he would naturally go back to his hometown. Could you add some more romance to chapter 658? Rocky IV. The movie was once again handled by Bill Conti, the composer of the first film. He declined Sylvester Stallone's invitation and instead chose Ronald and Weintraub. Here, when Daniel and Kumiko kiss for the first time, I want a panpipe piece, that ethereal Ryukyu style, just like the first film. Ronald brought out the edited working copy and discussed the music he needed with Conti in detail. This method, rather than the industry standard of composing incidental music first, was more suitable for creating the atmosphere of the film. Conti and Ronald spent a day together, fully understanding his intentions, and then chatted over coffee. Bill Conti didn't not want to work on Stallone's Rocky IV, but the situation on Stallone's side had deteriorated to the extreme. His girlfriend, Bridget Nielsen, had been with Stallone in the editing room the entire time, hoping to secure her screen time and close-ups. Stallone let her have her way, completely disregarding industry norms and contractual issues, infuriating director John Avildsen to the point of almost turning against him. Logically, Stallone wouldn't be so infatuated with a model-turned-actress, would he? Ronald found it unbelievable. The woman's daily expenses were exorbitant, all paid for by Stallone. Stallone, however, seemed quite pleased with himself and didn't seem to care. You don't understand us Italian-Americans, Ronald, Bill Conti asked him. What do you think of Italian-Americans? They're good at food, good at picking up girls, and a lot of gangsters are Italian-Americans, Ronald replied. After the huge success of the Godfather films, Americans began to see Italian-Americans as family. Perhaps Italians in Italy are indeed as you say, Conti replied, but Italian-Americans have often been immigrants for 2 or 3 generations. In New York's Italian communities, the winters are harsh, lacking the exuberant environment they had in Southern Europe. Plus, we're Catholic and often disciplined by our mothers, so many Italian Americans aren't very good at picking up girls. Our parents used to cook traditional dishes, but our generation, like you, mostly just reheats frozen food and orders takeout. Besides, most Italian Americans work in low-paying jobs, like running grocery stores or laundromats. Very few actually go into gangs. Oh, Ronald exclaimed, suddenly understanding. Stallone, also born in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, wasn't actually the romantic Italian type from the movies. Even after achieving fame, he wasn't the type to charm women. Having a blonde Scandinavian model throw herself at him was a sweet surprise for Stallone. Soon, the initial production of The Kid with a Dragon was complete. After watching the sample footage, Weintraub was very satisfied. He organized a test screening for Columbia Pictures and his own company's employees while preparing to submit it for MPAA rating. Ronald enjoyed a few days of leisure, but was caught by a call from his agent, Richard. Ronald, the MPAA rating went smoothly, But the producers feel that with the introduction of the PG-13 rating, the PG rating has more leeway. They hope you can add some more ambiguous scenes between the male and female leads. Richard, are you out of your mind? Dragon Rider is about teenage things. How can I film particularly ambiguous scenes? Ronald was discussing acting with Helen Slater when he suddenly heard this request and almost spat out his drink. My bad. I wasn't clear. I wasn't talking about Dragon Boys 2, I was talking about Top Gun. Huh? How can you reshoot that? Top Gun was released almost 6 months ago, and Tom Cruise is currently filming my teacher Martin Scorsese's The Color of Money. Come on, producers Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer are looking for you all over the world. They're very insistent. Okay, I'll come to your office, honey. I'm sorry, my producers want me to reshoot some scenes. See, they have no respect for me at all. Who wants to reshoot scenes 6 months after filming? Ronald was actually hoping someone would contact him. Helen was preparing for her next film, The Wicked Husband, and hearing that Ronald was free and attending Meisner's acting training class, she also signed up. Since Ronald had missed Michelle Pfeiffer's class due to a scandal, having a familiar new co-star was a good thing. However, Helen's acting was truly a headache. She always approached Meisner's acting training from the perspective of Shakespearean plays. The demands on acting skills differ greatly between theater and film. Ronald and Helen had been rehearsing for 2 days at their Malibu Beach villa, and Ronald was so exhausted he didn't want to act with Helen anymore. Richard's call allowed him to leave without any burden. You go ahead and work on the film, it's important. I heard Hollywood is waiting for your Top Gun to be released. I'll go back and rehearse with my classmates from the training class. Helen kissed Ronald. She was actually gentle, beautiful, and had a great figure, a top-notch partner. As long as she didn't discuss acting with him. I also rented this villa for a weekend. You can invite your best friend Helen Hunt over. Ronald got dressed, went to the bathroom to freshen up, and prepared to leave. Okay, she's taking training classes with me, so I'll practice acting with her. Helen lay down, pulled the blanket over herself, picked up the remote, turned down the volume, and started calling her best friend, Helen Hunt. Ronald, having finished combing his hair, came out and saw Orson Welles being interviewed on TV. The film master, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, now had a gray beard and had lost a lot of weight. He even sounded a little weak. Ronald felt a pang of pity for him. Because of his difficult reputation, no one in Hollywood was willing to invest in his films. In his later years, his health was poor, and he had no one to accompany him. He had created a genius Citizen Kane at the age of 24. He truly deserved to leave behind many more classic masterpieces. I'm going now, Ronald said, kissing Helen goodbye. Helen snapped out of her long kiss and continued her call with her best friend. Oh, it's Ronald. What's up? I don't care about anything else right now, as long as I'm happy. I'm still able to play the lead role in a movie, all thanks to him. You know, both of my movies were box office failures. So why the sudden addition of scenes? Ronald arrived at the CAA office and saw Don and Jerry, the two bearded men, waiting for him. Ronald, we did a few more test screenings in Chicago and Detroit in the Midwest, and Houston and Atlanta in the South, and the audience response there was just as good as in New York and Los Angeles. But they got a little bit of the same feedback. Bruckheimer took out an audience feedback questionnaire and handed it to Ronald. They generally felt that the romantic scenes between the male lead, the Lone Ranger, and the female lead, the instructor Charlie, weren't enough. They wanted more ambiguous, kissing, and slightly erotic sex scenes. I don't quite understand. Why didn't audiences in New York and Los Angeles give this feedback? Ronald read through the excerpts of audience comments. Indeed, many people said that the Lone Ranger and Charlie didn't have a dramatic scene. It wasn't satisfying, not exciting enough. Remember the parents in Oklahoma City? Don Simpson shouted from the side. Of course, Ronald remembered this saying the two producers liked. It represented the aesthetic tastes of the vast majority of small-town parents in America. To maximize box office revenue, the film's aesthetic taste should ideally conform to theirs. Ronald, the truth I know is that if you treat American audiences like idiots, you'll make a fortune. Huh? Ronald, used to Don Simpson's astonishing pronouncements, didn't react much. What do you mean? Don Simpson explained slowly to him. Compared to the East and West Coasts, where the population is more educated and the atmosphere is more open and liberal, the vast majority of America's population actually lives in the Midwest, the Great Lakes region of Illinois, where Chicago is located, and the areas of Kentucky, Indiana, and Missouri, which are relatively western compared to the East Coast, and the South, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Texas. Compared to the openness of the two coasts, people in these two regions have strong religious sentiments, prefer conservative values, and also prefer straightforward romantic relationships. Although Ronald's film, The Lone Ranger and Charlie, kiss passionately on a motorcycle, and Charlie even imitates the lines from the character of the Goose's wife, asking the Lone Ranger to take her home, teenagers in New York and Los Angeles, having been immersed in movies and novels for so long, already understand the mutual attraction between the male and female protagonists through such slightly ambiguous expressions. However, for teenagers in the Midwest and the Deep South, if two people don't have a passionate kiss and a sex scene, it doesn't count as mutual affection. Very insightful, but why didn't you say so sooner? Now that Tom is filming The Color of Money, it's going to be difficult for him to take on a different role, given that my teacher Scorsese is known for his strictness. The two producers also gave awkward laughs. In the past 6 months, America's film rating system has undergone significant changes. Last year, to ensure the box office success of adventure films like Indiana Jones, which contain scenes unsuitable for PG ratings, Spielberg and Lucas pushed the MPAA to introduce the PG-13 rating, positioned between PG and R. This rating strongly advises parents to provide special guidance for children under 13, as some material may be inappropriate for children. However, the PG-13 rating was immediately exploited by the 7 major studios, who downgraded many films originally rated R to PG-13. Even John Milius's Red Dawn, a film about teenagers fighting guerrilla warfare against the Cuban army in America and the Soviet Union, was rated PG-13. This year, even more films have been classified as PG-13, essentially transferring the original R ratings here, while the R ratings accommodate more scenes intended for adults. In the latter half of the year, the MPAA further revised the PG-13 rating. The definition was changed to parents please note that some material may not be suitable for children under 13, removing the special instructions. With the overall content becoming more relaxed, the original PG rating became less strict, allowing studios to cram in more suggestive scenes. Previously inconvenient, more direct erotic scenes could now be openly categorized as PG. Well, okay, Ronald said, understanding the context. Higher box office returns were certainly not an option. I'll fly to Chicago and plead with my mentor, Scorsese. Hopefully, we can borrow Tom Cruise for reshoots. Chapter 659 Scorsese's Fury. The flight landed at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Ronald wasn't used to the flight time. Most of the time, he traveled between New York and Los Angeles. He rarely visited Chicago, the Midwest, the Deep South. Ronald's impression of these places, which made up most of America's population, was limited to the views he saw from the plane. "Put this on," said Bud, who had accompanied him, taking a coat from his bag and draping it over Ronald's shoulders. "Thanks, Chicago winters are cold, much colder than New York, let alone warm Los Angeles." Ronald put on the wool coat and exhaled a puff of white breath. Breaking news. Renowned Hollywood director Orson Welles has tragically passed away at his home in Hollywood due to heart attack. Welles was scheduled to travel to UCLA that day for theater directing work and then record the Mel Griffin talk show that evening. His driver found him unconscious at his home. Orson Welles had given an interview just a few days prior. Let's take a look at his last appearance on television. At the baggage carousel, Ronald and his agent, Nisita, were waiting for their luggage when they inadvertently saw the breaking news on television. Ronald licked his lips. This brilliant director, with whom he had enjoyed conversations just a few years ago, had passed away so suddenly. "I really shouldn't have worked in Hollywood. Hollywood is a big market, and the market often works against artists. If those Hollywood producers don't like your work, you're in trouble. You have to spend a lot of time and energy. In my case, I spent the latter half of my life trying to convince them that their feelings were wrong, that I could make films that balance art and the market. I don't believe in compromise, I won't compromise. There's no truth in compromise, unless you're a politician. But film is an art of compromise, in a way. Making films is like playing politics. You have to learn to compromise, so I don't belong in film." Listening to Orson Welles' heartfelt words, Ronald believed that perhaps this 70-year-old man had foreseen his impending death, hence his honesty. A little affected, He went to the counter and bought a pack of Marlboro cigarettes, offering one to Nisida and Bud Jr. The three of them smoked at the exit. Being in the film industry, they all felt it was a pity that Orson Welles' talent hadn't had a chance to flourish. Bud Jr. went to the Heard car rental counter to pick up the car he had booked, and the three drove to the film set in silence. The Color of Money was filmed in Highland Park, a wealthy neighborhood in northern Chicago, about 25 miles from downtown. It's characterized by old buildings, a quiet environment, and numerous mansions. With fewer than 30,000 residents, it's home to Chicago's upper class. Paula Wagner emerged from the set and handed Ronald and Nisida each a visitor's badge. "Watch out, Marty's not in a good mood." Ronald put on the badge and walked onto the set with Nisida and Paula. "Cut," Martin Scorsese shouted, though it was still rehearsal. He habitually used formal filming terminology. Tom Cruise, hearing the call to stop, immediately ran towards the trailer, rubbing his hands together to warm them. Sitting in the trailer was Paul Newman, the superstar who co-starred with him. "Kid, you still have a lot to learn." Newman handed him a cup of hot tea. "Did you audition and finalize your costumes in the summer?" Yes." Tom Cruise took the tea and took a sip to warm himself up. Always remember, you need to find out when filming starts and what the local weather is like." Paul Newman, wearing a fur-collared coat, comfortably instructed Tom Cruise. "Hi." Ronald saw Tom, nodded to him, and then went to director Martin Scorsese. "Marty." Ronald went up and hugged Scorsese. "Ronald." Scorsese hugged him back. He had been feeling a bit better lately and wasn't coughing as easily in winter as before, but Scorsese was still wearing thick clothes. "Have you heard about Orson Welles?" "Yes, I saw him at the airport." "How sudden." "Hey, I love his black and white films. I've shown them to you students at NYU countless times. Are you here to visit the set?" Scorsese finished his pleasantries and asked Ronald's purpose. "Here's the thing, my producer wants to reshoot some scenes, so he's begging you to lend Tom some time." "What scene?" "An intimate sex scene, only 2. It can be filmed quickly. I promise it won't delay your filming." "Oh, that's impossible." Martin Scorsese flatly rejected Ronald's invitation. "My films are works of art, and I don't like actors crossing over into different roles. My schedule is very tight, and there are many parts I don't know how to shoot. The actors have to be immersed in their roles to create chemistry. Many times, I rely on the 2 male leads to improvise. You know, Ronald, that kind of chemistry is hard to achieve. If you let Tom act in a romantic scene, he'll have to find his footing again. That back and forth means I have at least 3 or 4 days to deal with a Cruise who's not on the right state of mind. Why don't you postpone it until I'm finished filming this?" Ronald didn't expect Scorsese to be so blunt. "When will you finish filming?" "Next March." "That won't work. I don't have time. This film was originally scheduled for release in May. I still need to re-edit, cut the negatives, do test screenings, make revisions, and then make over 1,000 copies. There's simply not enough time." "That's your problem." Scorsese's face fell. Paula Wagner rushed over. "I don't agree with Tom taking on this role. You said Tom wanted to be a real actor. Is this how he treats the profession?" Paula's face was grim as she pulled her husband aside to discuss it. Ronald's face was also grim. It was only supposed to be a 2 or 3 day shoot, but Scorsese seemed so heartless. "Let's wait a bit." Paula said Marty's been in a bad mood lately. "Oh." Ronald heeded Nisida's advice, and the two found a place to sit down at the filming location. Ronald poured 2 cups of goji berry black tea, and they slowly sipped them while waiting. It was already dark when Ronald saw Scorsese announce the end of today's rehearsal. He then went up to speak to him. "Ronald, are you still here?" Martin Scorsese patted his arm. "Sorry, I was in a bad mood earlier. The thought that the movie I wanted to make had no investors and I had to make a sequel to this decades-old film made my blood pressure rise." "Sigh, I understand." Ronald waved his hand and took out a Marlboro and handed it to him. Scorsese, who usually had lung problems, inexplicably picked up a cigarette and lit it on the match Ronald handed him. Cough. Scorsese coughed twice, slowly exhaling smoke with Ronald. "You know, teacher, I saw the video of Orson Welles' last interview at the airport today." "Oh, what did he say?" "He said he regretted it, that he didn't have the talent to compromise. His films had to be made according to his intentions. If he compromised, they would drop from masterpieces to third-rate flops. He hoped he could compromise with producers, help them make a few box office hits, and then make the masterpiece he wanted to make." Sigh, Scorsese sighed deeply. We artists all face this problem. Their mood softened, and Ronald didn't mention borrowing crews. The teacher and student chatted. It turned out that Martin Scorsese's most desired film was a long-prepared movie about Jesus Christ. However, due to the controversial subject matter and story, no one was willing to invest. Since the box office failure of his last film, The King of Comedy, Scorsese had even been reduced to acting in a few episodes of a television series. It was only through the connections of Nisida and Paula that his agent managed to get this film, a collaboration between two generations of stars, Paul Newman and Tom Cruise, to Michael Eisner, securing investment from Touchstone and Screen Fund. This represented an unprecedented compromise for him as a director, to make a commercial film for a production company before making the Jesus story he wanted to tell. You know, Ronald, I'm Italian-American. My father owned a laundromat, and I grew up next to my mother and relatives' irons. They told me stories from the Bible. I've been Catholic since childhood, but I'm not that devout. I've been divorced several times, I understand. This Jesus story is the film you've dreamed of. Ronald understood that this was a childhood obsession for his teacher, Scorsese. Yes, you understand me best. Directing a star is a different story than directing an actor. Even Paul Newman is difficult. You'll soon experience that too. I'm in a bad mood, so, Ronald didn't speak. Scorsese seemed to want to confide in him, but hesitated. Actually, there are other reasons why I'm in a bad mood. It's related to Isabella. It turned out that Scorsese's ex-wife, Isabella Rossellini, quickly entered the modeling world after their divorce, debuting at the advanced age of 30. Her striking resemblance to her mother, Ingrid Bergman, quickly attracted the attention of many big brands, and she soon became a spokesperson for Lancôme. Not only that, she also had a daughter, Ingrid, with another model, Widman. Later, she broke up with Widman and recently began dating director David Lynch. As a Catholic, Scorsese didn't allow his ex-wife to act in his films. Who knew that after the divorce, Isabella would thrive? She had children, modeled, acted in movies, doing everything Scorsese had previously forbidden her from doing. Lynch recently asked her to star in a movie, Blue Velvet. She plays a controversial dancer, lots of nudity, and scenes. I called her, but she wouldn't listen. Ronald scoffed. He couldn't interfere in this kind of thing. On one hand, she was his university professor, and on the other hand, he and Isabella were friends. Listen, Ronald, never let your girlfriend do nude scenes again, or worse, get a role in another director's film. You won't like that. Scorsese, having come to his senses, threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. I can have Tom reshoot your movie, but I can only give you 1 day. Do it on the weekend. Don't take up my time, no problem. Ronald happily threw his cigarette away too. 1 day it is. Chapter 660 Hairstyle Problem. With only 1 day to film the sex scene between Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis, Ronald needed to be fully prepared. The first problem was Tom Cruise's hairstyle. For The Color of Money, to portray Vincent, a billiards expert and Eddie's apprentice, played by Paul Newman, Tom not only grew his hair long, but his hairstylist gave him a conservative long sideburn style to match Paul Newman's image in the 1961 film The Maverick and the social atmosphere of a small southern town. However, in Top Gun, Tom Cruise's Lone Ranger sported a typical Navy short haircut, with a hair length and sideburns at typical military style. This haircut couldn't be fixed. It was impossible to shave Cruise's hair short again for Ronald's 1 day reshoot and then have him wear a wig in The Color of Money, or wait several months for it to grow long again. Ronald couldn't think of a good solution for the time being and had to return to Los Angeles to discuss it further, seeing what the hairstylist could do. The second problem was that the rhythm of the two characters' romantic story needed to be rearranged. Originally, Ronald's story about a Lone Ranger and Charlie had a set rhythm. They met and developed feelings for each other in a bar, discovered each other's true identities in an airport class, and then clashed over Charlie's criticism of the Lone Ranger's flying style, followed by a car chase and a kiss. Afterwards, the Lone Ranger's partner, the wife of the goofball, played by Meg Ryan, revealed in a bar that the Lone Ranger had genuine feelings for Charlie, dispelling their remaining doubts and misunderstandings, and they became a couple after dinner. Finally, after the Lone Ranger shot down 3 MiG-28s, he chose to return to Miramar Naval Base as an instructor at Top Gun School, where he met Charlie again. The 1 hour and 47-minute film had its own rhythm for every shot. Adding a passionate scene between the two without disrupting the original rhythm was a challenge for Ronald. He had two options. One was to have sex immediately after their first kiss, the other was for Charlie to return specifically to comfort the Lone Ranger after the goofball's accidental death, followed by their sexual encounter. However, both insertions had their own problems. The two had just kissed, which lacked build-up, and the emotional low point of the partner's death felt abrupt. Let's put it earlier, otherwise the audience's emotional roller coaster will be too much. Charlie comforting the Mavericks over his partner's passing is understandable, but immediately having sex would damage the Mavericks' image. Paula Wagner definitely wouldn't allow that. Ronald glanced at Rick Nisida, who was working on his laptop in the seat next to him on the return flight. What? Is there a problem you need me to solve? Nisida noticed Ronald's gaze, closed his laptop, and asked for Ronald's opinion. Now, in his mind, Ronald's importance had subtly surpassed that of Francis Coppola. I'm thinking about how to add that sex scene. It's like a seesaw. If I put it down here, other plot points will float up, making it difficult to balance the beginning and the end. I can't help you with that. Do you need a script doctor? I can find William Goldman for you. He's got plenty of free time right now. Not for now. Ronald knew Goldman's name. He was the screenwriter for great movies like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and A Bridge Too Far, and also a novelist. Though he faded from Hollywood after the 1980s, now only occasionally taking on script consulting work. He could ask Goldman for advice if he had any difficult questions, but the difficulty of inserting a sex scene was something his seniors would laugh at. There is something you can do for me, Ronald said to Nisida, remembering something. Orson Welles once asked me for a favor. His first film after returning to Hollywood in 1958, Touch of Evil, was poorly edited by Universal. He wanted to find the original film stock, re-edit it according to his suggestions, and see if there was any chance of a re-release, or a video release, or a sale to television stations. In short, he wanted to bring his original ideas to the screen. I know that almost 30 years have passed, and the chances of finding the negatives are slim. He once wrote a letter to the executives at Universal, saying that he had seen dozens of suggestions for the initial cut. If I could find the original of that letter, I would like to buy the screenplay rights to Touch of Evil, attach Welles' letter, and republish it, so that at least film students can see all of his genius. No problem, I'll take care of it as soon as I get back to Los Angeles. Film is like a seesaw. If you put a shot here, the rest will tilt, so you need to add a weight here, Ronald muttered to himself while looking at the wooden plaque on the study wall. In the end, he added a passionate scene after their car chase and passionate kiss. However, this made their relationship seem too fast-paced. After the scene where the Maverick visits Charlie's house, Ronald arranged another meeting between them. Charlie invites the Maverick to his home, and the Maverick skips his beach volleyball match against Iceman to keep the appointment. But when he arrives at Charlie's house, he discovers that Charlie is only interested in his close encounter with a MiG-28. Feeling hurt, the Maverick leaves alone. To make the transition in the romance smoother, Ronald rewrote a scene where Charlie and the Maverick meet in an elevator the next day. Charlie tells the Maverick that while she mainly wants to learn about the MiG, she doesn't usually invite men to her home to discuss technical issues. This setup makes the later passionate scene seem more natural. The script order was finalized, and the storyboards were drawn. Ronald nodded in satisfaction. Now only Tom Cruise's hairstyle remained to be determined. Ronald, McGillis has flown in from New York. Come talk to her, producers Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer called Ronald. Okay, Ronald put down the script and sketches. Perfect timing, I finished writing the new scene, let me show it to you, you should come first. Bruckheimer's tone on the phone was unfriendly. What's wrong? Don? Jerry. Ronald arrived at Paramount's production office, pushed open the door, and saw a blonde woman inside, Kelly McGillis. What happened to you? Ronald exclaimed. The two producers behind him were also sitting in chairs talking on the phone. McGillis turned around and gave Ronald a sweet smile. Ronald, long time no see, but this smile looked terrifying to Ronald. McGillis had cut her blonde curly hair short in 6 months. It wasn't extremely short, but it was noticeably different from the light blonde, slightly wavy, sexy hairstyle he sported during the filming of Top Gun. Why did you cut your hair short, Kelly? Ronald knew where the two producers' dissatisfaction came from. Why are you all saying this? I know you were going to reshoot scenes in 6 months, McGillis said, a little annoyed. I went back to New York to audition for a Broadway play, and they needed a short-haired role, So I cut it short. It's not that short, is it? McGillis said, leaning forward and tilting his head to show Ronald the length of his hair. The blonde hair was a bit darker than before, neatly set above his ears. Looking down, Ronald saw a few light downy hairs on his neck, and his snow-white neck and collarbone stirred something within him. Is there anything we can do? Ronald looked away and asked Bruckheimer. Don has already contacted the best hairstylist and special effects makeup artist he could find. They'll see if there's any way to fix it. Soon the hairstylist arrived and began working on McGillis. I need it restored to this extent, so the audience can't tell the difference. Ronald picked up a half-length portrait of McGillis taken on set, a photo originally intended for a promotional poster, and said to the two professionals. Oh. Okay, the hairstylist was a somewhat effeminate man wearing a baseball cap, accompanied by two beautiful assistants. He paused for a moment upon hearing the request, then lifted McGillis's hair and compared it to the photo. Sir Ramsay's magic. More than an hour later, the hairstylist and his two assistants finally finished Kelly McGillis's hair. Ta-da! The hairstylist moved the mirror away, allowing Ronald and the two producers to see. The curl is reproduced very well, but it's still a bit too short. Is there any way to fix it? Don Simpson turned to the hairstylist. Two options, either shave it even shorter or put on a wig, the hairstylist suggested. McGillis shook her head at Ronald and the others, indicating her opposition. Ronald looked back at the hairstylist. Or we could find someone with similar hair color and texture and extend it strand by strand. This requires meticulous work and fresh hair. We'd have to go to the set to do it for her. It would take about 5 hours, and it would only last a day. No way. Now it was Ronald's turn to say no. He only had 1 day for filming, and spending 5 hours on hairstyling wouldn't guarantee McGillis's condition. Then I'm afraid I can't help you. Ramsay's magic is limited too. The hairstylist raised a delicate finger, indicating his inability to do anything. Ronald looked at him, then at McGillis. This half-baked approach wouldn't work. The audience would eventually notice the flaws. If they were pulled out of character here, they would lose focus for the next 5 minutes, severely impacting box office and critical reception. What if you put a baseball cap on her? Ronald suddenly had a brilliant idea. He snatched the hairdresser's hat off and walked over to McGillis, putting it on her head. Nobody says Charlie can't wear a baseball cap, right? McGillis was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Ronald, who was almost nose-to-nose with her. Indeed, Charlie can wear a baseball cap. Ha. That's settled then. Ronald, you're a genius. Don Simpson laughed heartily. Hey, you come with us to Chicago and fix Tom Cruise's hair too? For the love scene, McGillis is lying in bed with her hair covered by pillows. The camera can just show it. The length won't be easily noticed, Bruckheimer added thoughtfully. You really are a genius, McGillis smiled, looking at Ronald. This so-called genius, how about the honor of buying you a drink? Ronald was in high spirits. Did you drive your Ferrari? McGillis flirtatiously tossed her hair behind her ear. As you wish. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661 You Kiss Her on Screen, Off Screen. The Top Gun production team received an additional budget. Ronald, along with the cinematography, props, and makeup teams, went to Chicago and rented a television studio. They quickly built 2 sets. One was Charlie's house, a replica built exactly from a still from the original shoot, showing the house and bedroom exactly as they were on the beach outside Los Angeles. The other set depicted Charlie and the Lone Ranger meeting again in the elevator at Miramar Air Force Base the day after their breakup at home, rekindling their interest in each other. By the weekend of the following week, everything was ready. Ronald arrived at the set early to direct the crew in preparing for a full day of reshoots. Ronald, what do I need to prepare? Tom Cruise rushed over from Highland Park. He had just finished a scene with Paul Newman the night before and was now playing a completely different role, filming a passionate scene with Kelly McGillis. Having worked with Martin Scorsese so often, Tom Cruise began to consider his acting performance more carefully before each scene. Scorsese and Paul Newman, with their extensive experience, offered him a lot of guidance. Today, there are no demands on your acting skills. Just focus on showcasing your masculinity. Let your feelings guide you. Okay, that's easy for me. Tom laughed heartily, revealing his perfectly white teeth. After becoming famous, his teeth underwent a complete overhaul by Hollywood's most expensive dentist, resulting in a standard American smile. "Remember that bathroom scene? Your scene with Val Kilmer?" Ronald asked Cruise. "Of course. Well, this scene also involves a shower, where you meet Charlie again in the elevator. I need wet hair to conceal your hairstyle, so the audience won't notice the significant change." "No problem, I'll go take a shower now," the hairstylist had visited Scorsese's set a few days earlier, observing and experimenting extensively. Perhaps inspired by Ronald's decision to have Kelly McGillis wear a baseball cap, he came up with an idea: have Tom Cruise shower and comb his hair back to minimize the impression of hair length. "Kelly," Ronald called back to McGillis. "That's great." Ronald adjusted McGillis's baseball cap, a few strands of blonde hair peeking out from under the cap, falling across her forehead and temples, adding a touch of playfulness. He continued to brush a few more strands of blonde hair away from the edge of McGillis's cap. McGillis showed an unusual shyness. Such intimate gestures in front of others made her a little uncomfortable. However, she also enjoyed Ronald's care and couldn't help but laugh. "Remember this feeling? The scene in the elevator will be like this." "Yes, sir." McGillis smiled even more happily. Action. With everything ready, Ronald quickly started filming. Scorsese had only given them one day. The camera began shooting in the small, elevator-like room that had been set up. McGillis was inside, wearing a black baseball cap. Tom Cruise was wearing a tight tank top, revealing his muscular upper body, a towel draped around his neck, and his hair was still wet and combed back. He entered the elevator from the side and behind the camera, then faced it. The Lone Ranger saw Charlie and gave the knowing smile one gets when seeing someone they like. Charlie saw the Lone Ranger too, touched by his smile, and smiled back. Ronald gave a gesture, and the props team pulled the fake elevator door with a rope. With a whoosh, the door closed. Cut. Ronald was satisfied with the shot. The smiles of the two protagonists were like those of a couple who had a failed first date, but still felt a connection the next day, their eyes meeting again. "Restore, restore," the props team shouted, opening the fake elevator door. The camera switched to a close-up, continuing to film the two protagonists. Later in the editing room, these two shots would be edited together. This way, when the audience sees their conversation again, they will naturally assume it happened after the elevator door closed. Action. As soon as the door closed, the Lone Ranger immediately turned to Charlie, smiling broadly. "Looks like you need to take a shower," Charlie teased. "Yes." Tom Cruise's smile held a hint of shyness. 6 months had passed, and he was no longer single. Cherry would come to see him whenever she had the chance. Even when filming these scenes, he was still thinking of Cherry, and his sweet expression would be very appealing to female viewers. PFFT, Kelly McGillis chuckled. She also knew about his relationship with Cherry. He had spoken to her on the phone for half an hour before filming began. "I just wanted to tell you that although the MiG-28's data is very important to me, but," McGillis sighed, then forced the words out. It was as if she had said something that embarrassed her. "I don't usually invite male students to my house." Charlie seemed to have made a great decision. "You are," the Lone Ranger approached, his expression serious. Male hormones began to fill the air, and Charlie felt the pressure. "Please understand, the MiG's data is very important to me." Ding. The props team used an electric bell to simulate an elevator bell. Several other set crew members opened a fake door. An officer walked in. The Lone Ranger and Charlie suddenly separated. After a while, once the officer had exited the elevator, Lone Ranger approached Charlie as soon as the fake door closed, smiling and looking into her eyes. "I'm glad we've cleared things up," he said this, but Cruise's eyes told a different story. He stared intently at Charlie. Charlie, captivated by his gaze, returned his look to Lone Ranger's lips, her eyes darting up and down. Cut. Ronald was satisfied. Tom Cruise's acting, under Scorsese's tutelage, had clearly improved significantly. Kelly McGillis, a professional Broadway actress, excelled at these ambiguous and complex scenes. They said they invited him to their home for work, but their glances and body language spoke volumes. This was the most comfortable, expectant, and longing stage for two people who had been celibate for a long time, admiring each other but not yet officially starting a relationship. After consulting with the director of photography, Ronald announced that the elevator scene was finished. The crew moved to another scene, Charlie's bedroom. "I want this backlighting even darker," Ronald said, checking the lighting in the bedroom scene himself through the camera before giving instructions to the cinematographer. To avoid breaking the audience's immersion in the scene and to prevent any mishaps with the actors' hairstyles, Ronald decided to use a very dark shooting method for this abrupt love scene. The curtains were tightly drawn, with only 2 semi-transparent white curtains left open to let in a little light from outside. In most cases, such love scenes could only be filmed as silhouettes. Ronald deliberately avoided showing the audience anything too explicit. After all, this was a PG film, only light kisses and hugs were allowed, the main purpose being to let the audience fill in the missing parts with their own imagination. The set was cleared, leaving only the cinematographer, Ronald, a few necessary lighting assistants, and the sound crew inside. "Are you done, Kelly?" Ronald gently knocked on the dressing room door. "I'm done." Kelly McGillis emerged, wearing only a long white shirt. Ronald observed the effect from a foot away. McGillis was incredibly sexy. Her white blouse, typical of a working woman, accentuated the intellectual beauty of instructor Charlie in the dim light. McGillis stood on tiptoe, her hands on Ronald's chest. "If you were the male lead, I wouldn't have to stand in the ditch." Ronald smiled slightly. "The ditch is inevitable. It's just that I'm standing below it." McGillis's gentle touch tickled his chest hair. Looking into McGillis's eyes, he leaned closer, like the character of the Lone Ranger, with a subtle yet aggressive intensity. "Wait for me after we're done filming," McGillis whispered in Ronald's ear. Ronald felt a tingling sensation rise from his waist, down his left ear, and down his neck, as if someone had acupunctured him. Ready, Tom Cruise was already shirtless, waiting in the room. The two positioned themselves, the soft light filtering through the curtains, backlighting them and creating beautiful silhouettes. Action, the camera motor hummed softly. The recording of Take My Breath Away by the Berlin Band played gently, helping the actors get into character. McGillis and Cruise looked at each other, slowly moving closer. The camera framing was positioned perfectly at their knees. Below, out of the camera's viewfinder, the set crew had dug a trench beforehand. McGillis stood in the trench, making her appear several inches shorter. This made Charlie and the Lone Ranger appear very similar in height in the camera's viewfinder. McGillis didn't have to be distracted by bending over and kneeling while performing this very subtle, ambiguous scene. They drew closer still, until their lips lightly touched, quickly separated, and then kissed again. Ronald's hands gripped his thighs. Scorsese was right. Watching the woman you're flirting with film a love scene with another man is a terrible experience. Worse still, Ronald was the director, so he had to focus on their acting and give direction if the chemistry wasn't right. Their lips, fingertips, chins, and noses were deliberately touched lightly. This kind of scene could easily be rated PG. Then they lay on the bed and continued filming a silhouette-like love scene against a backlight. Although there was no nudity, it was incredibly arousing. Cut. Finally, they finished filming the scene. It was almost evening. Tom Cruise was in a hurry to leave. Cherry was coming to Chicago to visit the set, and he wanted to get back to his hotel quickly. McGillis, left behind, filmed a shot in the sunset, showing a man waking up alone in the afterglow, seeing a paper airplane folded by the Lone Ranger on his bedside table, clearly an F-14 Tomcat. Cut. Ronald was also aroused. Having confirmed the scene was alright, he grabbed McGillis's hand and pulled her outside. McGillis stumbled, startled. "My shoes." "It's alright, the assistant will take care of them." Ronald simply bent down, scooped McGillis up by the waist, and carried her to the car. At the hotel, McGillis took the initiative to put her arm around Ronald, and the two, avoiding the gazes of the lobby staff, quickly entered the elevator and went straight to their room on the executive floor. Ronald used his key card to open the door and went inside. McGillis followed, turning on the light. She was barefoot, standing on tiptoe, wearing a thick trench coat and no shoes. Snap! Ronald turned the switch off. In the dim light filtering through the windows of Chicago's upscale district, Ronald pulled McGillis close, and the two hugged tightly. McGillis gently brushed her fingertips across Ronald's face. Another tingling sensation washed over him, and Ronald also slipped his hand inside her trench coat, wrapping it around her waist. She was still wearing that white shirt. With a whoosh, Ronald pushed the trench coat off McGillis and it fell to the floor. Ronald's fingertips lightly caressed McGillis's waist and back, then his lips gently touched her neck and cheek. McGillis felt that electric shock-like sensation as their skin touched and then separated. Their lips pressed tightly together. Ronald pressed an electric switch on the wall of the upscale hotel, and the curtain slowly drew shut. Only a dim floor lamp remained in the room, along with two people passionately kissing. Chapter 662 Nancy's 3 Invitations to Ronald. After developing the reshot footage, Ronald spent several days in the editing room re-editing it before sending it to Paramount for a new cut. Producers Don Simpson and Bruckheimer were very satisfied with this version of the film. The inclusion of passionate scenes would attract not only male viewers but also many female viewers. They agreed to organize another audience screening in early January to gauge the reaction. If it was even better than the previous screening, Paramount could print more copies and negotiate with theaters for a larger theatrical release. Everything was progressing well. Ronald continued his vacation. That day, he met up with several Canadian actors working in Hollywood. Michael J. Fox has begun filming the new season of Family Ties. In this season, he plays Alex Keaton, a supporter of the president, who falls in love. His girlfriend is played by Tracy Pollan, and Fox seems very interested in her, cutting off contact with his other girlfriends to focus solely on dating her. Comedian John Candy, the chubby guy, keeps teasing them, saying the writers should have Tracy Pollan's character, Ellen, marry Alex on the show. Seriously, I think I recently saw that ABC also started a season of a family drama. Is it competing with you guys? Ronald chatted with Fox, lounging on a large sofa in a party house, eating nuts. The group, not particularly boisterous, enjoyed this type of party. Yet, NBC supports the Elephant Party, and ABC supports the Donald Party. The father is a psychiatrist, the mother is a TV presenter, and their values lean towards the progressive Donald Party. But we're not worried, the ratings haven't been affected much. John Candy knows all about these inside stories. The character Alex Keaton, played by Fox, is so popular that he's given the Elephant Party a lot of points in the election. He also frequently explains the president's economic policies on the show, and many young people imitate Alex's words and actions. This makes the Donald Party a little nervous, so they quickly launched a competing family comedy. After all, the competition between the two parties ultimately boils down to winning over young people. What's that show called again? Ronald, who doesn't watch much TV, asked Candy. Growing Pains. Just then, he turned on the TV, and ABC was rebroadcasting the show that was competing with Michael Fox. The beginning was quite interesting, with photos of family members from childhood to adulthood appearing on the screen one by one. Ronald saw Fox watching the jokes of the rival show with a slightly nervous expression, his canned laughter no less frequent than the familial bond. He interrupted, "My Top Gun and Dragon Boys 2 are coming out next summer. You guys should both come to the premiere." Of course, the two agreed, snacking as they went. As actors, they preferred to do more movies rather than be tied to television series. "Will you be going to premieres all over the world?" Fox asked. "Maybe." Producer Don Simpson is contacting premieres in Britain, Australia, Japan, Hong Kong, and other places. "I'll be attending a few. My schedule is tight." Back to the Future had a London premiere arranged. They called it a royal premiere. All the royal family members came, and I even sat with Princess Diana. She was a nice person, without any royal airs. Meanwhile, on the East Coast, in Washington, D.C., in the heart of America, at the White House, First Lady Nancy was discussing Princess Diana's visit to the White House with astrologer Joan Quigley. "Does her birth date match the president's? When should I schedule the welcome banquet? Who should I invite as guests? I've done the calculations." Princess Diana's astrology is very mysterious, especially during Mercury retrograde. Her astrology seems to conflict with the president's. Joan Quigley hinted at her intentions to Nancy twice before, regarding a client hidden in the White House, but neither time it worked. Nancy, who usually follows her astrological advice without question, inexplicably hadn't followed it twice regarding this client's request. "What should we do then?" Nancy asked nervously. "Given Princess Diana's status, you shouldn't invite more politicians to clash with him. A clash between the British royal family and the upper echelons of America could easily disrupt the peace of the White House. Just one or two key figures are enough to maintain the balance of the astrology," Joan Quigley continued, suggesting that Nancy should trust Donald Reagan, the White House chief who had been reassigned. "Then I'll invite more of my old friends in Hollywood. Won't they clash with the royal family?" "Of course, that's good. I heard Princess Diana loved to dance, and Hollywood has several dance kings. Why don't you arrange more entertainment figures and fewer politicians?" Do you remember that younger man with a similar name to the president I mentioned last time? He could play a crucial balancing role. Expert Joan Quigley continued to hint to Nancy to make more use of Donald Reagan. Okay, I'll get him. Your advice always works well. He was very helpful the last 2 times. Nancy thought of Ronald Jr., who happened to be a director of musicals and would definitely be a dancer. Then she'd find some new and old dance kings to dance with a beautiful princess. The last 2 times, Joan Quigley hung up the phone, a little confused. Had Nancy misunderstood? It seemed she'd have to use a different approach next time. Otherwise, if the White House executive paid $30,000 and didn't achieve his goal, his reputation would suffer. Ronald, the White House wants to talk to you, Nisita called, telling Ronald that the First Lady wanted to speak with him again. Why me again? I'm just a director. Since deciding to distance himself from the bigwigs of politics, Ronald hadn't proactively contacted the president and vice president and their spouses. But when First Lady Nancy called, he couldn't refuse. He could only answer the phone with a smile, wondering what the old lady wanted this time. Ronald, Prince Charles and his wife are visiting the White House this time. I heard Princess Diana loves to dance. Could you find a few young dance stars to come to the White House? We can fulfill her little dream, huh? Ronald was bewildered. The dance stars I know are all from the generation of Gene Kelly and Fred Astaire. I suppose the princess prefers younger people. Do you have any recommendations? I remember John Travolta, who starred in Grease, was a global sensation a few years ago. As for those breakdancing duos, breakdancing is mainly a solo dance. If the princess comes, it'll probably be a duo, right? The British probably aren't as open-minded as you, willing to lower themselves and dance breakdancing with the public. Ha ha ha, you're right. The British always pretend to be so conservative. I'll let John Travolta know if there are any male celebrities young women are interested in these days. Tom Selleck, who plays Detective Hawaii, seems pretty popular now. Young women love him. Ronald racked his brains and named a celebrity. These two were once national superstars. Even Tom Cruise wasn't as well known as them. Excellent choice. You have to come too. Ronald had no idea what Nancy was up to. At the White House dinner, she was introducing the First Lady to several charismatic Hollywood stars and even making them dance. What was she planning? He didn't dare ask. He could only obey the First Lady's orders. Ronald called Nisita and asked him to inform CAA client John Travolta. John Travolta had been fallen from his peak for a long time. His film, Dragon and the Phoenix, directed by Sylvester Stallone and starring Travolta, highlighted his own star status. Although it did well at the box office, the reviews were terrible. He was getting fewer and fewer good scripts. With Ronald's help, Travolta was grateful to be able to attend the White House state dinner. At least he could appear in the news. In the White House banquet hall, Travolta and Ronald sat at the same table. They raised their glasses to cover their conversation, whispering amongst themselves. Why did the First Lady make me dance with a princess? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? Or is it some kind of European royal etiquette? Ronald didn't know either. I have absolutely no idea. To be honest, we Hollywood people only have a little bit of fame because of the audience's love. In the eyes of the big shots, we're nothing. Anyway, we just do what the occupants of the White House tell us to do. Just be mindful of etiquette and don't overstep boundaries. I think you're right, Travolta agreed. The band began to play music. First Lady Nancy walked over and patted Ronald and Travolta on the back. It's your turn, young men. Go and keep the beautiful princess company. Travolta and Ronald exchanged a glance, then stood up and walked towards Princess Diana. May I have this dance? John Travolta, with Broadway flair, extended his hand to Diana, inviting her to dance. Of course, Diana readily accepted, and they began the foxtrot. Ronald took a sip of champagne. Tall and with excellent eyesight, he clearly saw the crown prince in the distance, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Click, click, photographers began snapping pictures of Princess Diana and John Travolta. Travolta, true to his reputation as the new Hollywood dance king, guided Princess Diana in a light, graceful twirl. Diana's little black dress, with its deep V-neck, fitted all the way to her knees, flared out dramatically below, perfect for dancing. Her skirt swayed gently with each step. When the dance ended, Travolta and Diana exchanged greetings, and Ronald quickly joined the applause. Nancy then moved to the Hollywood stars' side, urging Tom Selleck, Clint Eastwood, and other charismatic male celebrities to join the princess in a dance. Ronald only noticed that the princess was dancing more and more happily, while the crown prince's face grew increasingly long. "You go too, Ronald," Nancy said, running over and patting Ronald on the back. "I'm not a star," Ronald muttered, but still stepped forward to invite Princess Diana. "I wonder if I have the honor of dancing with you, Your Highness. I'm Ronald, a director from Hollywood. How I know you. When I went to see Back to the Future, Fox mentioned you. If it weren't for your strong recommendation, he probably wouldn't have gotten the role." He's exaggerating. "The production team's first choice was him, it's just that his schedule didn't work out." Ronald gently led the beautiful princess into a waltz. Diana, too, had short, light blonde hair, but her demeanor and temperament leaned towards innocence, quite different from the image of a princess Ronald had in mind. She mentioned wanting to take William and Harry to see Back to the Future, but worried they were too young to appreciate it, and also afraid of missing the screening period and not being able to see it again. "You can buy him a videotape, and he can watch it at home, no, in the palace, when he's older," Ronald suggested. "A great idea. What's your next movie? Will it also premiere in London?" Diana wore a beautiful necklace around her neck. It was a 4-pearl necklace with a large emerald set at the chest. Paired with her blue velvet dress, it looked very elegant. "It's Top Gun, a movie about fighter pilots. Boys will like it." "Great, I'll go to the royal premiere too." As the music ended, Ronald bowed deeply, performing a polite gesture, though it was unclear whether it was appropriate. Diana covered her mouth and laughed. It seemed he had overdone it. However, the crown prince's face seemed less gloomy. Ronald's bow was as rustic as that of a country cousin from America, but far more respectful than the previous celebrities. Travolta then invited the princess to continue dancing. The crown prince's face began to darken again. His mother had warned him. The American president wanted to assert his dominance within the Anglo-American alliance. The British Prime Minister's wife was too assertive, repeatedly attempting to dictate the Allies' policies regarding the Soviet Union. The Americans might use this dinner to their advantage. "The president has arrived." The belatedly arriving president entered the banquet hall. He had met with the crown prince and princess, and then had some official business to attend to, hence his late arrival. After a brief welcoming speech, the president stepped forward and invited Princess Diana to dance. Photographers nearby began snapping away. "Looks like it really was all planned out," one remarked the president. Ronald retreated to the side, not wanting his photo to appear on tomorrow's front page. When the song ended, everyone applauded again. The crown prince came over and politely invited Nancy to dance. Meanwhile, Princess Diana danced with abandon. Travolta and she danced one song after another, foxtail, rumba, waltz, and cha-cha, for over an hour. Click, click, photographers captured the princess's movements and her slightly flushed face, flushed from the heat. A lovely lady, Clint Eastwood, who hadn't had many opportunities to dance with Princess Diana or have any reporters taking pictures, remarked as he watched her dance. "Is she talking to me?" Ronald thought to himself. Ever since Clint Eastwood didn't cast his son in Dragon Rider, he hasn't spoken to me. Sure enough, Clint Eastwood turned around, saw Ronald, and frowned in disgust. Then, in his soft voice, he said, "I heard you've made a few blockbuster movies, but Hollywood is a place where long-term commitment is key. You still only drink Pepsi and not Coca-Cola." Ronald didn't want to talk to this old movie star and listen to his lecture. So he specifically asked about something that made Eastwood uncomfortable. HMPH, young man, because his son wasn't cast in Dragon Rider, Eastwood refused to film movies for Coca-Cola's subsidiary, Columbia Pictures, and also refused to have Coca-Cola appear in any films he was involved in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Finally, John Travolta finished his last dance with Princess Diana and retreated to Ronald's side. "She was truly a charming lady," Travolta exclaimed. "You're going to be famous. You'll probably be on the front page tomorrow," Ronald said. "What am I going to do? When the First Lady asks you to do something, it's best to do it her way," Travolta shrugged. "Only one chapter tonight." Chapter 663, the agreement written on a napkin. When Princess Diana visited the White House, her dancing with several Hollywood stars was featured in the newspapers. A photo of the princess dancing with John Travolta was published. The article also mentioned the president dancing with the princess. The news reports were very formal. Although Prince Charles wasn't the official head of state, the reception was conducted at the level of a state banquet. However, What the Americans were concerned about was that the beautiful princess clearly blushed while dancing with the Hollywood stars. Anyone who dances for an hour and a half would probably blush, Ronald said to the gossipy McGillis. Why aren't there any pictures of you? McGillis lay on the sofa reading the newspaper, wearing a pair of business trousers that revealed her legs in a sexy way. Look at the back row, I'm next to Eastwood, Ronald said, pointing to a corner behind the photo. I really envy her. Every girl who sees her long, flowing wedding dress at her wedding dreams of looking that beautiful on her own. I didn't know you were the kind of person who wanted to get married. Ronald put his arm around McGillis's waist and kissed her on the cheek. I'm not, but that doesn't stop me from fantasizing. Get up, I've prepared vegetarian sandwiches. I'll take you to the airport later, Ronald said. Ronald was very happy with his brief but passionate relationship with McGillis, but he couldn't quite understand her. Sometimes he felt like he was in a movie, and McGillis was just playing the role of a woman he was having an affair with. Very delicious. Maybe if you weren't a director, you could make a fortune opening a restaurant. Ronald smiled and picked up the more newspapers his agent had brought him to read. The reports from Britain focused more on the treatment the prince and princess received in America. They didn't like Travolta, the disco star, and pointed out that the dancer Princess Diana originally wanted to dance with was the ballet master Baryshnikov, who had defected from the Soviet Union. Nancy would have to get Baryshnikov to wear 3-inch heels so he could reach the princess's waist, Ronald thought maliciously. Honey, are you really not going to stay in Hollywood? You'll be a star after Top Gun comes out, Ronald said, putting his arm around McGillis, who had just finished her sandwich. Haha, you're an incurable optimist. It's just a good popcorn movie. I'll still be on Broadway, maybe Scorsese will notice me and I'll get a role in his next film. Are you serious? Ronald raised an eyebrow. It seemed McGillis wasn't entirely confident the film would be a hit. I'm just kidding. You're a great director, Ronald, McGillis said, stroking Ronald's cheek. Half an hour to the airport, she hinted. After seeing McGillis off to her flight back to New York, Ronald returned to his office at CAA. Spielberg's wedding is in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He didn't invite many friends from the industry, so besides being his best man, you'll also be a witness at the court ceremony, Nistidis said to Ronald, holding up an invitation. Oh? Why New Mexico? Ronald took the invitation and glanced at it. And not on a church? No, it's a synagogue. Stephen is Jewish. Why? Because I don't like the media attention. I believe marriage is a matter between two people, so we came to this quiet town to avoid the media. After we are seen by the judge, we'll go to Europe for our honeymoon. By then, the media won't have heard the news. A few days later, in the small town of Santa Fe, Ronald received Spielberg's answer directly. Previously, Ronald had been very uncooperative in dealing with the media. After several Hollywood actresses were linked to him in scandals, he actually fled to the other side of the Pacific. Spielberg felt that Ronald was someone who could keep secrets from the media, and since he had helped Ronald in his career, he was the perfect choice for best man and witness. Ronald was naturally eager to attend, and secretly traveled to Santa Fe, the state capital, to attend the wedding of America's highest-grossing director. Although Santa Fe was the state capital, its permanent population was only slightly over 50,000, and in the 1960s, the government passed a law requiring buildings to maintain a Spanish-style appearance. Many early concrete buildings had been rebuilt with tiled roofs and thatched walls. The two played video games in a classically styled hotel room. The newly released game Kung Fu was quite interesting. Ronald and Spielberg took turns playing, but still couldn't beat the second level. By the way, what did you find there? I heard it's open to Hollywood film crews for location shooting. Not bad. Most of the buildings there have retained their 40-year-old appearance. It's much cheaper than building sets for period dramas. Stephen, you're here. Spielberg's friend, lawyer Saul Cohen, found the two playing games. He seemed to have something to say. It's nothing, Ronald is my friend. Is there anything I can help you with? Spielberg was still operating his Nintendo game console. He didn't usually play Japanese games, but seeing Ronald playing, he found it quite interesting. Have you prepared your prenuptial agreement? New Mexico is a fair state. Saul Cohen was a little worried about his friend's property division and came over to confirm. No problem, I've already taken care of it. Spielberg waved him off. That's good. In Hollywood, discussing these things won't hurt feelings. Amy should understand. Her family has arrived, I'll go talk to them. Ronald had heard about the prenuptial agreement and admired Spielberg's confidence. Ronald felt it wasn't appropriate to discuss these things with his bride before the wedding. Marriage was a sacred thing, and considering the division of property in a divorce before marriage felt a bit awkward. "Stephen, can I ask how you negotiated it? Doesn't the bride mind this kind of thing?" "Hey, Ronald, it's a matter of mood and speed." Spielberg adjusted his round glasses. "Generally speaking, actresses understand these things, so the key is to minimize any discomfort. In the restaurant where we agreed to get married, I found a napkin and quickly wrote down the prenuptial agreement. That way, even if she felt uncomfortable, the upcoming wedding would immediately overshadow her feelings." "On a napkin? Is that legal?" "Of course, America is a country that values commitments. What's written down and signed is the agreement." Spielberg didn't want to talk much about his private life. "By the way, are there really many cheap film production professionals available to hire there?" "Yes, I saw a very skilled lighting technician whose salary was only a few $dozen a month. Santa Fe is at an altitude of nearly 2,000 meters, and Ronald felt slightly unwell after a night's sleep. He got up, ordered breakfast, and then waited for Spielberg and his fiancée, Amy Irving. The couple was dressed to the nines. Spielberg wore a tuxedo and bow tie, while Amy Irving wore a very conservative wedding dress with only a touch of lace below the neck. New Mexico Supreme Court Justice Thomas Donnelly presided over their wedding ceremony. The bride's sister served as her witness, and Ronald served as the groom's witness. After a brief ceremony, without any religious vows, the judge declared 38-year-old Spielberg and 31-year-old Amy Irving united. The marriage was legally recognized under New Mexico law. The entire ceremony was short but sweet. Amy Irving was overjoyed. After thanking Ronald and others, she and her new husband left hand in hand. They were about to honeymoon in Europe. For some reason, Ronald felt a strange urge to confront McGillis again. Actresses always seem a little suspicious when they portray intimacy. They play women in love or sweet brides with such practiced ease. Perhaps Spielberg, with his vast experience, is far more adept at discerning acting than he is. He loved Santa Fe's climate and architecture, but disliked the dizzying feeling that high-altitude cities gave him. Ronald quickly returned to Los Angeles. Minahan Golan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, came to pick him up at the airport. "Ronald, you've got to do me a favor." Ronald looked at the radiant Minahan, who had been making waves at numerous European film festivals, especially Cannes. Since the huge success of Breakdance, this year at Cannes, he had saturated the outdoor advertising space, leading the local media to sourly call the Cannes Film Festival the Cannes Festival. "How can I help you?" Ronald was determined not to make another low-budget exploitative film like Minahan's. "I remember you're friends with Frank Zeffirelli. I'd like to invite him to make a film, to come to Hollywood and make the Shakespearean opera he wants to make." "Oh, that's possible." Ronald remembered the old Italian director of Brooke Shields' Infinite Love, who had been disappointed with Hollywood and returned to Italy to direct operas. If his favorite opera could be adapted into a film, he probably wouldn't refuse. "That's great. I'm afraid I can't get him to do it. He's a true master, a classic." Ronald pursed his lips. Minahan always had a strange misunderstanding of Hollywood. He didn't know that although Zeffirelli was renowned in the opera world, if Hollywood offered him money, he would definitely fly from Italy immediately. "This is our new strategy, signing those directors who have previously made a name for themselves in Hollywood. That way, we can gain respect in the international market." Minahan pulled Ronald to Cannes Films, looking at a napkin mysteriously. "What's this?" Ronald noticed another napkin with writing on it. "This is an agreement signed with Jean-Luc Godard, a famous director of the French New Wave. He will make a Shakespearean classic for Cannes." Carefully examining the agreement written on the napkin, Ronald suddenly understood Minahan. This Israeli outsider needed to constantly invite famous directors to create films in order to pre-sell more films in international markets like Cannes. Those film buyers in Europe and the Third World are out of touch. If you tell them that breakdancing received praise from First Lady Nancy, they won't react much. But if you say you've hired Jean-Luc Godard or Frank Zeffirelli to direct, they'll remember that you've won over big directors from 10 or 20 years ago, and you're sure to be a Hollywood mogul. This poor Israeli still hasn't been accepted by the Hollywood mainstream, but he has made some name for himself in Europe. Don't worry, I'll call Zeffirelli when I get back. He'll be very happy to have an art-savvy boss like you hiring him to direct the movies he wants to make." Ronald patted Minahan on the shoulder. "How are your other movies doing at the box office?" "Ha ha ha, very good. That movie that parodies Stallone did even better in Europe than his original, First Blood 2, Minahan Golan laughed heartily. That film you recommended, Runaway Train directed by Goncharovsky, received a Golden Globe nomination for Best Actor and has a good chance of being nominated for an Oscar. Congratulations, Ronald felt that Minahan's hard work had finally paid off, with both box office success and awards. Perhaps next year, executives from the other 7 major studios would invite him to play golf. Chapter 664 Tom Cruise's Christmas Cake. Dragon Boys 2 went smoothly. Those selected by the theater had long anticipated seeing a sequel, so they were all film buffs. Ronald sat in the back, counting the enthusiastic applause from the audience. It all matched his planned points perfectly. Especially the character of Tomita Tanling, while not as beautiful as Elizabeth Shue, she perfectly embodied the current American trend of Asian beauties. Furthermore, her character, Kumiko, was more assertive than Ali in the first film, and even got slapped by the villain, Chang Shan, for Daniel's sake. Their romantic scenes were even more captivating for the audience. The final move, a rattle drum style of attack and defense, was more philosophical and professionally executed than the crane kick in the first film. The main issue was that Ralph Macchio's own kung fu was terrible. He couldn't even maintain his balance during the crane kick. Rattle drum, with both feet on the ground, combined with the camera's framing and editing, used a combination of parrying and striking to defend against Chang Shan's attacks while naturally striking the opponent's weaknesses with the other hand. After the test screening, Ronald observed from outside the restroom. Many boys had started practicing their parrying and striking techniques. Hi, watching 2 middle school-aged boys throwing wild punches while muttering rattle drum, Ronald felt confident. It's a sure thing, sequels are generally more stable at the box office than the first film, and Ronald and Weintraub smiled broadly. I've decided to accept Mr. Cockley's invitation to become the president and CEO of the newly independent United Artists. Thanks to the positive test screening reviews of the sequel to Dragon Boys, Weintraub finally secured the management rights of United Artists. Congratulations, Ronald stepped forward to hug him. Of course, you're exploitative. Commercial films can still be produced in collaboration with my Weintraub Films, distributed by Columbia. Weintraub planned to revive United Artists' tradition of art films, while turning its Weintraub Films into an independent production company. I haven't found a suitable script yet. We can discuss it in detail when I have an idea. Ronald's words were somewhat dismissive. He wanted to run his own production company and didn't need to collaborate with Weintraub's company anymore. Besides, he had his own testing ground. 2 of his old friends at Paramount were vying to distribute his next film, 20th Century Fox, and the new management of Universal had also expressed their willingness to collaborate with CAA. Ronald didn't intend to strike while the iron was hot. He wanted to wait until his Top Gun and Dragon 2 were released and achieved high box office results, which would greatly increase his bargaining power. In the meantime, he wanted his script assistant, David Simpkins, to submit more good scripts and begin preparations. I'll invite Barbara and old George. They usually have a family gathering back home for Christmas. But after that, they'll come to Los Angeles to spend time with their grandchildren. Will you come with us? Weintraub played the vice president's family card again. If Ronald wanted to further strengthen his relationship with his second family, this was an opportunity to tie him to his company. No, I have to go back to Staten Island, New York, to be with my aunt and cousin. I haven't seen them in ages. And if I don't go back for Christmas this time, she'll be very unhappy and won't give me any more cookies. Christmas in America is a time for family reunions. Weintraub patted Ronald on the shoulder. This kind of request to go home couldn't be forced. Donna, hey, Ronnie. Donna, who had driven back from MIT for Christmas, immediately hugged Ronald and gave him a playful kiss. After a year at MIT, Donna had become a bit dowdy. Her hair was casually tied in a bun, and her clothes were just a random outfit, completely different from when she went to school and dressed up carefully. Don't even mention it. Time at MIT is incredibly tight. Study, social, sleep, the 3 S's. Most people can only manage 2. Ronald quickly helped with the luggage, and the 2 entered their new house on Staten Island. But JR, his mother, and his 3 sisters all came to help. The 2 families, both veterans' widows, grew increasingly close. Bud Jr.'s sisters had all found jobs at the new lighting lamp factory, carefully assembling the parts shipped there. When someone rented a lamp, they would help out. Donna, go and rest for a bit. My cookies will be ready soon, Aunt Karen was delighted to see her daughter return and push her, who had driven for hours, to bed. The two families had a reunion dinner the night before Christmas Eve. Bud Jr. would be home the next day to spend Christmas Eve with his family. "My classmates don't know you're my cousin. They all love your movies," Donna happily told Ronald about her experiences at university. MIT truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier university. It's full of brilliant minds. Their evaluation of Ronald's film is even better than some film critics. They especially love Dragon Boys, and perhaps many high-achieving bookworms had similar experiences in high school. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Bud's mother went to open the door, and a deliveryman in a purple uniform brought a large box of small cakes. "It's Tom's Christmas present," Ronald said with a smile as he signed for it. He even shared half with Bud's family. "Oh, this is the best cake I've ever eaten." And it was a gift from the superstar Tom Cruise. Lucy, whom Bud likes, was also invited to dinner. She ate a small cake that Tom Cruise had specially sent, feeling a little sentimental. Bud hugged her, knowing that Lucy was still reminiscing about her acting career. After seeing Bud's family out, the taillights of an SUV lit up in the darkness, and Ronald waved. This kind of gathering of ordinary people, the conversations of Bud's sisters, were quite a far cry from the successful Ronald. He still missed those days. "Ronnie, I have something to tell you." Donna pulled Ronald into the house. "What is it?" "Diane wants to come to our house for Christmas tomorrow." "Great. What about her father, Bert? Is he coming too?" "No, she's coming alone. Her father has a new girlfriend." "That's fine too. I haven't seen her in a long time." Ronald smiled. "But why didn't she call me herself?" "She said she felt bad for you and wanted me to check your attitude. If you're willing, she can come." "Feeling bad for me?" Ronald frowned. "What could she have done to wrong me?" "You can ask her yourself tomorrow. Anyway, she's my best friend. You can't stop her from coming." Okay." Ronald felt a little strange about what Donna said. What could Diane Lane have done to wrong me? On Christmas Eve, Diane Lane drove to Aunt Karen's house on Staten Island in the afternoon. "Diane, it's been so long since you've come to see me." Aunt Karen adored the girl she'd watched grow up. Seeing Diane hesitant at the door, she quickly let her in. "Diane, you're here." Donna, dressed smartly and looking quite dashing, took her childhood friend's hand and led her upstairs. "Ronnie, Diane's here." Then she pushed Diane into Ronald's study. "Diane." Ronald looked at Diane Lane. Today, Diane was wearing a floral shirt, jeans, and sneakers, a casual outfit. A black wool coat kept her warm. Diane Lane was a little reserved, looking at Ronald, hesitant to speak to him. "Have some black tea, I brought it from China." Ronald looked at Diane, and memories of the past few years flooded his mind. He poured her a cup of goji berry black tea and stroked her hair. Then he put his hand down. Diane had matured and developed her own ideas. He shouldn't be so selfish. After all, their relationship wasn't exclusive. "What new film have you got in mind?" Ronald picked up his teacup. Diane had come to apologize, which meant she still considered him her brother. Their relationship went back 6 years to when he first returned to New York. She was also his cousin Donna's best friend, so he could treat her like a younger sister. "Nothing? I don't have any new film offers right now." Diane was puzzled. She took off her coat and hung it on the hanger. "Ronnie, do you have any suitable roles? Could you help Diane?" Donna chimed in. Ronald didn't answer. Diane had her own ideas. It meant she had new plans for her career. "Don't be like that, Donna. Ronald can't completely control every film. He recommended George Lucas's new movie for me, but I was rejected because I can't sing." "Are you planning to go into television?" Ronald had heard that Diane didn't have any new film roles. Was her new boyfriend a television director-producer? "No, I don't have any roles right now, and my green food business failed. I lost a lot of money. So I was a little hesitant to come see you." Diane felt a warmth in her heart when she saw Ronald patting her head as usual, so she decided to tell him her story. "Oh, my God," Ronald realized he had misunderstood. "You didn't lose all the money you made from shooting commercials in Japan, did you?" "I only lost a little." Diane gestured with her hand. "I remembered what you said. I'm saving that money for my retirement." "That's all right. It's not easy for you to have come all this way from being a child star. Being able to shoot commercials in Japan every year means you're at least financially secure, and you can take your time with roles. I'll keep an eye out for you." Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Diane Lane had been tricked so many times, She had finally learned her lesson. Up, Diane felt incredibly warm from Ronald's embrace, and her worries finally subsided. It turned out that the so-called green food Diane was involved in was a series of dietary fiber supplements produced by a company called American United Sciences. His president was Jerry Leonard, former Assistant Attorney General under President Nixon, who claimed that dietary fiber supplements could prevent cancer, heart disease, arthritis, and even new diseases like Locke-Hudson's. The company's monthly sales approached $8 million. The only requirement was to become a distributor, which required stocking a certain quantity of supplements up front. The more you bought, the bigger the discount. Diane, in order to get the discount, stocked over $100,000 worth of supplies. Leveraging her connections in Hollywood and New York, she sold quite well. She even sold some to veteran Broadway stars through Bert's connections. However, before Christmas, the commission checks from United Sciences suddenly bounced. Diane suddenly received many complaints from Bert's old friends, as she had no commission on her sales. The remaining supplements had to be sold slowly as regular merchandise. Diane was responsible. She didn't want to default, so she personally paid the commissions for her father Bert's friends. This was a significant blow. Remembering Ronald's repeated admonitions to save money for a living, Diane felt ashamed to face him. It's okay, it's good you realized it early. This is called multi-level marketing. It's easy to fail, just do the math and you'll know it can't last. Donna listened from the side. It was the first time she knew her best friend had suffered such a big loss. It's okay, if you can't sell them, you can sell them to me. I'll eat them when I exercise. Ronald scratched Diane to cheer her up. Cruz even sent a cake. You should try it, it's really good. I'll keep an eye out for you after the new year. Your talent is still in acting. There aren't many actresses who can act so naturally like you. Ronald looked at Diane, who was clumsy in other aspects of life, and smiled as he flicked her nose. You'll sleep here tonight. Tomorrow Ronald will take you for a walk in Manhattan, New York. Girls shouldn't do those jobs that seem to make a lot of money. There are often many traps. At the Christmas dinner, Aunt Karen also held Diane's hand to comfort her. Knock, knock. Late at night, Ronald suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. When Ronald opened the door, Diane was standing there in her pajamas. He pulled her inside. It's cold today, go warm up first. The two of them gently embraced each other on the bed, their breathing audible to each other. Ronald and Diane both felt a sense of peace and joy on Christmas Eve. Chapter 665 The Australian Film Gorilla. On Christmas Day, Ronald woke up very early. New York's snow season is in January and February, so a white Christmas is rare. This year was no exception. The weather was sunny and a bit warm, above 10 degrees Celsius, requiring only a jacket. After breakfast, Ronald, following Aunt Karen's instructions, took Diane and Donna on a ferry ride to Manhattan for a walk. The slightly humid air filled their lungs. Although it was a public holiday, department stores and several shopping streets were still open. Ronald accompanied the two girls to the shopping street next to Fifth Avenue, browsing for bargains. The shops here weren't large, but they were filled with wholesale goods, from luxury watches and diamonds to women's clothing and plush toys. Knowledgeable tour guides and hotel concierges often brought their clients here. The prices were much lower than in the boutiques on Fifth Avenue. Carrying bags and bags, Ronald draped Diane and Donna on his arms, and the three began looking for a place to eat. Besides the main shopping streets, many small businesses were still open in the neighborhood. The three found a busy Italian cafe and ate some meatballs and pasta. The owners, an elderly couple from the nearby neighborhood, were playing with their granddaughter, who was holding a cat. Are you ready for your social studies class? This time, the teacher is giving a live-streamed lesson nationwide, and all the kids in the country are with you. Ready? The little girl said, happily spinning around on the floor with her cat. Several regular customers complimented her cat and her dress. Ronald hadn't experienced this kind of ordinary New York life in a long time. Los Angeles residents' lives scattered, and the atmosphere of neighbors knowing and helping each other isn't as strong as in New York. Across from the Italian-American neighborhood is the Irish-American neighborhood, and on the other side is the Chinese-American neighborhood. If you look down from a helicopter, Manhattan resembled a colorful mosaic, with various ethnicities living together but not mixed. They respected each other's cultures, yet maintained cultural segregation. This situation often means that it's only with the third generation of immigrants that they slowly begin to integrate into mainstream values and gradually forget their own ethnic traditions. Like Ronald, A descendant of Chinese descent, there's no trace of his heritage in appearance or social circle anymore, only a lingering affection for Chinese culture remains. After dinner, they walked down Fifth Avenue again. In the afternoon, the two ladies went shopping at boutiques. Sometimes, even without buying anything, just looking at the price tags on the nice items they found could make Donna happy for a long time. Diane also laughed heartily, her arm around Donna. She rarely enjoyed the experience of buying bargains. Action. Ronald, waiting at the door to be a porter, suddenly heard someone outside calling out the commands for filming. He called over a salesperson, showed him his pile of purchases, and then handed Donna his credit card, telling her to pay if she liked anything. He went out to see what kind of film crew was shooting. He didn't see any NYPD road closures, only a small film crew across the street at the Plaza Hotel, with cameras and recording equipment set up, filming in their direction. Guerrilla tactics, huh? Ronald chuckled. Back when filming Comet Night. He too hadn't contacted the city due to budget constraints, opting to film secretly. He never expected to see such a reckless individual doing the same thing on Fifth Avenue, the most bustling shopping center in Manhattan. To Ronald's left, a beautiful young blonde woman, her hair draped in a black and white patterned scarf, wearing a deep red V-neck dress, strode quickly toward his right. What's going on? Is someone filming a movie? Donna noticed the commotion and came over to see. Unlike Los Angeles, filming movies and TV shows on the streets of New York wasn't very common. Donna was seeing this kind of location shooting for the first time, peering through the doorway with great curiosity. Probably a small film crew shooting. They haven't even closed the road. Diane, experienced as she was, immediately recognized it as unlicensed filming. Don't cross that line and disrupt their shot, Ronald warned. Although it seemed they were using a close-up camera, making it unlikely she'd be in the shot, she decided to stand back just to be safe. She's a real beauty. But I don't think I've seen her in any movies before, Diane commented on the actress. It might be a low-budget production. Her debut? Cut. The director across from them called for a halt to filming. Linda, this scene is about Sue suddenly realizing who her true love is, and then running to chase after her. So your transition needs to be a bit, you know what I mean. Ronald, taking the opportunity, opened the door with Diane and Donna, ready to leave. Hey, buddy, do you want to make a movie? Could you do a cameo in our next scene? We need a tall guy, the male lead of the film crew, a man with a strange accent, saw Ronald and suddenly extended an invitation to them. Sorry, we have other things to do, Ronald, with the two beauties on his arm, prepared to leave. Hey, we're making a big screen movie, it'll be shown in Australia, don't you want to see yourself on screen? The male lead was from Australia, wearing a crocodile skin jacket, and his cowboy hat was studded with a ring of crocodile teeth. They came to New York to reshoot the ending and saw that Ronald's height was perfect, so they invited him repeatedly. Oh my God. That's Ronald Lee. The blonde actress in the red dress was interrupted by the conversation and recognized Ronald after looking over. Paul, this is the famous Hollywood director, Ronald Lee. The actress named Linda pulled the male lead's hand, telling him to stop bothering her. You know me. Ronald handed the shopping bag to one hand and then shook hands with Linda and Paul. Who doesn't know you? Diane added from the side. Wow, New York is really full of hidden talents. You can see big directors on the street. The male lead, Paul, had a tough guy vibe, and he casually invited Ronald and the others to chat at the Plaza Hotel. Anyway, we need to rest for a while. We don't want to shoot for too long and attract the attention of the NYPD. Ha. Ronald really clicked with these people. They're guerrilla-style filming without money for permission. They're just do it first, worry about the consequences attitude, made him want to talk to them too. Great, let me help you with your things. Linda, the lead actress, was also delighted to have the opportunity to meet a Hollywood bigwig and quickly helped Diane and Donna with their shopping bags. You're Diane? Diane Lane. Inside the Plaza Hotel, Linda recognized Diane again. This time after she took off her sunglasses. It's me. I didn't expect anyone to remember me. Linda burst into laughter. I've known you for a long time. I saw you perform off-Broadway. I was in Death of a Salesman off-Broadway 2 years ago, so she was a Broadway actress. The group sat down in the lobby bar, and Linda Kozlovsky, the woman in red, told Ronald about their film crew. It turned out to be an Australian film crew. They were filming the humorous antics of an Australian country bumpkin arriving in New York and the resulting cultural clashes. The male lead, Paul Hogan, was also the screenwriter and financier. Paul Hogan had a complex background. He had worked as a construction worker before starting his career in comedy on a Sydney television station. He had visited New York when he was young, and it felt like stepping into an alien world. In this metropolis of millions, he greeted everyone in the morning, assuming they would all be going to a bar that night. "Will your film be shown in America?" Ronald asked them. "Not necessarily," Paul Hogan replied. "Australia hasn't made a proper film like the commercial films you Hollywood makes so common. Nobody makes a truly mainstream, successful, entertaining film. I plan to release it in Australia first, then try my luck at film festivals to see if it can be sold overseas. I feel that if I'm lucky, I could earn millions of Australian dollars." "Oh? What's the story of your film?" "It's about a hunter in the northern Australian swamps, raised by Aboriginal people. One day, in a moment of crisis, he single-handedly kills a large crocodile. Then he's interviewed by Sue Charlton, a newspaper reporter from New York." Paul Hogan put his arm around the female lead, Linda Kozlovsky. Then Sue had a sudden inspiration to send this Australian wild man to New York to experience life in the center of the universe. It's a story with a huge contrast. A New York female reporter goes to the wilderness, and then the wild man goes to the most bustling city. That sounds interesting. Ronald felt the angle of the film was clever, like the first half of Tarzan plus the second half of Mr. Smith Going to Washington. "After your film is finished, you can come to me, and I'll help you see if there's any possibility of distribution in America." Ronald thought the story was good and worth a try. "That's great." Paul Hogan and Linda Kozlovsky were overjoyed and quickly exchanged business cards. "Since you haven't secured a Hollywood distributor, you probably didn't get the production investment from Hollywood." Ronald remembered something. "Yes, we raised the funds," Paul Hogan said proudly. "Raised the funds?" Ronald was puzzled. Hogan explained. "Apparently, in Australia, tax law allows investments in films and other cultural endeavors to receive a 200% tax refund on the amount due. While Australia may not have many famous film companies, it boasts a plethora of rock stars. They also speak English and share a single-language cultural market with countries like Britain, America, and Canada. A rock band, In Excess, trusted Paul Hogan and invested several $100,000 Australian dollars. This inspired many other singers to crowdfund, hoping the film would recoup its costs. The tax exemption of double the investment amount was particularly attractive to high-earning rock stars. They eventually raised $8 million Australian dollars and began filming. With limited funds, the entire crew consisted of talent from the Australian television industry, except for the lead actress, Linda Kozlovsky, who was brought in from America. After chatting for half an hour, a crew assistant came in to report that the crowd outside had dispersed and it was time to sneak in another take. "Do you think there's anything I can improve in my performance for this scene?" Linda Kozlovsky was somewhat skeptical of Hollywood directors like Ronald. She wanted to learn acting techniques from him whenever possible. Ronald wasn't really good at directing acting, but he knew how to mask his weakness. Sue suddenly realized she didn't truly love the newspaper's general manager, but this wild man from Australia. So she must be incredibly anxious. You could consider using a small prop to express that sudden realization that her true love has run away, and the resulting anxiety. Linda Kozlovsky thought it made a lot of sense. When filming started, after running for a while, she decisively threw her high heels aside and chased after him barefoot. Leaving the set, Diane kept secretly glancing at Ronald without saying a word. Ronald knew she still longed to be an actress, so he comforted her. "I don't have enough money right now to finance my own films. I'll look for suitable opportunities for you when we get back to Los Angeles. But if you're willing to start over with low-budget films, the opportunities will be much greater." Diane clung tightly to Ronald's arm without saying a word. She had once been a celebrated child star, almost making it into the ranks of Hollywood's top teen actresses, and had experienced being struck out, being scammed selling nutritional supplements. Having seen so much, she knew that at times like this, she didn't need to say much, just let Ronald remember it. Chapter 666 $300 million financing. As the new year arrived, Ronald returned to Hollywood. While Bud took leave to spend time with his family and girlfriend, Ronald took a taxi home. Upon arriving at his apartment in West Hollywood, Ronald simply asked the driver to stop. He noticed a newly opened shop near his apartment with a sign advertising videotape rentals. Ronald went inside and saw that the shop occupied a corner location, visible to people on both sides of the street. Such shops commanded the highest rents, indicating that the videotape business was doing well and they could afford prime locations. The rental shop was filled with shelves of videotapes. Ronald spotted some classic films on the corner and asked the shopkeeper for a basket, tossing the tapes into it one by one. Actually, you don't need to take all the tapes at once. Classic movies don't rent very often. You can borrow new ones each time you return them. I'm a directing student, I need to watch them for assignments. Ronald made up a reason. Suit yourself. Regular VCRs can't copy them anyway, the shopkeeper said indifferently. Oh? Why? Ronald turned to ask him. Otherwise how would we make money running a rental shop? Congress passed legislation that all VCRs sold in America have copy protection. If you put these tapes into the VCR and copy them onto a blank tape, it will automatically trigger, and the recorded picture will be flickering and unwatchable. The shop owner looked at Ronald, thinking that he had seen many young people like this, all wanting to borrow the tapes and copy them all at once so they wouldn't have to pay the rental fee of several dollars each time. That's good. Ronald didn't put the tapes back on the shelf as the shop owner expected, but continued to look at the remaining shelves of recent films, putting in the good ones he saw. This is the sales counter, $99 each, the shop owner reminded him when he saw Ronald putting the latest tapes into a cloth bag. Can you pay by credit card here? Of course. The shop owner suddenly realized that he was a real movie enthusiast. Ronald continued to browse the shop, and on one wall, he found many tapes with titles and actors he had never heard of. What movie is this? I've never seen it before. Ronald picked up a videotape with a swimsuit-clad actress on the cover, titled Orange is the New Black 6, and asked the shopkeeper. This is a good movie. It doesn't go through theatrical distribution, it's directly recorded on videotape. Ronald put it back on the shelf. So this was one of those cheaply made movies, like the exploitative films shown in drive-in theaters back in the day. After buying a bunch of videotapes and paying, Ronald returned to his apartment. He picked up the VCR he had bought before the Sony V Universal case and started experimenting with copying. Sure enough, VCRs before this didn't have anti-piracy features. The next day, Ronald called his agent, Richard, and asked him to copy all the classic old movies and send them to the Zhujiahu Film Studio so that director Wong and her young assistant directors could have access to the latest Hollywood techniques. Minahan Golan contacted you several times during the holidays. Would you like to meet him if you have time? Richard went through his notebook with Ronald. Perfect timing, I was just looking for him too. Ronald remembered Diane's situation. He was currently in an awkward position. If he wanted to make a suitable film, he could throw a tantrum and insist that Diane play a major supporting role or better. But he had to consider box office performance and couldn't force Diane to play the lead. If he wanted to invest in a film and put Diane in the lead role, he didn't have the financial resources. Fortunately, Cannonball Studios, where Minahan worked, was gradually becoming the company that produced the most films in Hollywood. Last year alone, they made 17 films, more than Paramount and Warner Brothers. Ronald, welcome, Minahan said confidently, putting his arm around Ronald who had come to visit. Next year I can host you in the brand new Cannonball Studios building. Minahan pointed to a construction site across the street and said to Ronald with great enthusiasm. Wow, it seems your business is doing very well. Ronald thought to himself, no wonder they're Jewish. The office building isn't even finished yet and they've already reserved an entire floor of office space. However, Cannonball is currently making waves in the European pre-sale market. Besides Jean-Luc Godard of France, he recently signed renowned Italian director Franco Zeffirelli with his help, returning to Hollywood to film the opera Othello. Ha! It's all thanks to your breakdancing. This is the beginning of our Cannonball, and mine, Minahan's, success in Hollywood. I will never forget this kindness, Ronald. Ronald waved modestly, about to ask Diane for a role. How about we collaborate again? Ahem. Ronald coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment, putting down the coffee his secretary had brought. Why was Minahan trying to take advantage of him again? He couldn't possibly go back to making those low-budget films. Look, Ronald. You've only made 2 films in the past year. Most of the time, you've been on vacation. Why not use that time? Being a director is tiring, working every day. Ronald was interrupted before he could finish. I've noticed that Hollywood is incredibly wasteful of its best resources. Look at you, look at Stallone, look at Schwarzenegger. You guys only make 1 or 2 movies a year, and then, You're either in Hawaii or on vacation in the Caribbean. You know, in the golden age, a director or an actor would make at least 3 or 4 movies a year. Directors today are different from those of the past. Besides directing, they also have to worry about casting, stars, rehearsals, editing, and so many other things. Ronald noticed Minahan getting excited again. What was wrong with him? Last year, you recommended Goncharovsky. His Runaway Train has been nominated for the Golden Globe Awards at the end of the month and has a good chance of winning. I gave him 2 film offers, and he'll soon be working on a new film with Julie Andrews, the lead actress from The Sound of Music. Ronald found it difficult to get a word in edgewise. Hey, Minahan noticed Ronald's expression. You must have thought I invited you to make one of those low-budget exploitation films, right? Ronald raised an eyebrow. Cannonball wants to make a big-budget film again? Let me tell you, we did some big moves at the end of last year. Minahan turned and picked up several documents from his desk. This is an agreement I reached with the Sakind family, the owners of the Superman movie rights. I've bought the filming rights for Superman 4, huh? Ronald looked Minahan up and down. Where did this fat Israeli man get so much money? We'll invite your girlfriend, Helen Slater, to appear in the 4th movie too. The male and female Superman will destroy all the nuclear weapons and save the Earth. How about it? Interested? Minahan chuckled. Not interested? No problem. I signed a 7-film contract with Chuck Norris, totaling $25 million. Whatever action movie you want to make, I'll give you at least $1,500 in investment. How about it? Chuck Norris can't act, Ronald muttered a few times. Still not interested? I need to talk to Stallone about signing him to star in the Cannonball movie. Do you want to boss him around on set? Make him obey your every command? You can sign him? Is he even willing? Ronald knew Stallone was a top action star. With a hit series Rocky and First Blood, he could easily earn $5 million for just one film. I can throw money at him. $5 million isn't enough, so it's $8 million. $8 million isn't enough, so it's $10 million, $12 million, $15 million. I don't believe he won't be tempted. Ronald licked his lips. Even he was tempted, let alone Stallone. Minahan pointed to the construction site outside the window. Our Cannonball building will be completed next year. I also want to acquire several European cinema chains and an American cable television station. We'll be involved in everything: distribution, pre-sales, filming, even videotapes and television broadcasting. Cannonball will be a comprehensive entertainment entity. Ronald, come work with us. I can offer you the best treatment, just like Fox and John Ford back then. Minahan's bright eyes looked over, and he extended his hand to shake Ronald's. I need to think about it some more. This is a big decision. I need to discuss it with my agent. Ronald shook his hand. Where did Minahan get so much money? I even think he's crazy. Ronald returned to his CAA office and told his agent, Nisida, everything. You don't know yet? Minahan's Cannonball, with the help of Wall Street tycoon Michael Milken, raised $300 million in cash using junk bonds. The whole of Hollywood is buzzing about it. Junk bonds. What are those? I don't know either, but it's an extremely powerful financing method. Minahan is bold, and his ambition is huge. Is it reliable? The name itself sounds unreliable. Junk bonds. Anyway, let's wait and see. Right now, nobody understands what he's planning. Anyway, your Top Gun hasn't been released yet, so we have an excuse to delay. Ronald felt that even his broker's knowledge base had encountered a blind spot. Lindsay, Lawrence, do you know what junk bonds are? Ronald called his private lawyer and accountant. The three of them took the long-distance call and held a conference call. Junk bonds, also called high-yield bonds, refer to the rating of corporate bonds. If the company's business is not doing well, the rating agency will give it a relatively poor rating, such as BBB, which is collectively known as junk bonds in the bond market, and they usually have higher interest rates, Attorney Lindsay explained to him. I don't understand. If the rating is junk, why would anyone buy it? That's all thanks to our president, Lawrence laughed. Under his leadership, the Federal Reserve has implemented a long-term low-interest rate strategy, and with the recent Plaza Accord, the dollar has begun to depreciate significantly against the currencies of the G6 countries. This is an unprecedented era of loose monetary policy. A huge amount of liquidity has nowhere to go, and any corporate junk bond is worth investing in. That works. Yes, a lot of money is looking for potential investment projects. Of course, Projects like the Cannonball need highly skilled people to package and sell them. The person packaging these bonds is Milken of Wall Street, now known in the industry as the king of junk bonds. Is this money reliable? No, the interest rates are extremely high, requiring very high growth to cover the interest. Moreover, Milken's methods have always been ruthless. The companies he packages all have some degree of financial statement embellishment, if not fraud. Finally, it was his childhood friend, Douglas Hanson Jr., a third-generation rich kid from Staten Island, who cleared things up for him. The interest costs on this money are very high, and it's difficult to find suitable projects if you use it to invest in real businesses. So most people use it for leveraged buyouts, or invest in the stock market, or gamble on the appreciation of the yen. Looks like I still need to be more cautious. I think Minahan is a bit crazy. Anyone with $300 million in cash is the same. Chapter 667 Why was Minahan able to get $300 million? Aren't you going to the Golden Globes? Minahan Golan called, extending a warm invitation. He said without your recommendation, there wouldn't have been a nomination for Top Gun. Agent Nisita was informing Ronald of recent Hollywood developments. No, those days are the days for a test screening of the reshot version of Top Gun. Ronald didn't want to go to the Golden Globes ceremony. The real reason Ronald said he was going to attend the screening was that he didn't want to see Minahan Golan. Their position seemed reversed in the face of $300 million, which made Ronald uncomfortable. I don't quite understand why Cannonball Studios can get the right to issue bonds on the public market. Spielberg's Amblin, Lucas's Lucasfilm, don't have that ability, Ronald asked sourly. It's because they have a very good business track record, Nisita replied sourly as well. $300 million can do a lot. Generally speaking, studios with distribution capabilities will handle about half of the financing for a new film, leaving the rest open to directors, producers, or other investors. From this perspective, Minahan Golan's production capabilities have surpassed established giants like Universal and Paramount, and are far inferior to emerging names like Disney. This week, everyone in Hollywood was discussing how Minahan's miracle had occurred, and what they would need to do to secure a $300 million investment from Wall Street. First, they produce more than 20 films a year. And then there's your breakdancing series, which shows they have the ability to make blockbuster hits, Nisita told Ronald, counting on her fingers the conclusions reached during the internal discussions at CAA. Secondly, they also established their own distribution channels. Not only in America, but also in Europe. Although this distribution capability is still quite weak compared to the Big Seven, only finding suitable cinemas in some old theaters and rural towns, it is still distribution capability. Thirdly, they also performed well in the video market. The breakdancing video release made a lot of money, which greatly compensated for the poor box office performance of their other films. Finally, and most importantly, Minahan was able to secure substantial pre-sale revenue in Europe before filming even began. In addition, there were bridge loans from banks. This created a complete closed loop. From project initiation, financing, production, distribution, and video and television channels, Cannonball Pictures became an all-encompassing entertainment conglomerate. Wall Street loves stories like this. They don't know how to make blockbuster movies. But since Cannonball could operate independently at every stage, they thought they could try their luck. I don't know. They managed to get $300 million in financing like that, Ronald muttered. Even Spielberg's production company couldn't do that, could they? Wall Street is all about business models. Cannonball Studios' business model is very convincing. Although no one knows if it's actually profitable, the bond market, at that moment, believed in its business model, Nisita told Ronald directly his research findings. Ronald took a sip of his goji berry tea with envy. In just a few months, Minahan's wealth had surpassed his own by 2 orders of magnitude. The fat man who had begged him to make films had become a tycoon whom he needed to ask for favors from Minahan. Ronald tried to get a suitable role for Diane. But things were different now. Cannonball had abandoned its low-budget exploitative film production route and started to focus on big stars, big directors, and big productions. In addition to Duet, directed by Goncharovsky and starring Julie Andrews, based on the true story of British cellist Jacqueline Dupre and her husband conductor Baron Boy, Minahan also commissioned Roman Polanski, who was far away in the United States, to make a pirate-themed film. With Jean-Luc Godard's King Lear and Zeffirelli's Othello, Cannonball Studios' 1986 productions encompassed a wide range of genres, from Shakespearean classics to contemporary themes and period dramas, boasting a plethora of renowned directors and stars. This made all of Hollywood begin to take Cannonball Studios' rise seriously. Such large-scale productions couldn't be secured with just a few favors for the lead actress. Furthermore, with Minahan receiving $300 million in cash, he was now the target of numerous offers from fading Hollywood stars. Getting a meeting with him wasn't as easy as before. One couldn't simply walk into his office. Ronald was uncomfortable with this change. He had gone from a small-time helmsman with quirky tastes, relying entirely on his own direction, to the top-ranked tycoon below the 7 major studios. Asking him for favors felt unsettling. To fulfill his promises to Diane and Donna, Ronald had to travel to other parts of Hollywood, visiting friends in the industry, trying to find a role for Diane. But Hollywood is cruel. Unless Ronald produces or directs his own films, there are only a limited number of female roles available in a movie. What resources could he offer in exchange? After going around in circles, Ronald only managed to secure audition opportunities for a few greenlit films. This deepened his understanding of the cruelty Hollywood places on actresses. Compared to male actors who can play roles from their 20s to their 60s, female actors have a very short prime. With so many people vying for a single role, the competition is like a throat-slashing battle. In the end, an unexpected person helped Ronald. Zhao Li, a Chinese-American actor who had accompanied him to the other side of the Pacific, heard about Ronald taking Diane around to visit various places. He stepped in and united the Chinese-American actors in Hollywood to recommend Diane to director John Carpenter for his upcoming film, Demons in Chinatown. This was a new film produced by 20th Century Fox with a budget of $20 million. The story takes place in Chinatown, so all the Chinese-American actors in Hollywood were involved. Besides Zhao Li, there was veteran actor Wu Hanxiang, who often plays Chinese-American roles, and the new generation actor Deng Gang. The Chinese-American film industry isn't well known in Hollywood, but when it comes to stories involving Chinatown or Chinese themes, they're undoubtedly a group of professional actors. These people were deeply grateful for Ronald's help during the Year of the Dragon project and were eager to befriend this successful up-and-coming commercial film director. So, as filming approached, they banded together to recommend Diane to the director, ultimately securing her a major supporting role. Director John Carpenter and star Kurt Russell, both of whom started in exploitation films, naturally felt a connection to Ronald, who also came from that genre. Coupled with Diane's looks and acting skills, more than enough for a minor supporting role, they readily did Ronald a favor. Relieved, Ronald had fulfilled a promise, allowing Diane to make a comeback in Hollywood. "I only have one request," John Carpenter said, "when Demons in Chinatown is released, you have to attend the premiere and say a good word for us." John Carpenter was an interesting director. His previous film, Halloween, featured P.J. Souls, an old acquaintance of Ronald's. He also worked with Jim Cameron as special effects supervisor on Escape from New York. The two had some connection. "Of course, I'll definitely go," Ronald said, calculating the time. He should be able to attend the premiere. "Goldie and I welcome you too," Kurt Russell added, extending an invitation to Ronald. He and actress Goldie Hawn were living together. "When my new film, Top Gun, is released, you're welcome to attend the premiere as well," Ronald extended an invitation to the celebrity couple. Having settled things with Diane, Ronald also toured a set of Demons in Chinatown. This is the dungeon set in Chinatown. There's a tunnel connecting to the surface parking lot. "Filming will take place here," John Carpenter stroked his beard, explaining the set to Ronald. Very fascinating. I love these mechanical designs," Ronald replied casually. A huge question arose in his mind. This? Ronald believed that with Cameron, a few $100,000 could have made a much better set. He glanced suspiciously at Carpenter. Everyone knew the ropes. Was this guy starting to slack off and rip off the studio? Director Carpenter just got divorced. California is a fair state. Besides the equal division of assets, he also has a high amount of alimony to pay, his agent Richard whispered in Ronald's ear, sensing something was amiss. Oh, Ronald wondered if Diane's involvement in the film was a good thing. Anyway, she was a supporting actress. If the box office was bad, he could just find her another chance. These kinds of things always ended up being blamed on the male and female leads. Where's Diane? Ronald, no longer wanting to mince words, wanted to find Diane to leave with. I'm here. Diane was pulling a blonde bombshell along. The two seemed to be getting along very well. Hello, Ronald. I'm Kim Carterall. I've seen your movies a long time ago. It turned out to be the film's leading lady. Carterall was naturally alluring and had a stunning figure. Her languid movements had a Marilyn Monroe-like quality. When Ronald hugged her, he sensed her deliberate, understated enthusiasm. The seemingly casual, polite embrace was actually a subtle way of lifting her chest and pulling in her stomach, letting Ronald know the key. I've seen your Police Academy too. That comedy was a huge success, Ronald greeted her with a smile. Carterall smiled slightly, her look-up dress concealing countless secrets. A slightly husky, magnetic voice, a captivating beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, a quintessential Marilyn Monroe-esque beauty. New actresses of this type emerge every year, but so far, none have captivated everyone like Monroe. Diane seemed to sense something, and after spending a while with Ronald, she left with him. At the hotel, Diane quickly changed into a sexy outfit, a black bra top, long black gloves, a black tight skirt, stockings, and high heels. After changing, she leaned against the door frame of the inner room, one leg peeking out from under her skirt, revealing an alluring profile. She also began to imitate Monroe's languid, magnetic voice. Brother Ronnie, the president is expected to deliver this year's State of the Union address. Ronald was watching the news on TV. He saw Diane's outfit and his eyes lit up. He walked over to her, took her arm off the doorframe, and placed it on his shoulder. Closer, Ronald noticed a small beauty mark near Diane's eye. Ronald switched the TV to a channel playing soft music and began to sway gently with Diane in his arms. Diane could be very mature and sexy if she wanted. Ronald looked at Diane's beautiful face, her earlobes adorned with pearl earrings he'd bought on Fifth Avenue in New York, incredibly alluring. Their noses drew closer, until they were almost breathing. Diane was a little flustered by Ronald's warm breath. She couldn't resist kissing his lips, which were less than half an inch away. She hugged Ronald tightly, puffing out her chest and pulling in her stomach, a move anyone could do. Diane's are big too, Ronald felt the passion. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668 Soaring Ambition Revised Version Preview. Diane quickly finished filming her scenes for several days in Demons in Chinatown. After spending a few days with Ronald, Diane flew to Tokyo to take on new commercials. In Japan, the movie Ghetto Justice, starring Diane, was still showing in theaters and selling very well on video. Her look in Ghetto Justice was even drawn into the OVA anime Wireless Zone 23 by manga artist Noboru Ishiguro. Coupled with the endorsement of manga artist Osamu Tezuka, Diane was now extremely popular among young people in Japan, and could be considered America's #1 teen idol. Even her diamond jewelry and Max Factor cosmetics commercials were highly praised. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. During her trip to Tokyo, Diane was interviewed by one of the 3 major local media outlets, Asahi Shimbun. Ronald even joked that she should start learning some Japanese so she could make movies in Japan in the future. After seeing Diane laying off, Ronald picked up Kelly McGillis. Her new film had failed on Broadway. Unlike movies, where the success of a film often takes 6 months to a year to be determined after filming, the success or failure of a new Broadway production is decided within a week of its release. McGillis's new film was rejected from Off-Broadway after only a week. Unwilling to return for Off-Broadway, she resigned, giving the opportunity to an understudy, and came to Hollywood to see a preview screening of the revised version of Top Gun. McGillis could drink a couple of glasses, so they stayed in the hotel. Ronald brought half a case of Capella wine, and the two slept in the executive suite for 2 days. McGillis's legs weren't very long. She actually had the typical American woman's figure. However, she was adept at using clothing to conceal her flaws and highlight her strengths. On the queen-sized bed, McGillis's white, delicate toes slowly caressed Ronald's legs. I feel much better. The Broadway failure was like a sledgehammer, hitting me really hard. Don't go to Broadway. After Top Gun is released, you'll be a superstar, and you'll be flooded with movie scripts. Ronald knew very well the benefits a blockbuster movie could bring to its lead actor. His previous film, Dragon Boys, had brought Elizabeth Shue and Ralph Macchio immense popularity. Ralph Macchio even made a movie about fighting with an electric guitar, Hollywood producers, leveraging the impression Daniel Radcliffe's character had left on audiences, transformed the karate from Dragon Boys into a rock band guitarist role, tailoring a film specifically for him. If Elizabeth Shue hadn't made the mistake of going to Harvard University, abandoning her Hollywood career for a useless degree, she probably would have landed one or two big-budget leading roles. If she were lucky enough to have another blockbuster, she could become a trendsetter like John Hughes' muse, Molly Lindward. It's said that a short haircut for Lindsay costs her $2,000. And it's even causing teenage girls across the country to dye their hair red. Haha, you're really funny. I love your confidence. McGillis clearly didn't believe this popcorn movie could help her acting career. She leaned closer and hugged Ronald tightly. Don't you believe me? I'll show you how powerful my hammer is. Ronald pulled her close. Why don't you let me experience your hammer now? McGillis's eyes were alluring. She desperately needed the comfort of a handsome man. The television in the living room was showing Coppola's masterpiece The Godfather. The old man in the opening wedding scene was singing the famous Italian folk song Si la luna mezzo mare, the moon over the sea. Mom, I must get married. My daughter, who should I marry? Mom, I'll let you decide. If I bring you a shoemaker, he'll come with his hammer. If he likes him, he'll keep hammering you. That evening, McGillis finished showering, put on a white shirt, and wanted to go for a drink. Stop watching TV, let's go to the bar downstairs. It's reported that the president will postpone his State of the Union address. With a snap, McGillis turned off the television with the remote and dragged Ronald to the bar downstairs in the hotel. Cheers. They both ordered a large beer and downed it in one gulp to replenish their energy. The bartender came over and offered 2 complimentary cocktails. Excuse me, could you please keep it down a bit? Many of our customers aren't in a good mood today. What kind of bar are you running? McGillis complained. Ronald placed some bills on the table, bought a bottle of Scotch whiskey from the bartender, and decided to drink it back in their hotel room. McGillis, her hair still wet, wearing the white bathrobe she'd changed into after the shower, and Ronald and McGillis slowly sipped their drinks and kissed. The next day, past noon, the two groggily woke up. Drinking leads to trouble. Ronald glanced at his watch, took a shower, put on his suit, and then shook McGillis awake. Hurry up, it's almost time for the preview screening. Could you zip up my zipper? McGillis also took a shower, put on a dress, and the two went to the lobby hand in hand. Inside a large theater in West Hollywood, audience members were entering for the preview screening. Don, Jerry, Ronald greeted the two producers. Hello, Ronald. Hello, Kelly. The four embraced. Today's screening was selected by the theater through a telephone survey, unlike last time when Don specifically chose it. Today, we can better observe the audience's reaction, Bruckheimer explained to Ronald, pulling him aside. Kelly, hey, Don Simpson smiled at McGillis, implying that she and Ronald seemed to have a close relationship. Hey, McGillis feigned ignorance, greeting the two supporting actors, Barry Tabb, who played the werewolf, and Rick Rossovich, who played the Slider, Tom. Ronald hugged Tom Cruise, who was also there for the screening, with Paula Wagner, who was always by his side, behind him. He had just finished filming Scorsese's The Color of Money in Chicago. Most of the actors were present for today's screening, except for Val Kilmer, who had direct competition with Tom Cruise. The two not only competed for Hollywood male star positions but also for Cher, a singer and actress, so their relationship was very bad. One would basically never appear where the other was. 8 months had passed since filming began, and 2 months since reshoots. This gathering was to give everyone a chance to familiarize themselves with the film shot last year and to build momentum for the upcoming marketing campaign. None of the actors had seen the finished product on the big screen, so this was a chance to watch it in its entirety, in case they couldn't answer reporters' questions during the marketing. Most of them had already filmed 1 or 2 more movies, and had forgotten much of the Top Gun plot. Dong. The first thing that appeared on the black screen was white text, Paramount Production. A chime sounded, the theme song from Top Gun, Don Simpson Bruckheimer Production. The second line of text listed the two producers. A Ronald V. Lee film, the third line listed Ronald's name. After years in Hollywood, consistently producing commercially successful films, Ronald was considered a very useful director by studio executives. That's why he received this honor. A Ronald V. Lee film is generally awarded to the person in charge of the film's artistic aspects. Many directors who work with mercenaries aren't entitled to credit for their films. This is because, artistically, they often have to listen to the producers. Only directors like Ronald Lee, who are deeply involved in every aspect of filmmaking, casting, shooting, editing, scoring, and so on, are entitled to credit. With this power, they are essentially qualified to produce and lead projects directed by other directors. Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis are the next two lines of credits, listing the names of the male and female leads. Their names appear before the film title, a privilege usually reserved for Hollywood stars. In Hollywood's golden age, this was called online credit. On the movie poster, the names of the two leads, along with Ronald Lee's, will appear above the title Top Gun, Ronald Lee's work, Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis's Top Gun. The poster's heading will likely look something like this. On March 2, 1969, the Navy established a flight school for elite fighter pilots. White subtitles explain the origins of the Miramar Flight School against a backdrop of the theme song. Today, the Navy calls it the Fighter Weapons Training School, while the pilots call it Top Gun. A large line of text appeared on the screen. All the actors began to applaud. With this text, the black screen disappeared, revealing an aircraft carrier deck before sunrise. An F-14 Tomcat fighter jet lay there quietly, several deck officers pacing nearby. The tolling of bells grew faster, white steam drifted by, and the pitot tube of another Tomcat, like a needle, pierced the left side of the screen. Van Kilmer, Anthony Edwards, Tim Robbins, and others' names gradually appeared on the screen. Van Kilmer was in a single row, the rest in pairs or trios. The size, timing, and placement of these credits were a stark display of the power dynamics among the participants in a film. Meg Ryan was the last major actress to appear in the opening credits. Next came a list of key experts, casting director, editor, composer, and heads of various departments gradually appeared on the screen. Director of photography, Kimball. The last department head was the director of photography. Producers, Don Simpson, Jerry Bruckheimer. The names of the two partners appeared on the screen once again. The blast deflectors rose, the F-14 Tomcat began to slide into ejection position, a plume of white steam rising. Left and right, the afterburners of the two Pratt & Whitney fighter jet engines engaged in sequence, orange flames shooting backward. Bang! The Tomcat's nose landing gear jerked, the catapult propelling the plane to takeoff speed, and it glided forward rapidly. The music changed instantly, the slow, classical theme song transforming into the rock-infused danger zone. Flames from the two engines heralded the final opening credits. Director, Ronald V. Lee. Oh, the actors cheered and began to applaud. This series of opening scenes was rhythmically coherent and powerfully connected. Ronald leaned back with satisfaction, looking at the audience around him. Huh? They don't seem as excited as the actors. No problem, the next scene is an aerial combat sequence, guaranteed to be a thrill. Chapter 669 The Unresponsive Audience. The opening scene immediately followed a tense air battle. Over the Caribbean Sea, Cuban MiG-28s employed a layered attack tactic, their two-plane formations so close they appeared as tiny dots on radar. After a series of casual maneuvers, the Lone Wolf flew upside down above the enemy aircraft, snapping a photograph of the pilot and scaring him away. Yay! Several supporting actors cheered and applauded. This was a specially designed opening scene, meant to immediately engage the audience and focus them on the plot. The applause failed to elicit a response from the audience. Ronald looked around. The audience seemed unmoved, neither excited by the plot nor showing the boredom and distraction one might expect after a failed opening. They remained staring blankly at the screen, just as they had at the beginning. What's going on? The opening didn't work out? The audience reaction was great during the first test screening last year. Ronald turned to the two producers. He recalled that during the last test screening, Don Simpson had specifically recruited college students as the audience to give Paramount executives confidence and achieve the best possible effect. Perhaps this was the normal audience reaction? Continuing on, the film reaches the moment when the Lone Ranger and instructor Charlie fall in love. Nothing happens between them at home, but their chance encounter in the elevator the next day rekindles their hope. Later in class, Charlie criticizes the Lone Ranger, they engage in a passionate car chase, and finally, they seal their love with a kiss. To the strains of Take My Breath Away by the Berlin Band, the scene shifts to the reshot passionate scene. McGillis, seeing herself on the big screen, feels a little shy. Although she's been acting since high school, The large image on the big screen makes seeing herself entangled with Tom Cruise remind her of the passionate encounter with Ronald a few days prior. She glances at Ronald and sees him with an unexpectedly anxious expression, his brow furrowed, constantly glancing around at the audience, trying to find some answer to his expectations. Ronald grows increasingly anxious. The passionate and romantic scene still doesn't elicit a reaction from the audience. There's no excitement, no whistling, no swallowing, no drinking cola, the common action scene when watching handsome men and beautiful women in bed on the big screen. The first two anticipated emotional highs failed to materialize. What followed was a low point. Caught in a horizontal spiral, the goofy pilot's head struck the exploding canopy during ejection, killing him instantly. His wife and children arrived at a base, and the Lone Ranger held his weeping comrade's widow, who then gave him the goofy pilot's dog tag as a keepsake. If the audience hadn't been engaged in the first half of the story, and hadn't actually believed that goofy pilots like the Lone Ranger and the Lone Ranger existed, they would have completely lost interest in this low point. They wouldn't feel sadness for a character they hadn't empathized with. They might have even engaged in some gruesome scenes of talking, chatting, flirting, or even a mass exodus to the restroom. Ronald sat in his chair, fidgeting. He was almost afraid to look at the audience. This was the first sign of potentially losing the audience's favor. How could this happen? Thank goodness. After fidgeting nervously in his chair for 2 minutes, Ronald noticed that while the audience hadn't reacted to the first two climactic scenes, they were showing some reaction to the brief lull before the final climax. Some viewers' eyes reddened, and they stopped eating their popcorn. Others wiped their eyes with handkerchiefs, and some even began to sob quietly. "Ah, thank goodness," Ronald said, somewhat relieved. "I didn't expect the audience to get so absorbed in the earlier exciting climaxes, but now they're getting into this tragic scene. Do I have a knack for making tragedies?" Soon, Ronald's illusions were shattered. In the final aerial battle, Lone Ranger's companion Hollywood was shot down, and he scrambled to rescue him. Fighting 5 enemies single-handedly, he shot down 3 enemy planes with Sidewinder air-to-air missiles, forcing the remaining 2 MiG-28s to flee. In the previous test screenings, the audience had erupted in enthusiastic applause. Any strong counterattack against the Soviet Union would have been exhilarating for the audience. But, after he revised the film, the audience returned to their lifeless state, showing no reaction whatsoever. "Congratulations, congratulations," Tom Cruise, Kelly McGillis, and several supporting actors hugged each other, celebrating. Actors usually don't know how their scenes will be cut after filming. They rarely see a finished film as satisfying as Top Gun. Ronald treated them well, whether lead or supporting. Their on-screen images were well established. Even the 2 supporting actors' little tricks, wearing cowboy hats and deliberately walking backwards in the crowd to get more close-up shots, were overlooked by the director and remained in the final cut. This laid a very good foundation for their future acting careers. At least future casting directors would remember their scenes in Top Gun when they saw their names. Ronald, McGillis was also very happy. She hadn't expected Ronald to make her image so sexy in this casually made popcorn movie. They were going to a bar to celebrate, and McGillis wanted to invite Ronald to come along. Ronald was there, quietly talking to 2 producers. "Was it my fault for reshooting? Did it ruin the rhythm of the original film?" "No, absolutely not. There's definitely something wrong with this audience. I watched it very well, and you see, the actors also seemed great." Don Simpson denied it outright. "That's right, it's definitely not your fault," Bruckheimer echoed. Top Gun doesn't have any twists or turns in its story. It's a high-concept film made up of some good story segments, edited with the fast-paced techniques of music videos and commercials. The 2 sex scenes you reshot fit perfectly. They didn't change the overall rhythm or emotional fluctuations. I believe no one could have done better than what's going on. Seeing the audience leaving, Ronald simply ran out as well, employing his movie-watching secret weapon, eavesdropping on the audience's thoughts in the restroom. Not only was there no reaction in the theater, but there was also no reaction in the restroom. Ronald discovered that the audience had no desire to speak, at most exchanging glances. No one talked about the exciting aerial combat scenes or the sex scenes between the male and female leads. "This isn't normal, this isn't normal," Ronald muttered to himself. Could it really be, as Don Simpson said, that there was something wrong with the audience? But could the values of the American people change so drastically in just a few months? Did they suddenly stop liking the scenes of shooting down Soviet fighter planes? Or did they suddenly stop liking handsome men like Tom Cruise and beautiful women like McGillis falling in love on screen? They hadn't heard anything about the president surrendering to the Union. Don Simpson and Bruckheimer approached, none of them able to pinpoint the problem. Don't worry, that's how movies are. Sometimes test screenings are well received, sometimes not, Bruckheimer tried to reassure them, but halfway through his explanation, he himself became skeptical. What happened in the last 6 months that caused such a drastic shift in audience tastes? Ronald began to feel his heart pounding faster and faster, as if a tremendous fear was descending from the universe, about to strike him. Is a director's magician-like performance about to suffer a Waterloo in Top Gun? You know what? I remembered something from when I first started out. Ronald went to the counter and bought a pack of cigarettes, then smoked with the two producers in a corner. Back then, Jane Fonda starred in a dull movie called China Syndrome. It was a very boring anti-nuclear story. A nuclear power plant had a core leak, which then melted through the earth, and the nuclear fuel ended up in China on the other side of the planet. It was supposed to be a ridiculous story, but when it was released, the 3 Mile Island nuclear disaster happened. Suddenly, the movie became a prophecy, and everyone wanted to see what a nuclear accident on screen was like. Boom. It ended up making $50 million at the domestic box office and made Jane Fonda a box office darling again. Don Simpson listened to Ronald's account as if he were hearing a horror story. Ronald was implying that Top Gun might be the opposite of China Syndrome, and that recent limiting changes had made audiences less interested in air combat and movies that were too hard on the Soviet Union. So, what exactly happened that caused such a huge shift in public reaction in just 6 months? Bruckheimer remained relatively calm. If the root of the problem could be found, there might still be hope. When was the last time you heard the president refer to the Soviet Union as an evil empire? Don Simpson suddenly asked. It seems like a long time ago. Ronald also seemed to understand. It seemed that after the new General Secretary Mikhail took office, the president's attitude towards the Union was not as hostile as before. I remember he also said that this new General Secretary was different from the previous 3, that he was someone who could communicate with the West, and that he looked forward to meeting him, Ronald added. I remember reading in the newspapers that the two countries were going to hold nuclear disarmament negotiations. By the way, have you seen the movie White Nights starring that ballet dancer who defected, Baryshnikov? There are many scenes in that movie where the two countries ease tensions, and in the end, this defector dancer who unexpectedly returned to the Union still went back to America. I know. I heard that the British princess in the White House originally wanted to dance with Baryshnikov. The 3 of them became more and more anxious as they talked, and began to complain that the president was not tough enough. Did they say they were going to defeat the evil empire? Turns out they're just cowards. If there were another crisis like the Iranian hostage crisis, maybe the audience's tastes would change. Disarmament, my ass. Who's going to watch naval and air battles if they all get disarmed? Ronald, aren't you coming to the bar party with us? McGillis came over again, inviting Ronald to celebrate. No, I have things to do. I need to make a call later, then I'll go with you. McGillis noticed Ronald seemed upset and didn't know what had happened, but her mature womanly thoughtfulness led her to greet her friends and personally escort Ronald back to his hotel. Are you alright, Ronnie? Tom Cruise also came over to greet him. I'm fine, I just have a bit of a headache. Kelly took me back to the hotel. The actors were still oblivious to the audience's reactions. They were still basking in their on-screen personas. Chapter 670 Breaking Free from the Earth's Shackles. Ronald, we need to use every means at our disposal. The audience ratings are also a problem. Bruckheimer walked over and subtly tugged at Ronald's arm, gesturing for him to talk aside. What's wrong? Poor ratings. The ratings are alright, some are A's, but more than 2/3 of the audience refuse to rate it, which is unprecedented. Oh, SHXT, Ronald's worst fears seem to be coming true. Is a movie you can dream about necessarily a box office hit? Like It's a Wonderful Life, which airs on TV every Christmas Eve and has become one of America's symbols. But when it was released, despite starring Jimmy Stewart and directed by Frank Capra, it was a box office failure. This shows that a film's enduring popularity over decades isn't necessarily proportional to its initial box office performance. Look, Ronald thought for a moment, my previous films all had great interactions with their music videos. This time, I'll take the initiative to shoot a music video for a Berlin band, and try to get it aired on MTV for a while before the film's release. Bruckheimer patted Ronald on the shoulder. Great, Don and I thought the same thing. We'll urge Paramount to release the videotapes as soon as possible. If the box office is bad, we can recoup some of the costs from the videotape market. Could you make it cheaper? Ronald remembered his experience at the videotape store on the street. At nearly $100, very few families can afford it. If a rental store buys it, we can collect the rental fees from repeated rentals. You're right. We'll go back and try to get a discounted price of $79.99. Also, the premiere, I've invited Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell and his wife. Now that things are like this, let's get all our friends in the industry to come and support us. After saying goodbye, McGillis got into the driver's seat and drove Ronald back to his hotel. Is something bothering you? McGillis made him a cup of coffee. Ronald took the gift and placed it on the coffee table, trying to appear calm. It's nothing. The audience's reaction today was a bit lukewarm. I've discussed with a producer about arranging another screening to see if there's anything we can change. Ronald pressed his temples, his immense worry making the veins bulge. Don't worry, it's just a popcorn blockbuster. McGillis thought Ronald really had a headache, so she stood behind him, cradled his head in her arms, and gently massaged it. Oh, Ronald felt a wave of comfort and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. McGillis's massage was very soothing, and Ronald gradually relaxed. His worries were temporarily set aside as he enjoyed the beauty's care, and gradually, his eyelids began to grow heavy, and he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. McGillis sighed and brought a blanket to cover Ronald. Actors have it so easy, directors have too much to bear. As Ronald slept comfortably, another screen appeared before his eyes, displaying the 20th Century Fox opening sequence. What movie am I dreaming about now? Ronald pursed his lips contentedly. Suddenly, surround sound filled the room, accompanied by the rhythmic chimes of bells. This sounds a lot like the opening credits of Top Gun, Ronald thought, except the Paramount logo had been replaced by 20th Century Fox. Was it a sequel? A different distributor? No, while the theme song did resemble a variation of the Top Gun theme, it lacks some of its solemnity and elegance, instead possessing a more comedic feel. A white title appeared on the black screen. The font style clearly imitated Top Gun. Hot Shot. After the title appeared, the theme song sounded increasingly like Top Gun. Is someone parodying my movie? Ronald scoffed. Did this mean Top Gun hadn't been a box office failure? Not necessarily. Jerry Zaks' Flying Sky parodied many films of the time. The film included blockbusters like International Airport, as well as poorly made movies where certain scenes became infamous for their terrible execution, creating a widespread negative impact. As the screen lit up, Ronald realized it was indeed a parody of Top Gun, completely imitating everything from the fighter jets sliding onto the screen on the aircraft carrier to the busy crew members on deck. Even the background under the rising sun was copied, but it lacked the original's aesthetic appeal, instead giving off a dusty, knockoff feel. Bang! Two crew members on deck, even while installing bombs on the planes, collided, causing the bombs to fall onto the deck. Ha ha ha! It was clearly a typical parody, deconstructing a serious film for comedic effect. Next, the film began mimicking the afterburner engine activation effect of the Tomcat fighter jet in Top Gun, but the flame was tiny, used by the deck crew to grill meat. Using the weak flame, a crew member skewered a sausage on a wire and grilled it over the flame behind the engine. Ha ha ha! Ronald's worries were alleviated by this deconstructive humor. No need to worry too much. Who can guarantee every movie will be a box office hit? Eventually, everyone gets parodied. Then, a fighter jet, like a car, was reversed and parked parallel to the deck by the pilot. Taking advantage of a few sergeants playing rugby on the deck, it crashed into the sea. Just as Ronald was laughing heartily, the male and female leads appeared on the screen. The male lead was none other than Emilio Estevez's younger brother, Charlie Sheen. He hadn't expected his comedic talent to be so good. The female lead also looked somewhat familiar. Or more accurately, she resembled an acquaintance of Ronald's. Jennifer Beals, the actress who starred in Flashdance. It was definitely a parody of her. The hairstyle and face were similar. Charlie Sheen also bore a resemblance to Tom Cruise. Ha ha ha! Ronald laughed out loud. This director was a genius. He even cast people who looked remarkably similar. Ronald, McGillis woke Ronald up when he laughed in his sleep. Oh, Kelly, what time is it? Ronald rubbed his eyes. He was no longer worried. Anyway, there was a movie parodying Top Gun, so even if it didn't do well at the box office, it seemed he'd be remembered. He shouldn't be making a completely unpopular film. It's late. I'll order some food, okay, darling. Ronald kissed McGillis and turned on the TV with a remote. Breaking news. Live broadcast from the White House. The president has canceled his annual State of the Union address and will address the issue of greatest concern to the public, the Challenger space shuttle disaster. The Challenger space shuttle disaster. Ronald was startled and asked McGillis if he knew. No, I haven't gone anywhere these past few days. I've been with you the whole time. McGillis came over and sat in Ronald's lap. NASA in America, since the Apollo moon landing, had never had a disaster during a launch mission resulting in casualties. Before this, only the Apollo program's ground tests had resulted in the deaths of 3 astronauts due to fire. My dear American people, I had planned to address you today with my State of the Union address, but the events of earlier this year forced me to cancel my plans. The president addressed the nation from his desk in the Oval Office. Today is a day of mourning and remembrance. Nancy and I are deeply saddened by the Challenger disaster. Ronald gripped McGillis's hand tightly, as if the Challenger had encountered a serious problem. Unlike the Apollo spacecraft that carried 3 astronauts, a space shuttle carried 7. It really happened. McGillis ran to the newspaper bag by the door and pulled out a newspaper. The headline read, Challenger disintegrates in mid-air 73 seconds after liftoff. All 7 astronauts feared dead. Elementary and middle school students across the country witnessed this tragedy live on television. They were scheduled to speak with Krista McAuliffe, the first civilian astronaut and a high school sociology teacher, for a lesson on American women's development. Oh, my God, Ronald flipped through the newspaper McGillis had brought. This wasn't just a space accident, it was an accident that happened in front of television viewers nationwide, and even worldwide. The newspaper photo was a snapshot of Challenger breaking into pieces in the sky. The white trail abruptly ended in the sky, and a large fireball formed in the air. It was clear that all the astronauts were doomed. Even more tragic were the high school students across the country, who had been organized to watch the live broadcast at school, waiting for the space call and their lesson with Ms. McAuliffe, only to witness the tragic scene of their teacher exploding in midair. So, perhaps the audience's reaction at today's preview screening was because of the Challenger disaster? That's why they were so distraught, showing no reaction to any of the aerial combat or romantic scenes? Only the storyline of the goose's tragic death elicited a strong reaction. Ronald wondered to himself, wondering how this would affect the box office. If the nation was still in shock and grief, Top Gun would still be affected. Only by putting a period to this tragedy and allowing people to move on could there be a chance for them to start enjoying aerial combat films again. At the originally scheduled premiere in May, the 7 astronauts on Challenger are heroes. I want to say a few words to the students watching this tragedy live on television. I know you may find it hard to understand, but sometimes tragedies happen, and it's all part of great exploration and discovery. The future doesn't belong to the weak, it belongs to the brave. The 7 heroes of Challenger were brave heroes. They pulled us forward, expanding the boundaries of humanity. What a great communicator, Ronald exclaimed. The president's speech directly taught a lesson to the millions of children who were bewildered watching the explosion live on television. Humanity's exploration of the universe is a brave and fearless adventure, with failures and losses along the way, just like all great undertakings. These children will surely remember this scene from their childhood. Their future may be changed because of it. The 7 brave warriors of Challenger will be forever remembered. We will always remember seeing them for the last time before launch, waving goodbye, and then breaking free from the Earth's constraints, touching the face of God. Thank you all. Ronald hugged McGillis tightly, and both of them wept. The television began showing footage of the Challenger disaster again, then panned across the faces of the spectators at the Florida Space Launch Center, their expressions a mix of shock and tears. Next came the tears of NASA staff, and finally, the tears of the thousands of children waiting in front of their television sets to watch their beloved Mr. McAuliffe's lesson. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang. Ronald wiped away his tears and answered. Ronald, this is Bruckheimer. Jerry, you saw the presidents. Ronald, you saw the presidents. The two asked each other simultaneously. Like Ronald, the 2 Hollywood producers, who usually paid little attention to NASA's space missions, had been either indulging in revelry or busy arranging test screenings these past few days. None of the 3 knew about the devastating accident. Now it's all about how the public reacts to this disaster, whether they'll still feel the trauma months from now, Ronald said. Yes, It's hard to imagine how something like this could happen in front of the whole world. Our international reputation will be severely affected, Bruckheimer agreed. Ideally, this accident can have a satisfactory investigation result so that we can heal our wounds and move forward again. Hopefully, I heard that the president is going to appoint an investigation committee and will also invite Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman to participate. He will surely be able to give a satisfactory answer to the accident. The two encourage each other, keeping all the additional measures unchanged and even increasing them. Everyone hoped that by May, the public would have moved on from this matter. Chapter 671, Chapter 301, a star-studded premiere. 3 months passed quickly. It was May 12th. At the Los Astor Plaza Theater on Broadway in New York, a huge Top Gun billboard was installed atop the theater's lobby. Everyone passing through the bustling Broadway would see it. Meanwhile, Paramount had also invested heavily in advertising in Times Square, and posters were displayed in many Manhattan cinemas and restaurants. All of this cost Paramount millions of dollars, all to attract more viewers for the opening of Top Gun. The poster featured Kelly McGillis, standing behind and embracing a seated Tom Cruise. The title Top Gun and the words Ronald Lee's film were prominently displayed below. Cruise's height was a disadvantage, and Paramount's marketing department spent a long time selecting this photo to cleverly conceal the fact that the female lead was taller. Kelly McGillis had curly blonde hair, exactly like in the poster. Her hair had grown long again. McGillis stood beneath his large poster, his arm around Ronald's in the foyer, as the two greeted the arriving celebrities. Ronald went over to shake hands with Tom Cruise, who was the first to arrive. Cruise was dressed in an Italian-style outfit, a gray suit over a Japanese print silk shirt. So many stars are here today, looks like we're going to make a big splash. Cruise glanced around. Photographers were snapping pictures. No problem, there will be lots of coverage tomorrow, I know. Cher, Cruise whispered in Ronald's ear, taking this opportunity to meet his girlfriend, Cher. Cher is already inside, Ronald whispered back. Paula Wagner had given special instructions, and Cher was even more eager than Cruise, entering the theater well beforehand. Thank you, Cruise turned back, waving to fans, signing autographs, posing for photos, and then happily entered the theater. Ronald wore a dark blue suit with a white shirt, looking clean and sharp. This contrasted sharply with McGillis's white jacket and dark shirt. McGillis and Ronald exchanged a smile. Good news continued to pour in. American audiences had regained interest in films like Top Gun, which depicted aerial combat between Soyuz pilots. For months, the Challenger disaster had been a roller coaster ride. The Accident Investigation Committee wanted to shirk responsibility, hoping to conclude that the explosion was an accident. They also wanted to silence the engineer who had pointed out the real cause of the accident before launch, the failure of the booster's O-ring seal at low temperatures. Unexpectedly, this engineer secretly contacted Nobel laureate Richard Feynman. At a press conference in February, Richard Feynman, the physicist widely seen as a figurehead for the investigation committee, delivered a surprise blow to the other committee members and NASA. He sat on the podium at the press conference, holding a piece of O-ring sealant from a space shuttle booster. After asking for a glass of ice water, he used pliers to clamp the sealant and then immersed it in the water. After about 10 minutes, when a reporter politely asked Feynman for his opinion on the cause of the accident, everyone expected him to give some ambiguous answer. Unexpectedly, Feynman directly removed the sealant from the ice water and opened the clamp. The sealant, designed to spring back to seal the booster, failed to do so for several tens of seconds in the low temperature. It failed to function as a design seal against fuel leakage, ultimately causing fuel to leak into the external fuel tank and triggering the massive explosion. Everyone saw on television the material being removed from the clamp. The white sealant did not spring back. Public opinion was outraged. NASA was immediately questioned for disregarding the risks to astronauts and forcing the launch of Challenger in sub-zero temperatures to meet its planned launch schedule and secure funding. The president ordered a thorough investigation into NASA's responsibility, and during this period, space shuttle launches were suspended. This dramatic turn of events took everyone by surprise. Even more surprising, however, was the increased trust the American people placed in their country. Feynman's televised experiment, in effect, proved America to be a free nation. Someone made a mistake, someone pointed it out, and someone corrected it and moved forward. This starkly contrasted with the Zawi nuclear power plant accident last month, perfectly reflecting the majority of American citizens' views on the two countries. One country was transparent, with media freedom. The other was opaque, with its government attempting to cover up a massive accident. Had the monsoon winds not carried the Chernobyl radioactive material to Sweden and Norway, where scientists detected it, the ZOE might never have planned to disclose the actual explosion at Unit 4. The restored public confidence greatly pleased Ronald and the two producers. The ZOE nuclear accident had triggered panic in other countries, reigniting fears of the ZOE's powerful military. For a month, television coverage was relentless, focusing on the horrific nature of the nuclear power plant explosion. After 2 test screenings by Paramount, audiences regained their interest in the on-screen devastation of the Allied MiG fighter jets, and the response was excellent. Encouraged by the test screening results, Paramount granted special permission for this grand opening ceremony. Ronald used all his connections, inviting every star and friend he knew in the industry to attend the New York premiere of Top Gun. If all went well, it could generate a massive amount of media buzz a week before the official release. We're now reporting from Broadway in New York on the premiere of Paramount's new film Top Gun. A cable television host was still broadcasting entertainment news to the theater entrance. We see Jennifer Beals, the lead actress of Flashdance, and with her is her Yale classmate, former child star, and Oscar nominee Jodie Foster. Waving to fans across the street, Jodie Foster and Jennifer Beals appeared together. They looked very close, like best friends. Jennifer, Jodie, these are Kelly, Judy, and Jennifer. Ronald stepped forward to welcome them, introducing McGillis to the 3 women. The 3 beauties happily embraced, then flanked Ronald, allowing the photographers to take pictures. These were reporters Paramount had bribed. All photos were first reviewed by Paramount before being published in the media at their discretion. McGillis and Jodie Foster stood on either side of Ronald, exchanging a secret glance, as if exchanging a coded message. Jennifer Beals and Jodie Foster finished their photos and entered the theater hand in hand. Spike, Catherine, the first to arrive, were mostly lesser-known figures in the industry. Ronald went up to greet his 2 friends from the NYU circle. McGillis didn't recognize them. She whispered a few words to Ronald and went into the theater first. "How are you all doing?" Ronald hadn't spoken to them in a long time. This time, he was using every connection he could to boost the opening's box office. The two had some reputation in New York's university film circles and could mobilize some film and drama students to attend. Not bad, buddy, not bad. Spike Lee's graduation project received several small awards from the African American Foundation and also won NYU's Outstanding Graduation Project Award. He also secured funding for his first commercial feature film with this award, which is currently in production. I'm still looking for opportunities. Catherine Bigelow, however, wasn't doing so well. Her film hadn't made any waves, and she didn't have any new films to shoot. As a female director, opportunities were scarce in this male-dominated industry. Let's talk again when I'm done with my work. Ronald had an idea. This high-quality director with such good value was worth trying to cultivate. What kind of opportunity? Bigelow became interested. Ronnie, another group of stars arrived. It was the Aliens crew, director James Cameron, producer Gail Hurd, and lead actress Sigourney Weaver. Let me introduce you. These 2 are my good friends, Jimmy and Gail. These are the brilliant directors I met at NYU, Spike Lee and Catherine Bigelow. The directors and producers began chatting. Hello, Ronald. Congratulations on your new film. I'm Sigourney. Lieutenant Ripley needs no introduction. Ronald recognized the middle-aged actress who played the alien warrior in the Alien series. Cameron always liked to cast a strong female lead in his films. He seemed to have a particular fondness for this type of woman. His wife Gail was also a strong woman. I really hope to work with you on a film sometime, Arnold. Long time no see. Following closely behind was Arnold Schwarzenegger, the lead actor in Cameron's previous film, The Terminator, accompanied by Maria Shriver, a New York socialite and niece of the Kennedy family. Hello, Ronald. I'm looking forward to your new film. Schwarzenegger winked at Ronald. Welcome, and is this your beautiful wife, Ms. Shriver? I've seen your shows. Hello, Director Ronald. Maria Shriver is a television reporter. Ronald knew what Schwarzenegger meant. He had been having a passionate affair with Danish actress Brigitte Nielsen, but after dating Maria Shriver, he cleverly dumped Nielsen on Sylvester Stallone. Therefore, Ronald didn't mention Stallone and Nielsen. Paramount had also extended invitations to the newlyweds, Stallone and Nielsen, but neither of them intended to attend. Shriver recently wanted to use her family's influence to enter the film industry and wanted to talk to Ronald a bit more. However, with new stars arriving one after another, she had her husband ask Ronald for a business card for future contact. Helen, Betty, Denny. Next up were the three lead actors from The Wicked Husband. Helen Slater lived in New York, while Bette Midler and Danny DeVito, who acted on both Broadway and Hollywood, also had homes in New York. They had finished filming The Wicked Husband and came to support producer Ronald. Ronnie, Helen gave Ronald a tight hug. Her acting career was taking off. After all, The Wicked Husband was a film by the renowned director Jerry Zak. Congratulations, you're really on top of the world. Bette Midler and Danny DeVito, both veteran actors, were uneasy. The Wicked Husband had encountered some problems during filming, and neither of them knew if the performances were too childish. The directing style of the Zak trio was considered superficial, and they both felt their film careers were about to suffer a major setback. You guys go in first, I'm waiting here for some important guests, Ronald whispered to Helen. Okay, I'll go in first. Helen glanced at the throng of reporters outside. It had been a long time since she'd been the center of attention. She seized the opportunity to strike a few poses for the photographers. Ronald was greeted by another group of stars, John Hughes, and the actors from his two new films, which he was directing and producing. Pink Lady was the film that inspired Ronald's idea. The lead actress was Molly Linward, flanked by John Clare as her friend and Andrew McCarthy as her crush. Andrew had previously appeared in a Burger King commercial for Ronald. Congratulations, Ronald, John Hughes, still wearing his large framed glasses, congratulated Ronald first. And congratulations too, when will your Pink Lady be released? The test screenings didn't go well, I might be forced to change the ending. I told you, Ronald smiled. His original plot was two women pursuing one man. American audiences could accept a girl next door falling for her childhood sweetheart, but they weren't so accepting of a beautiful woman pursuing a handsome man and then marrying her friend's boy next door. John Hughes, in order to continue promoting his muse Molly Linward, messed up the story. In the end, he didn't even direct it himself, handing it over to Howard Deutsch, the assistant director from his time filming The Breakfast Club. Let me introduce you, these are the two leads from my film Springtime is Not a School Day. Behind Hughes are two more young actresses. The man is Matthew Broderick, the lead in War Games, the film that made Ronald buy an internet computer. The woman is Maya Sara, who starred in the fantasy film Legends with Tom Cruise. Hello. Ronald busied himself shaking hands and hugging the five young actresses. Maya Sara was very beautiful, with dark hair. It was unclear whether she was of Italian or Chinese descent. Hello, Ronald, I really enjoyed your movies. Maya Sara was still quite naive. She wanted to chat because she liked Ronald's films. I also really enjoyed Legend with Tom. There wasn't much opportunity for a deeper conversation in the lobby. Ronald had to continue receiving the increasingly bigger stars. Next up is, and, the TV host didn't recognize the next couple of stars approaching. Linda, it was Paul Hogan, wearing a crocodile skin jacket, and his girlfriend Linda Kozlovsky. They had fallen in love while filming Crocodile Dundee and had become a couple in real life. Howdy, Hogan still spoke with an Australian accent. Their film Crocodile Dundee had already been released in Australia and broken local box office records, so they wanted to come to Hollywood to promote it. Here's my business card. We can talk more in a couple of days. Ronald knew Hogan and Linda's plans from their agent and welcomed them inside. Next up is the Oscar-winning Best Supporting Actress, Goldie Hawn, and her boyfriend, Kurt Russell. The host finally recognized the next pair of stars. Ronald chatted with the two of them for a bit longer. Demons in Chinatown was finished. Diane's scenes were largely retained, and it would premiere in 2 months. Goldie Hawn and Russell were going to collaborate on a film, and they wanted to see if Ronald was interested in directing. Next up is Oscar-nominated screenwriter Oliver Stone. Ronald hugged him. Stone's new Vietnam War film had finished filming in Southeast Asia. Behind them were actors Willem Dafoe and Charlie Sheen. Ronald looked at Charlie Sheen and laughed again, remembering the parody of Top Gun from his dream. Charlie Sheen laughed too. He had used Ronald to ruin his brother Emilio's career, and now he and his girlfriend Demi were directing and starring in their new film. Many people from the Platoon crew came to support them, including Willem Dafoe, Tom Bellinger, who almost starred in Top Gun, and Johnny Depp, an actor with an effeminate and eccentric appearance, and his girlfriend. The actress had a bit of an old-school Hollywood star look. her eyebrows reminiscent of actresses from the Golden Age. Ronald glanced at her again. "Let me show you my new tattoo." Johnny Depp, noticing Ronald's gaze, quickly showed his girlfriend his new tattoo. Sherilyn Fenn, his girlfriend, saw the tattoo, recognized her name, and sweetly took Depp's arm as they went inside. Next up is star William Hurt, and his co-star Mary Matlin from the new film Children of God Out of Favor, the TV reporter continued. "Welcome, William." Ronald stepped forward to hug her. "Hello, Ronald. I just heard about you from Catherine Turner. She spoke highly of you, haha. I also really enjoyed your performance." Hurt and Turner had co-starred in the erotic thriller Body Heat a few years ago and were friends. Just recently, Ronald had visited the set of Coppola's Peggy Sue Got Married. Catherine Turner disliked Nicolas Cage's acting, and the two clashed. Ronald had a brief conversation with Cage, and he improved later on. Therefore, Turner had a good impression of Ronald. "Ronald is a very good director," William Hurt explained to Mary Matlin beside him in sign language. "I've seen his movies, and I like him very much," Mary Matlin replied in sign language. Children of God Out of Favor is a film about deaf people, and the lead actress, Mary Matlin, is actually deaf. William Hurt specifically learned sign language to prepare for the role. He and Mary Matlin also developed feelings for each other during filming and are currently dating. Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, John Candy, hello. These three were the trio who had just co-starred in The Volunteers. Noriyuki Morita and Ralph Macchio. Elizabeth Shue, hi, it'll be up to you in 2 months. These were Ronald's inner circle. Isabella Rossellini, and director David Lynch, hello, Isabella, hello, director Lynch. This was his mentor's wife, his ex-mentor's wife, and her new boyfriend. Michael Douglas, Catherine Turner, hello, hello. The two co-starred in a sequel to The Emerald, The Jewels of the Nile. Jane Fonda, Jane, it's nice to meet you. Ronald, well done. The celebrities who followed were increasingly high-profile. The host was delighted, able to effortlessly announce their names. Ronald had been standing at the door for over half an hour, his smile becoming somewhat stiff. The arrival of these stars meant free news coverage. Tomorrow's entertainment section would likely feature at least 2 or 3 pages on their activities. A film's opening box office success depends entirely on the marketing resources invested by the distribution company and the star power of the premiere. Only then does word of mouth come into play. A strong opening is far better than making a Sleeping Beauty-like film. These stars were there partly out of respect for Ronald, and partly because of the significant support from Paramount. Many didn't even live in New York but still came to the premiere, showing great respect. Ronald, congratulations. The last 2 arrivals, the most important figures, were Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, 2 directors who dominated the box office in the 1980s. George, Steven, Ronald, look this way, a photographer called out to the 3. Ronald stood to the left of the 2 directors, took a slight step back, and struck a pose with a smile. "Please come in, it's great to have you here." "Thank you," Steven said. "Your new film is very interesting, so I came to see it too," Lucas said with a smile as he walked in. He had gained a little weight since his divorce and was in good spirits. "My new film is coming out soon too, you should come too." Thank you, definitely," Ronald said, naturally accompanying the 2 important figures into the theater. "Have you contacted them? What did they say?" Once inside the theater, Spielberg approached Ronald and spoke privately. "I relayed your message. In principle, they approve of any film crew shooting there, but they need to hire some of their studio's professionals. They're quite skilled, and the wages aren't expensive." "Great, I'll have Catherine follow up." Spielberg had acquired the adaptation rights to J.G. Ballard's novel and planned to shoot the new film in the mysterious East. Ronald helped contact a film studio in Zhujiang. They reported back and were very welcoming to the Hollywood guests, but required the hiring of local technicians and payment in US dollars. After the VIPs were seated, Ronald quietly went to a seat by the aisle. "Ronnie," his Aunt Karen said, gently comforting the slightly nervous Ronald with her hand. The premiere was being held in New York by Paramount for marketing purposes. Marketing the film on the West Coast was easier, while the East Coast needed more exposure. This arrangement also made it convenient for Ronald to go home and see his aunt. "I hope the audience doesn't hate it too much," Ronald whispered to his aunt. The film's editing pace was fast, breaking away from traditional Hollywood narrative rhythms. Many plot points weren't fully revealed, leaving the audience to fill in the gaps. And unlike previous films about the Vietnam War, Top Gun showed no reflection on the war, focusing entirely on the prowess of naval aviators. It was only during the conversation between the Maverick and Top Gun flight instructor Viper that some of the injustices suffered by the Maverick's father during the Vietnam War were touched upon. Ronald wondered how audiences his age would view his positive portrayal of the war. After a brief introduction by the host, the film quickly began. Dong, dong, the bells from the Top Gun theme song rang out again. The hundreds of audience members who had paid a hefty price for tickets sat behind the stars, watching the premiere of Top Gun together. 2 chapters combined. Chapter 672, 302nd Chapter, Special Scheduling Operations. Aunt Karen hadn't reacted much until she saw Tom Cruise and McGillis angrily chasing each other on motorcycles on screen, exchanging heated words before suddenly kissing. Then she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. The bickering yet charming dynamic between the two captivated her. Cruise had visited before, and she liked the young man. She wasn't particularly interested in the aerial combat scenes and the competition between pilots, but this romantic scene had her completely engrossed. Phew, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Top Gun was a high-concept film. You either liked it or you didn't. It was hard to like it through the story alone. The young male audience had been cheering since the very first aerial battle. Middle-aged men praised the dazzling tactics of the fighter jets, discussing with those next to them the MiG's stealth attacks that went undetected on radar, and how the Tomcat's automatic wings and advanced air-to-air missiles gave it a technological advantage over the MiG. Young female viewers' eyes lit up at the sight of the fit pilots in the bathroom and playing volleyball on the beach. Only middle-aged female viewers began to truly appreciate the film at this point. Observing every movement in my foolish love game, on this endless ocean, the lovers, shameless, turn back to some secret place in their hearts, watching you turn away in slow motion and say, "Take my breath away." The Berlin Band's love song played for the third time in the film. Because the passionate scenes between the two leads were reshot, no new music was provided for them. Ronald had to play Take My Breath Away several times in a row. Whenever Charlie and the Lone Ranger were alone together, this song would play. The young people around him didn't find it repetitive or boring at all. Some even hummed along softly. Phew, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Luck was on his side again. To offset the impact of the Challenger disaster, Ronald contacted the Berlin Band through his management company. During a break in their tour, he offered to film a music video for this song. More than a month before the film's release, Take My Breath Away began airing heavily on MTV, with the record company and Paramount jointly funding its chart run. Perhaps due to the song's inherent quality, or perhaps because Ronald's music video was so captivating, Take My Breath Away quickly climbed to number 1 on the American charts. This marked the first time a single from the Berlin Band had reached number 1 on the charts. Ronald recalled the filming of the music video, which was intended to coincide with the release of Top Gun, so the plot resembled the film, interspersed with some less important movie clips. Lead singer Terry Nunn, dressed in a blue jumpsuit, resembling a blue-collar worker, filmed a solo scene amidst the wreckage of several aircraft at the Mojave Air and Spaceport. The Mojave Air and Spaceport is a well-known aircraft graveyard, containing many retired naval and Air Force fighter jets, bombers, reconnaissance planes, and many older aircraft retired during the Vietnam War. The band's creators, John Crawford and Rob Brill, were not happy. They were single-mindedly focused on performing their own compositions and were quite resistant to this pop rock song, which had neither lyrics nor music by the Berlin Band. However, the Berlin Band's popularity was limited, and they didn't have the same control over their work as Bruce Springsteen. Under pressure from the record company, they reluctantly agreed to release Take My Breath Away as the lead single on their new album. As part of the contract, they also had to cooperate with a music video. So, when Ronald was filming the music video, he found that the two were uncooperative. In order to finish the music video as quickly as possible, they had to keep the small female lead singer, Terry Nunn, as far away from them as possible. Anyway, most pop music listeners wouldn't notice the difference between band style and original works. There were only 6 lines of lyrics repeated over and over, and it was superficial and lacked depth. Apart from Terry Nunn singing happily, the two creative members' dissatisfaction grew day by day. However, as the band's first number 1 hit, they had no choice but to perform this song at every concert during their tour. I don't really care about any of that. This song is so popular, I don't care who wrote it. Ronald's thoughts were pulled back from Terry Nunn's private complaints. The film was a huge hit with the audience, ultimately defeating the MiG fighter jet. The Lone Ranger and Iceman reconciled, and the Lone Ranger chose to return to Top Gun school as an instructor, reuniting with Charlie. All the stars stood up and applauded. The constant cheers and stomping of the audience made it clear that Ronald's new film would be a box office smash. Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, Kelly McGillis, and others went on stage to accept the cheers from the audience and then began answering questions from fans. Some people even asked if they could actually fly fighter jets. Except for Tom Cruise, who admitted to having a pilot's license, the other actors playing pilots were vague in their answers. Ronald couldn't help but laugh. These guys had been much more convincing when they were in Cameron's ground cockpit, pretending to be in high-altitude aerial combat than they were now. After seeing off Spielberg, Lucas, and other bigwigs, the other young actors and guests went off to a New York nightclub for a party to celebrate the successful premiere. Ronald lagged behind, getting into a limousine with the two producers. "Is Sid still insisting?" Ronald asked Simpson. "Yes, I think we should agree with him. Today's premiere audience reaction is a huge sign of a blockbuster. Public sentiment is higher right now, and having a film that allows them to vent their patriotic feelings will give the box office a positive boost." A week earlier, Ronald expertly took a bottle of whiskey from the nearby freezer and poured a glass for each of the producers. "Ronald, cheers. Memorial Day is a small window. If we release it nationwide a week earlier, we can turn that small window into a big one. I just think it's a bit risky. The film's marketing, especially the opening week box office, is crucial, determining the size of the initial audience. After that, it depends on word of mouth." Paramount's distribution manager, Sid Garnier, proposed a risky plan. The week before Memorial Day, what was originally planned as a limited release weekend was expanded to a full-scale attack. Opening in over 1,000 theaters would create a strong impression for the following Memorial Day weekend, attracting several times more viewers than usual. The risk was that if audience reviews weren't as positive as expected, second week attendance might fall short of a typical strategy. Film reputation takes time to build, and in the first week, audiences still choose which films to see based on marketing. Maintaining the biggest suspense for the weekend with the highest usual audience is a standard practice for all films. It was a gamble, but the audience response at the opening exceeded expectations, minimizing the risk. "Okay, let's take the gamble," Ronald said, downing his drink. Sid Bruckheimer picked up the phone in the car and dialed Paramount's marketing department. The premiere feedback was great, and Ronald agreed. "Let's proceed according to your plan." "Great, just you wait and see." Sid on the other end of the line was delighted and immediately went to make arrangements. "Here's the plan. Our reviews will be released next weekend." Don Simpson tossed him a schedule. "What did those sons of bitches say?" Ronald picked up the schedule from the sofa. It included reviews from several well-known film critics. Albert gave it 2.5 out of 4 stars, Cisco gave it 3 stars, and most importantly, the average rating from CinemaScore's audience survey is an A. Bruckheimer had already seen it and gave Ronald a brief overview. "HMPH, they're definitely not going to give me 4 stars anyway." Ronald knew his popcorn movie wasn't popular with critics. However, what he valued most wasn't the critics, but the score from this emerging audience sampling survey company. CinemaScore was an audience rating survey company founded by Ed Mintz. They conceived the idea of creating a purely audience-based rating system because they were dissatisfied with critics' inconsistent film ratings, which disrupted their viewing choices. They wouldn't inform the producers beforehand, but instead randomly selected locations to conduct audience review surveys starting on the opening day. This particular score was compiled by Ed Mintz himself, who led a team to New York for the premiere, hoping to gain access to Paramount Pictures and provide consulting services. Next week, when the film opens in theaters, they would secretly appear in any state or town in America for more meticulous random sampling. The resulting scores would then be far more convincing. Ronald ticked a positive mark in his notebook. He then looked at the reviews from 2 Chicago critics, who were considered bellwethers for audiences nationwide, especially those in the Midwest and Deep South, whom the producers were eyeing. Roger Ebert of The Sun said, "A movie like Top Gun is hard to review because the good parts are really good and the bad parts are really ruthless. The carnage is absolutely the most exciting aerial spectacle since Clint Eastwood in Fox, but beware of the scenes where people talk to each other, the boring parts." Gene Sisco of the Chicago Tribune praised the action scenes but criticized the romance, writing, "It belongs to a teen fantasy movie, Not a movie worth being truly romantic, and if you're looking for any profound value, you'll be disappointed. What did Paramount give them? A low score, but their comments are more of a bonus than a reward. Haha. A Hawaiian travel voucher and a sponsorship of the Chicago Film Critics Association's annual meeting. We've arrived, gentlemen. The driver stopped the car in front of the nightclub, and Ronald got out to find it was a nightclub even more luxurious than Club 54. Tom, Cher. A group of couples inside were holding hands affectionately. Ronald went over and hugged them one by one. Ronald glanced around. McGillis, Jodie Foster, and Jennifer Beals were chatting together, holding hands and whispering like sisters. Ronald felt it inappropriate to disturb them, so he looked around for Helen. He learned that Helen had been picked up by her father, Gerald, in his car. Ronald smiled, sat down, and looked for a new target. Ronald, your film is very good, but there's something I don't like. It has a bit of American chauvinism. It makes the audience feel that war can be won. Ronald turned around and saw Oliver Stone, who had just finished filming his first and second movies, El Salvador and Platoon. His characteristically gentle voice echoed in Ronald's ears. What, do you think we can't win the Cold War with the Soviet Union? Ronald was a little puzzled by Stone's thoughts. No, I mean, if there's a third world war, there are no winners. I fought in Vietnam myself, no winners, man. In some ways, I agree with you. Ronald clinked glasses with him. This poor drafted Yale student, like his deceased uncle, served in the army. He took a beating from the North Vietnamese in Vietnam. The Top Gun Navy, bombing others from their skies, didn't have that kind of horror of war. You won't say bad things about me in the newspapers, will you? Ronald poured him another glass. No, but we can talk about it, create some buzz. I like your idea, Oliver. Chapter 673, Chapter 303, breaks box office records in opening weekend. I recently watched my friend Ronald's new movie, Top Gun. Honestly, it'll appeal to young people. The visuals are top-notch, the flight stunts and dogfights are fantastic. He does a superb job of filming war scenes. I can't make movies like that. My movies are the other extreme, depicting the brutality of war and its devastation of humanity. Top Gun promotes the idea that war is clean and easily won, but nobody in the movie mentions that Tom Cruise's character has just started World War II. Ha 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 ha. Ronald laughed uncontrollably after reading Oliver Stone's interview. This Yale graduate, George's classmate, was a shrewd fellow. Throughout the interview, his comments about Top Gun were subtly critical yet subtly supportive. The best part was that the interview was published in the latest issue of Playboy magazine. In a magazine favored by male teenagers, the largest audience for Top Gun, saying that Ronald's movie about fighter jets was great was practically boosting his own box office. As for the plot where the Lone Ranger shoots down 3 Souvelier MiG-28 fighters in the Indian Ocean, frankly, even if such an event happened in the real world, it's unlikely to trigger World War II. This is Hollywood, damn it. How can they get audiences to buy tickets without some heroic act at the end? However, Stone's statement actually piqued the curiosity of teenage viewers, who wanted to see how the movie plot could trigger World War II. Following the New York premiere, Paramount held a premiere in San Diego, California. This premiere was held at the Naval Air Station Miramar. All the naval aviators who supported the filming, the pilots who participated in the filming, Kristen Fox, the real-life inspiration for Charlie played by McGillis, Lloyd Abel, who filmed the most difficult stunt flight scenes, Navy Liaison Officer Matthew, and Pete Pettigrew, the former instructor of Top Gun, all brought their families to the premiere. Ho-ha-ho-ha, Bozo, who had switched careers to fly passenger planes for an airline, was overjoyed to see the opening scene of his Tomcat taking off from the aircraft carrier deck. The Boeing 707 series didn't have the Tomcat's ability to flip and hang upside down, used to the requirement of a smooth, stable landing that passengers should barely feel. Bozo missed his naval days. Hey, so many roles. What's the point of that in a dogfight? The pilots, seeing Ronald's numerous roles interspersed in the dogfight, complained to Pettigrew, who was acting as consultant. Even my 8-year-old son knows that roles don't dodge the MiG's cannon fire from behind. Couldn't you have done more barrel rolls? Don't yell at me, I tried my best. If it weren't for me blocking them, that young director Ronald might have turned the dogfight into a breakdancing scene. Oh, my God, thank goodness for you, Pete. Pettigrew was sweating profusely. To any expert, the dogfight scenes in the movie looked incredibly fake. There was only a scissor maneuver lasting about 10 seconds, the kind of maneuver real Top Gun pilots would use in dogfights. Several wingmen, cooperating with elite aircraft, would exchange positions during the pursuit, ensuring the enemy aircraft ahead remained exposed to missiles and cannons for as long as possible. "Relax, Pete," Ronald noticed Pettigrew's discomfort. To him, this kind of filming was like a novel describing movie making, where the camera simply changed from a long shot to a close-up without changing the lens. Unbearable for him. "God, I didn't expect this movie to still be so unbearable after several months. I hope these pilots don't cause me trouble after its official release." Whoosh, bang, the movie ended with a Lone Ranger fighting 5 MiG-28s alone. A Sidewinder missile flew from under the wing of an F-14 Tomcat, striking the MiG-28's wing. The MiG-28, with half its wing sheared off, tumbled downwards, then burst into flames and disintegrated in midair. "Oh, it's a Sidewinder," the pilot's 8-year-old son clapped excitedly at the sight. He often played games at home with a neighbor's boy, using his dad's F-14 model. He had imagined the Sidewinder hitting an enemy plane a million times, but he never expected it to look so good on screen. "This missile shot is pretty good," his father, the pilot, stroked his chin. "Top Gun does have some realistic parts. Is this the third one? Is there a fourth?" Matthew, the Navy liaison officer assigned to the film crew, silently counted the Sidewinder missiles launched in the movie and wrote them down in his notebook. The Secretary of the Navy had specially approved 2 Sidewinder launches for practical use, so why were there 4 here? Could the weapons personnel at Miramar Air Force Base have been bribed? Such a realistic launch scene could very well be a covert launch. "We need to report this to the Navy Department immediately and see if the Secretary wants to set up an investigation team to start investigating." Ronald didn't see Matthew's expression. He was immersed in the real Navy officers' opinions on the movie. While they weren't impressed with some of the battle scenes, the rest of the film suited their tastes. After all, who wouldn't want a handsome actor like Tom Cruise or Val Kilmer playing them? Being an aircraft carrier fighter pilot requires high intelligence, education, and immense courage. Any pilot who dares to land on an aircraft carrier at night is a warrior with an incredibly strong heart. They were very satisfied with the film's portrayal of them. The admiring glances from their families also lessened their dissatisfaction with Ronald's alterations to the dogfighting choreography. Smiling and bidding farewell to the pilots, Ronald drove his Ferrari back to Hollywood. He parked directly below the CAA offices. Michael Ovitz's business was booming. Several CAA packaged films were box office hits, earning them tens of millions. To build an office befitting his status, Ovitz contacted the renowned Chinese-American architect, I.M. Pei, to design a brand new office building for CAA. It's said that Ovitz specifically requested Pei's design. The new building needs to be relocated, while the old CAA offices will remain in their original location. Not far from CAA, Cannonball's new office building is under construction. They didn't hire any famous designers, it's just a conventional, straightforward construction. Perhaps Ovitz's idea for the CAA building was inspired by Minahan Golan. The power of $300 million is immense. The Minahan brothers began acquiring British cinema chains and offered a hefty sum to invite Stallone to star in Cannonball, reportedly a price Stallone couldn't refuse. This was over $8 million more than Stallone's usual $5 million salary. The exact amount is debated. But Stallone and Bridget Nielsen did indeed join Cannonball for the new film, indicating they were very satisfied with the price. Today, producers Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer also visited CAA to discuss further marketing matters with Ronald and, incidentally, to chat with CAA about their new film ideas. Their package deal is very convenient for the 2 producers of this high-concept film. "Our first partner is Ray-Ban's aviator sunglasses," said Paula Wagner, representing Tom Cruise. Cruise, who collaborated with Ray-Ban on Top Gun, didn't forget to use the brands for marketing in this film. The Wayfarer series is the same style worn by the Maverick in Top Gun. From an older model about to be discontinued, it has become a classic that's about to make a comeback. Ray-Ban is offering movie tickets with a purchase of sunglasses at various stores. Another product is the Navy high-necked aviator jacket. We contacted Macy's and aviation supply stores, and they've all started releasing the same jacket. This fitted, high-necked, waist-cinching jacket is seen as a potential bestseller by several brands, hoping it will become a winter sales hit. The coordinated efforts across multiple channels aim to maximize box office revenue during the opening weekend of May 16. A total of 1,028 theaters are showing our film this weekend. Prints, posters, and banners have all been delivered to theaters nationwide. Paramount spent nearly $8 million on marketing for this grand opening, and will decide on subsequent print and marketing investments based on the opening weekend's box office results. Excellent, we're sure to set a mid-May box office record. Ronald was full of confidence. This kind of film shouldn't be about stealing box office revenue from a popular release window, but rather about stimulating the box office performance of a smaller release window so that others can follow suit. Top Gun tells the story of a Navy ace pilot, played by Tom Cruise, who pilots an F-14 Tomcat fighter jet in a battle against MiG fighters. Multiple film critics have revealed that the aerial combat scenes are intense and realistic. On the night of the opening, Ronald bought several copies of newspapers such as The Hollywood Reporter and Variety and read them in the department store. He also returned to the fourth floor of the department store where Fast Pace was filmed, to the pizzeria across from the movie theater, to wait and observe the box office performance of the first screening of Top Gun. But the ground floor of this movie is a bit sluggish. Its PG rating makes it feel more like Tom Cruise in Ray-Ban sunglasses, Kelly McGillis in a lipstick commercial, and an extended version of the Berlin band's Take My Breath Away music video. HMPH, Ronald put on his Ray-Bans and slammed down the newspaper in dissatisfaction. These snobs just wouldn't say anything good about popcorn movies. Just wait and see how they'll be begging for praise after the box office results. Other films released around the same time as Top Gun included the sci-fi film Shortcut 5, about an industrial robot that develops consciousness and escapes, and Gong Ho, about a Japanese company acquiring a Detroit auto factory and the resulting cultural clashes between workers and managers from both countries. Top Gun still gets more viewers. Ronald observed the box office for a long time, then went home satisfied to rest. Ring 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 ring, Monday morning. The phone at Ronald's house rang incessantly. This is Ronald. I'm not home right now. Please leave a message. After a few rings, the answering machine started working. Ronald, it's me, Nisida. Answer the phone. The opening weekend's box office is in. Huh? How much? Ronald heard Nisida's voice and quickly answered the receiver, his sleepiness vanishing completely. 9,110,000. Your movie broke the May box office record in America. Yes, Ronald pumped his fist in the air. Chapter 674, Chapter 304, Pauline Kael angrily rebukes Ronald. The week before Memorial Day weekend, the film, with its usual 1,000-plus theaters, garnered $9 million in box office revenue. This result made everyone on the set eagerly anticipate the following Memorial Day weekend. Nisida's explanation is that sometimes the release date makes a film, like many summer blockbusters. Other times, the film makes the release date. A successful film can transform an otherwise unremarkable release date into a highly competitive one, becoming a focal point of competition at Las Vegas film conventions every year. The most typical example is Spielberg's Jaws. In the mid-1970s, summer box office was typically low. His Jaws attracted a large number of teenagers on summer vacation, generating $260 million in North American box office revenue, directly changing the Hollywood landscape. From then on, the summer season became the most sought-after period of the year for the 7 major studios. Memorial Day is a short holiday, the last Monday in May, connected to the previous weekend, and was originally considered a minor release window in the film industry. However, Ronald Reeves' Top Gun was released a week earlier, generating buzz beforehand. By Veterans Day weekend, word of mouth had spread, leading to a phenomenal second-week box office increase compared to the first. This virtuous cycle would continue, maintaining high box office momentum for the following weeks, and Paramount would increase prints and expand the release as needed. Meanwhile, Shortcut 5, released at the same time, only grossed a third of its own, and other films also flopped. This series of maneuvers stretched a small weekend release window into a 3 to 4 week window, creating a pre-summer release window almost exclusively for Top Gun, which could then generate second and third waves of moviegoers during the summer. This was the risky plan spearheaded by Paramount's distribution manager, Sid Garnes. If successful, it would essentially give Top Gun 2 summer seasons in 1986, 5 weeks longer than others. 2 Chicago film critics, Roger Ebert, with glasses, and Gene Sisco, with bald head, as expected, released their reviews after the film's release, publishing them quickly in the film reviews sections of the Chicago Sun-Times and the Chicago Tribune. Their reviews on PBS also praised Top Gun, At the opening of Top Gun, an ace naval pilot flies upside down about 18 inches above a Russian-made MiG and takes a Polaroid snapshot of the enemy pilot. Then he gives him the middle finger. It's a cheap stunt, but it makes the pilot, Tom Cruise, famous in the small circle of naval personnel who receive information about close encounters with enemy aircraft. This pilot, codenamed Lone Ranger, is selected for the Navy's elite flying school, dedicated to the dying art of aerial combat. The review begins by discussing the plot and criticizes Ronald's special effects as flashy. Ronald, however, didn't care. Over the years, he'd come to understand that critics always preferred dramatic, story-driven films, but these films didn't perform as well at the box office as his exploitative films. Aerial scenes always present a unique challenge in film. There's a risk of viewers getting spatially disoriented. We're used to seeing things within a framework that respects left and right, up and down, but fighter pilots live in a world of 360-degree turns. The extraordinary achievement of Top Gun lies in its 7 or 8 aerial encounters, which are so well choreographed that we can actually follow them most of the time. This film gives us a great understanding of what aerial combat might be like. Ronald had put a lot of effort into carefully editing the aerial combat scenes. Cisco and Albert both had high praise for them. This was Ronald's strength. He combined the fast-paced techniques of shooting music videos and commercials with the audience psychology techniques taught by Walter Murch into these few short aerial combat scenes. Ronald was confident that no other director could have done it better. Although the aerial combat scenes were short, cut every 3 to 5 seconds, totaling only a few minutes, the time and effort spent on them accounted for almost a third of the entire editing time. At the premiere at Miramar Naval Base, the actual fighter pilots, while not satisfied with the dogfight maneuvers, highly praised the pace of the aerial combat and the realistic sense of pursuit. This is probably why teenagers were so satisfied with the opening and closing aerial battle sequences. Some military magazines, and even Scientific American, published articles discussing the dogfight maneuvers and the unique techniques of various American fighter jets. According to Nisida, in addition to Ray-Ban sunglasses and flight jackets, licensed aircraft model and toy manufacturers also received large orders for the Navy's F-14 Tomcat fighter jets. Compared to the chemistry between Tom Cruise and Rebecca De Mornay in Good Boys 2, and between Kelly McGillis and Harrison Ford in The Witness, Cruise and McGillis's chemistry felt pale and unconvincing. Kelly McGillis was clearly more emotional when looking at the camera. Cruise and McGillis spent a lot of time nervously squinting at each other, exchanging messages like air-to-air missiles, and when they finally erupted in passion, the two leads looked like one of those sexy newcomers in a perfume ad. No flesh and blood, no emotion. Director Ronald Lee is amazing for completely erasing McGillis's top-notch emotional performance in The Witness. Hey, you critics have no idea. McGillis was looking at me behind the camera. Ronald finished reading the 2.5 and 3-star reviews with a smile. Ronald no longer gets easily angered by film critics. He remembers his teacher, Scorsese, saying that critics are like cavalry, gliding in to reap the rewards when directors and actors are exhausted from the battle. However, Ronald prefers a quote from Richard Feynman, an expert on the Challenger Disaster Investigation Committee. He bought a copy of his newly published autobiography, Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman, and found it rare to hear a physicist write so well. Feynman quotes Einstein in the book, saying that all creators shouldn't take critics' opinions too seriously. If they had creative abilities, they would be making films themselves. Ronald also remembers Roger Ebert, who worked as a screenwriter for exploitative films, only becoming a film critic after the films failed at the box office. As a New Yorker, Ronald values the opinions of New York film critics more. He remembers being attacked by Ebert when his debut film was released. In the end, it was the film critics in his hometown of New York who defended him. Pauline Kaur, a titan of film criticism and a contributor to The New Yorker, gave herself a fair assessment. Praising her talent and turning the tide, leading Universal to reprint a batch of copies and escaping the predicament of not having a nationwide release. Richard was very meticulous, keeping a pile of New York film reviews, knowing he had a habit of reading reviews the day after the opening weekend. He arrived at his apartment early to make copies of the manuscripts. Ronald picked them up one by one, and sure enough, the New York Times, the New York Post, and others were all full of praise. Film critics strongly recommended that audiences see Top Gun in theaters, making it the top choice for Memorial Day. The New Yorker's review is out so early. Yes, Ms. Pauline Kaur went to see it herself, and she wrote the review overnight. which is unusual for her. Richard picked out a copy and handed it to Ronald. Ronald happily took it, eager to see how the old lady would praise him this time. Top Gun is characterized by its super long music video. I'm here, I'm striking a pose, I'm the hero. The imposing Kelly McGillis plays an astrophysicist employed at Naval Air Station Miramar in San Diego to instruct elite fighter pilots in training. She enters the room sideways, languidly, so she doesn't overshadow her co-star, the relatively short Tom Cruise. He's supposed to be the most daring of her students, openly flirting with his teacher. But when McGillis leaves the screen, the film transforms into a gleaming gay advertisement. Pilots swagger around the locker room, towels dangling precariously from their waists. It's as if masculinity is redefined as a young man half naked, as if narcissism is everything as a warrior. Between shirtless drills, shots of jets with ugly nostrils take off, whoosh through the sky, and land, while the soundtrack conjures up images of the apocalypse and a second coming. Even though what we're seeing is a training exercise, what's this movie selling? It's selling stuff: Ray-Ban sunglasses, flight jackets, Honda motorcycles, and Ferraris. Because that's what producers Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer do. That's what famous advertising director Ronald Lee knows how to do. Sales are what they consider the purpose of filmmaking. The result is a whole new form of art, an advertisement disguised as a movie. This, Ronald put down the New Yorker's review, somewhat dejectedly. Then he picked it up again. Are you sure this is Pauline Kaur's? I'll check, Richard said, having also ignored the review. He assumed Pauline Kaur would, as always, favor his fellow New Yorker, Ronald. Ronald, this is Nesida. I checked with people in New York, it really is Pauline Kaur's review. She asked me to show it to you. Me? Ugh, Ronald sighed. He was just making a high-concept popcorn movie. Why was Pauline Kaur, who had mentored him, now criticizing him? What else did she say? She said she was disappointed in you. You've lost the spark you had when you filmed fast-paced Richmond High School, and you've become a craftsman. She also said that when you go to New York, you can come and debate with her. She wants to know what you're thinking, why you don't continue making those kinds of films that balance art and commerce. Nisida repeated Pauline Kaur's exact words. Okay, I'm going to Staten Island next week for Memorial Day. Can you arrange it for me? I'll visit Pauline, although Pauline Kaur had been quite harsh on Ronald, giving him a good scathing critique. The young people in America clearly ignored the old lady's criticism. Or rather, even if they saw it, they didn't care. Instead, they would treat the flaws she pointed out as strengths and insist on seeing what this so-called super-long music video ad featuring air combat was all about. Monday's box office continued its meteoric rise, with the average box office per theater climbing to $11,000. Paramount's distribution department happily hired dancers to perform in the office. Marketing manager Sid Garnier even climbed onto the desk and performed a dance for everyone. A dozen or so bottles of champagne were opened, spraying everywhere. Sid Garnier pulled two producers into the manager's office. After the huge success of Top Gun, he'd probably get a promotion to a larger office with two glass walls in the corner. Ronald, come on in. We need your help with this videotape sale, Don Simpson said, pulling Ronald in to discuss the matter. Is there anything else for me? Ronald asked, puzzled. Videotape sales were usually handled by distribution companies like Paramount, leaving directors with no say. I've come up with a plan. For Top Gun, we're going to change the videotape pricing model. I've calculated that if we lower the price, we can boost sales by more than tenfold. This way, our profit margin from high-volume sales will be several times higher than the previous $99 price. Oh, tell me more about it. Ronald was very interested in videotape sales, so he asked Sid Garnier to explain in detail. $99 is a good price to sell to video rental stores. There are thousands of them across the country. But what if we could lower the price to $49? Tens of thousands of families would probably buy the tapes to watch repeatedly at home instead of paying $3 a night for rental. What if we could lower it to $39, or even $29? How many more copies could we sell? Even if we only sell 50,000 copies, the profit would increase significantly. This, Ronald thought for a moment. Indeed, $3 a night for video rental, plus penalties for overstaying. If it's a really good movie, $29 for a copy is the price of watching it 10 times. Having such an explosive film like Top Gun at home, watching it with friends over beer, would be quite impressive. What if a child's classmate came over? However, Would Paramount be willing to sell it so cheaply? That depends on our plan. Chapter 675, 305 chapters, giving you a commission on videotapes. Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer have always been very optimistic about the potential of the videotape market. Their previous film, Flashdance, took the risk of releasing both VHS and beta versions of the videotape simultaneously just weeks after its theatrical run. Unexpectedly, the videotape's popularity attracted many viewers to see the sexy dance scenes again on the big screen. Flashdance, after a few weeks of declining box office revenue, received a boost and returned to the top of the charts. At the time, they lowered the price of the videotape from its usual $99 to $69, making a considerable profit. With this experience, the two producers planned to try something big again with Top Gun. This time, they wanted to persuade Paramount president Ned Tannen to set the price of the videotape at $49, dropping it below $50 for the first time, to see if they could achieve the unexpected sales figures of Jane Fonda's $29 fitness videotape. If it's $29, it definitely has a chance to outsell Jane Fonda's aerobics book. Ronald was well aware of Jane Fonda's success. Back then, VCRs had just entered America, and people buying VCRs wanted to buy several tapes to keep at home and show to friends when they came over. Compared to movies costing $99 or $89, this Jane Fonda aerobics book only cost $29, and playing Jane Fonda's tapes wouldn't be impolite, regardless of whether the guests were male or female. Top Gun was a movie. If you could get it for the same price, it would be a much more impressive way to entertain guests than watching Jane Fonda dance in high-waisted leggings. Even your children would become popular figures in school, since visiting his house meant watching Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis kissing in Top Gun, and even air combat. 29? 49 is good, but 29 is still 29. Bruckheimer knew very well that in the market, audiences couldn't possibly know how much a videotape should be worth. If it could be priced the same as a fitness exercise routine whose content was already known to be entertaining, then audiences would definitely know which movie to choose, right? Is there any possibility that we could get someone else to cover the difference? Sid Garnier brought up the plan he had discussed with Don Simpson and the others. Someone else? Yes, this movie is currently very popular, and our low price has been approved by Paramount executives. I've spoken with many large corporations and advertising agencies, and they all feel that they can market their products through videotapes, thus avoiding the need to buy expensive advertising slots on television and using the savings to subsidize viewers who buy the videotapes. Oh, I see. Ronald thought the idea was brilliant. Inserting advertisements into videotapes wasn't common practice at the moment. If Top Gun performed very well at the box office, those Fortune 500 multinational corporations would definitely have the ability and the idea to use their budgets to subsidize the release of the videotapes. In this way, viewers bought videotapes at a lower price. Film companies sold more videotapes without losing revenue, and businesses aired more commercials with a lower budget than television stations. Isn't this the legendary win-win-win, a win-win-win situation? That's great. Which companies did you contact? What can I do? Ronald looked at Don Simpson. We approached Pepsi. They invest heavily in marketing every year and are willing to allocate a portion to test the effectiveness of videotape marketing. As for you, we want you to direct a Pepsi ad. Does this necessarily mean I have to direct it? First, this is beneficial for you. In addition to the regular fees, we've agreed with Paramount to give you a share of the videotape's profits. Second, Pepsi specifically requested you to direct. They want an ad relevant to the Top Gun storyline so viewers won't fast forward through it. Finally, they previously had you direct a Burger King ad, which was among their top 3 most successful ads. So they wanted you again, but your agent isn't doing many ads anymore. This time, they offered it themselves. If it weren't for you, we would have had to find another company, and we wouldn't have such good terms. They're willing to subsidize the difference in price for each videotape, plus an extra $5. Don Simpson's last sentence was whispered in Ronald's ear. How much will I get? Ronald also whispered in Simpson's ear. 50 cents per videotape. Plus a $300,000 reward? $1.50. That's too greedy. Our money is squeezed out from the subsidies from both sides. 70 cents. Don Simpson planned to manipulate the system, squeezing the maximum amount out of both budgets. $1. After all, Pepsi specifically requested me to direct. Deal. Great. Now the two producers and Ronald himself were all in for a win. Ronald had his New York agent Eddie, lawyer Lindsay Dole, accountant Lawrence, and others come to sign the contract. He spent the next few days watching Top Gun repeatedly in the theater, taking notes on parts he felt uncomfortable with and parts where he performed brilliantly, preparing to debate with Pauline Carr when he visited her in New York. While Ronald was in a movie theater, recording his thoughts on the film with a small recorder, his agent Richard tiptoed in. With the help of the ticket clerk's flashlight, he found Ronald. "Damn it, stop shining your flashlight," a male audience member in the back row cursed, interrupted by the flashlight illuminating McGillis's sexy figure in a silk white shirt. Yet, pretentious, wearing sunglasses to the movies, what an idiot. His girlfriend, who had just seen Tom Cruise's muscular upper body, was annoyed that Ronald and Richard had interrupted her fantasy. "What's wrong?" Ronald asked his agent as they walked outside the theater. "The Navy sent 2 investigators. They want to investigate your filming process." "WTF, what did you say?" Ronald was completely bewildered. "This is a special investigator from the Pentagon, and this is an investigator from the Navy." The next morning, in his Paramount office, Navy Liaison Officer Matthew brought Ronald 2 officers in Navy uniforms. "Hello." Ronald shook hands with him. "I heard you're investigating the filming of Top Gun? Did something happen? That plane crash involved a civilian stunt plane. It shouldn't be related to you, right? We also had insurance for it." "No, the Pentagon has significant questions about some of the footage in the final cut. We need to question you." The Pentagon investigator was unfriendly, chewing gum and giving Ronald a businesslike look. "Can I have my lawyer present?" Ronald felt uncomfortable. "I've hosted your Secretary of the Navy at a private dance performance before. Why this attitude? Don't misunderstand, Mr. Lee. Before coming, Secretary Lyman specifically called to instruct us that since you're a friend of the Navy, we're just following procedure and need to conduct a routine questioning." The investigator from the Navy Department office was older and much more courteous. "Okay, what exactly is the problem?" "I heard it from the agent, but I don't quite understand. Can we find a place to talk this over?" In a private conference room, the older investigator took a snapshot of Top Gun from his briefcase and spread it on the table for Ronald to see. "These are some photos we took. In the entire movie, the Sidewinder air-to-air missiles were launched 4 times, 1 missed, and 3 hit. But Secretary Lyman only approved 2. We want to know who in the Navy approved the extra 2. The younger Pentagon investigator took the photos, placed them on the table, and chewed his gum faster and faster. Hell, this kind of thing can be explained with just a phone call. We only filmed the launch scenes. The explosion scenes were created using special effects." "Special effects? But the missiles were clearly launched 4 times. I've looked at all the photos carefully," the young man persisted, finding all the launch scenes in the photos and pushing them towards Ronald. "If you really look closely, it's easy to see that all 4 launch shots are edited from the same shot and reused." Ronald smiled, pointing to the white trails after the launches in the photos. The smoke was clearly identical. The young investigator was clearly surprised by this. "You mean, each launch was real footage, and the explosions after hitting the enemy plane were staged?" "Yes." "Then aren't you lying? This is Hollywood." The Navy investigator stopped the young man. "Director Ronald, thank you for pointing out the problem. Could you show us another copy of the film and some videotape footage? That way we can write a report and explain it to those stubborn generals at the Pentagon." "Sure, but that requires approval from Paramount's vice president. These copies are strictly protected. With the film currently showing, pirated copies are our biggest fear." Ronald subtly veiled the young man. He clearly stopped chewing his gum. As a sign of a naval family, he had finally stumbled. "Ronald, welcome. What brings you to my office today?" Ned Tannen warmly embraced Ronald with open arms. The movie Top Gun looked like a huge, lucrative cash cow, and even director Ronald seemed to gleam with a golden light in his eyes. "These 2 are Navy investigators. Because the Sidewinder air-to-air missile effects are so realistic, they wanted to see a copy and conduct an investigation to see if we misused the missiles." "Haha, welcome. I'll write you a note." Ned Tannen's eyes gleamed. He hadn't expected Ronald's movie special effects to be so realistic, even fooling the Navy. Now he really needed to consider releasing a sequel immediately. "Thank you, everything is clear now." "Thank you." In the Paramount screening room, Ronald explained the basics of film editing to the 2 Navy officers, then had his editing assistant record several shots of air-to-air missiles from the aerial combat scenes onto videotape for them to take away. "It's all right, It's a unique compliment to my directing work. Ronald felt a certain goodwill towards the older officer and shook his hand. Your vice president seems quite pleased. Looks like the box office is doing very well. Yes. It was #1 last week. I really want to see this movie. I haven't seen it yet. The last time someone portrayed the Navy as positive characters was in The Best Years of Our Life, which I watched as a child. There will be more movies that portray the Navy positively. Ronald was also a little sentimental. The Best Years of Our Life was a film about the lives of veterans after World War II, when veterans were respected. It was nothing like the Vietnam War movies that depicted them as a bunch of monsters. Ronald turned and took about 10 movie ticket vouchers from a staff member, handing them to the two investigators. These are Paramount vouchers. You can exchange them for tickets at any theater nationwide showing Top Gun. You can take your children to see it with you when you get back. Many people watch this movie with their children. Thank you. My 2 sons don't like going to the movies with me anymore. This is finally a chance for all 3 of us to enjoy a movie. The 2 investigators left Paramount and went to the Paramount Theater next door. Shall we go see it? I haven't seen it yet. Okay, let's go check it out. The 2 took the voucher and exchanged it for tickets to the best screening room. That was awesome. I didn't expect them to portray the Navy so cool. I bet those pilots will have a great time picking up girls. The young man was very pleased after watching it. Haha, you're so handsome, you could easily pass for a pilot. My 2 boys would definitely love it. The 2 walked out of the screening room and ran into a group of teenagers who had just finished watching Top Gun. They were arguing about going to the box office to buy another ticket and watch the movie again. I have to say, the Navy is really cool. I want to fly Tomcats after I graduate high school. Come on, you don't look like a pilot at all. I heard that pilots need a university degree, and many are even PhDs, a high school student wearing glasses said, but no one paid him any attention. I wonder where the Navy recruitment office is. My eyesight is excellent, I could become a pilot. Yeah, their life must be amazing, driving Tomcats, shooting MiGs, beautiful women, beaches, motorcycles. I want that kind of life too. The 2 investigators exchanged a glance, then quickly caught up with the high school students and asked, "Excuse me, we're from the Navy. Is it true that you want to join the Navy? Hey, you're from the Navy? Where can we enlist?" End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.